Good morning, everyone. We got about 20 minutes until the actual event starts, but we're coming in to take a look at the semifinals of the GNTs. This is going to be like the opening broadcast for the NABC in Toronto currently. I think I talked with Michael Schuster yesterday, and he's supposed to be joining me on commentary. We're going to be doing it on the BBO official broadcast, but my stream will be up both on Twitch and YouTube if people want to tune in, ask some questions, chat, and whatever else. So I tried my best to do like a little schedule over here to my left. I don't know how accurate a lot of this is going to be because I think the 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. start times, that's my local time in Eastern, are going to be correct, but everything else is just going to depend on when the players get back settled down and when the second and fourth quarters start, and also when the second quarter ends, how long the break is going to be. It looks like schedule-wise, maybe it's going to be approximately an hour, hopefully about an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to do my best to remember to get myself some lunch in between the second and third quarters. But I will remain live. I think something that we might end up doing is going to be a deal of the week or something, or maybe we'll play through one of the weekend tournaments. It is Saturday. So I'll try and keep everyone entertained during the mid-time break. But yeah, I also put up a little scoreboard. This will maybe be a little bit more effective during the spin gold later on when we have a bunch of matches in the same event. But because the only alternative big event that is currently running is the 3-day pair event, the Von Zedwitz Life Master pairs, I decided to put up some of the top 10 qualifiers after day one. They're moving on to day 2 of 3 right now. So you can see that towards like the bottom of the screen that's going across. And then I also listed a couple of other like notable pairs that have qualified, such as a bunch of the Switzerland team, or like Polish players on the Switzerland team who have made it through, and a couple of other big names as well. But these will change over the course of the day. I will try and get an updated ranking after the first round so that people who are interested in seeing how friends of theirs or other big name players are doing in this pair event, I'll try and keep everyone informed. Well, we got about 15 minutes until the thing starts up. So just looking at the schedule, I mean, I kind of pulled the times from this, so I really don't know how accurate it is, but 10 a.m., 12:30, 4 p.m., and 6:30. Those are my guesses for when the first, second, third, and fourth quarter are going to show up. But we'll try and figure that out as the day goes along. Maybe I'll update the start times depending on today's sets when we begin and end. With the 15 minutes, though, I actually thought maybe it was a good idea to take a look at a deal of the week as just kind of like a warm-up. Let me see if I can do this. Boom. Is this going to be fine? All right, let's see. If I need to move some of the stuff to the bottom of the screen, we will. So deal of the week 163 163 maybe, or 162. This week's deal is based on a real one, but unfortunately your author, that's Gittleman, Fred Gittleman, did not find the right line of play at the table. Deal was played in October during a practice match at the home of Francesco Angelini in Rome. Francesco and partner Antonio Cimenta, who we saw recently playing with Alfredo Versace for Italy in the European Championships, along with their teammates Lorenzo Loria and Alfredo Versace, the old partnership that I guess has since split up, or maybe Loria has retired from play, and Andrea Baratti, Massimo Lanzarotti were practicing for the upcoming Grand Prix, an event which they subsequently won. Same team are the reigning world champions, having won the Rosenblum Cup last year in Lille, France. Oh my god, dude. Versace has been around for so long. He's been playing... So this deal took place in 1999, or at least this article was written in 1999. So he's been winning world championships for the past 25 years. Bridge-based and corporate president Fred Gittleman was invited to play with Federico Primavera in this practice match. Federico is not only one of Italy's brightest young bridge talents. I've never heard of this guy. He's also the developer of the Bridge TV website. Also never heard of this, but maybe this is like an Italian thing. The Italians are well known as magnificent bridge players, but they are also magnificent hosts. That I have heard. Many thanks to Francesco, Federico, Vincenzo, Delicave, and all of our other friends in Italy for your warmth and hospitality while we were in your country. I bet they had some really good food as well. Thanks to Federico for being a good partner when I did not find the right play on this week's deal. 1 no trump by East. Fred has passed. How did he become declarer? We'll find out. 2 no trump transfer to clubs. 3 clubs by East, pass, and North reopened with double. Redouble by East is interesting. Not really a bid I would expect ever. It would always be tempting to pass out the redouble in a lot of these scenarios. Fred bids 3 hearts. I'll pass. 9 of hearts lead. Antonio found the killing lead, as usual, the 9 of hearts. Oh, you can't read. This is why we need to get rid of some of this. There we go. Antonio found the killing lead, as usual, the 9 of hearts. Think about how you'd play as declare before reading on. Because we only have 10 minutes, I'm not going to think too hard about it. It looks like there's a club, a diamond, a spade, a heart, and we're going to need to collect 3 spade tricks because after a heart lead, we're pretty unlikely to be able to ruff 2 clubs. Is that true? Might be able to play a spade to the king to ruff a second club. Anyway. Trick 1 is easy. Win the opening lead and dummy. Fred got trick 1 right. Well played. The contract will be in danger only if trumps are 3-1 and spades are bad. Can you see any way in which you might succeed if this is the case? I mean, I'm not sure I see the problem yet. I think we just, like, lead a club and then, like... Oh, never mind. I see the problem. Again, not going to take a long time to analyze because we're on the clock here. Let's see what Fred ended up doing. Club, heart. Anyway, we'll read on. Fred couldn't see how to do it and proceeded to go down. We will spare you the details. Here are all the cards. Can you see a road to success? It seems possible to, like, end play East into giving us, or maybe squeeze East, I guess, is a better way to think of it. Anyway, can we see road to success? The best first move, which Fred missed, is to duck a diamond immediately. Okay, so East wins, they'll definitely play back a heart. After winning the Diamond King, Francesco would continue the attack on the trump suit, dummy winning the trick. If East didn't do this, then Declare could just duck a club and go, spade to the king, club ruff, ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, club ruff. So he has to return a trump. Fred could then concede a club trick. So we're up to 2 losers, who would then cash as trump winner. Great. Francesco's only safe exit would be in diamonds, otherwise the 9 of spades would score, or the queen of clubs would score. So we can win the diamond ace, ruff a diamond. This has stripped East's last diamond. And now spade to the queen. If East wins, he's gonna be unplayed in the black suits. Like, once again, a club lead, we'd give up the club queen. A spade lead into the 9 would give up 3 tricks in the spade suit. What happens if we ruff the 9 of diamonds now? It looks like some sort of like funny little squeeze happens on East. We ruff the 9 of diamonds. If East pitches a club, we can ruff a club and then lead a spade to the king to score our queen of clubs. The ace would have fallen. If East pitches a spade, we can just lead the king of spades. When Dummy's last diamond is played, Francesco gets caught in a trump squeeze without the count. Okay, I'll buy that that's the correct way to describe this squeeze. I'm sure Fred looked it up. Here we go. Spade pitch is immediately fatal. Declare ruffs, leads the king of spades. The 10 falls under the jack. If he discards a club, we ruff again, but now we ruff out the ace of clubs and lead a spade up. Despite going down on the steal, Fred and Sherry, Fred's wife or partner, had a wonderful time in Italy. Thanks again to all their Italian friends. Cool. So that was the deal of the week. Let's head back over here for a minute. Boom. Okay. So when the official broadcast does start up, my cam is going to move from here to like just up here. Since I will be in BBO's sort of Vugraph table thing. So no one panic when I disappear for like a minute or so. It is all planned. But you know what I haven't done? I've taken a look at the LM pairs. I've taken a look at some of the teams for the GNTs. Let's actually pull up the teams that are playing and see who it is. I know that one of the semifinal or quarterfinals yesterday was originally tied. Let me see if I can find this first. GNT Open Flight. Okay, let's get the bracket and then also the teams. And see if I can pull these up. We still don't know who won the tie? Well, this is going to be exciting in more ways than one. Okay, so here is our current bracket. Yeah, hopefully everyone can see this. So these are the 2 semifinal matches for today. We have Fendrick up against Schreiber, and Luba up against whoever has won the matchup from yesterday, which is not updated. And the teams are as follows. So Luba, the 1 seed, at least they were the 1 seed coming out of some sort of round robin or Swiss or whatever it was for the play-in, is Harrison Luba, Emma Klesnik, Adam Grosak, and Cenk Tunsuk. I think that's how you pronounce it. There's a little squiggly on the C. So I think it's a soft C. So that's the 1 seed for the event. Looks like a somewhat strong team. I wasn't that impressed with Emma's play when we watched the mixed trials in the US. I wasn't that impressed with Adam's play. Harrison is a younger player as well, and Cenk has been around for a very long time. He has frequently been on teams with the Grossax pro teams for a while. He's very good at playing with sponsors, and I think generally just a very solid expert player pickup for any team. So, but they're four-handed. The second place squad, or the team that finished second in the round robin, Schreiber, on the other side of the bracket, down here, playing up against Fendrick. They have Alan Schreiber, or Elaine Schreiber, playing with Billy Miller, I guess. Bobby Levin playing with Roger Lee, and Jeff Hampson playing with Brad Moss. There's a lot of powerful names on that team. They do, I assume, have a sponsor. But I think regardless, they're probably the favorite or one of the favorites going in. And they're playing up against Fendrick, who has, it looks like, a sponsor as well. Robert Fendrick, Hugh Brown Jr., Douglas Daub, Alex Hudson, and Jui Wang. I'm not familiar with some of the players on this team. Alex is a fairly strong player, as is Doug Daub, but I don't know the other players. So the match that we don't know what happened, hopefully the players know what happened. Eric Stoltz, Jeff Roman, John Lusky, and Dennis Metcalf. Looks like no sponsor there. Playing up against Michael Lipkin, David Gervich, Erez Hendelman, and Mustafa Semtoke. No sponsor there as well, I believe. So 2 four-handed teams. The GNTs is like, it's an interesting event because you don't see a lot of super strong teams. I mean, like, to me, this is kind of peak GNT quality team. A bunch of really good players that are not playing in practice partnerships. Because you have to live in the same district as the person, which is more or less the same state or same couple of states that are touching each other. So we get to see kind of like a big difference in skill level, not just among the players at the table, but also among the players when they play with like a partner that they're less familiar with, as opposed to like Greco and Hampson. We'll probably see them later playing on the nickel team. Brad Moss going to play with Joe Grew later this week for the Fleischer team, I assume. I don't actually know that any of this is going to happen, but I just assume that it will. Chat, you all have been very quiet today. I'm proud of you, but it's currently not quiet time. So you don't have to restrain yourselves from saying hello. I do appreciate you, even if you're lurking. All right, it's 10 a.m. I'm ready to do this. Whenever the tables load up, we will get on in there. I don't think there's any sort of Vugraph delay, as far as I know. I mean, the times listed, it says 10 a.m. There we go. It's highlighted now. We should be all set. I like how they just, like, don't have me listed as, like, a commentator for the thing. Like, how are they so confused about what's going on their own website? Well, hopefully we'll get started soon. Guess I can put my little earbuds in. Hopefully Michael will show up. I don't think we like confirmed that we're going to be doing commentary together, but we did talk about it the other day. Either way, I'm all alone, so Craig is playing in something. I actually don't know what Craig's playing in. Did he play in the LM pairs? I don't think I saw his name on it. Maybe he's traveling today. And so he'll be showing up for like a spin gold team or something like that. But he's been my usual commentator in the past. I feel like there's always some sort of like technical difficulty that starts during the first round for these things. They're always like 10 or 15 minutes late getting things set up. Which I would understand if this was some sort of like new technology that they hadn't been doing this for 25 years, but they have been. So it's a little confusing to me why every single time there's like a tech problem. If anyone's wondering about like the qualifier placements, it's kind of irrelevant. Even going into day 3 of these events, like really all you need to do is finish in the top half of the field to qualify to the next day, and do that 2 days in a row, and then your place matters after you play through the first session, because that's going to contribute a sizable amount to your final score. I think generally the first pair or the top qualifier spot gets a 4-board lead over the bottom qualifier spot going into the next day of play. So that will be true on the final day as well. Like, these carryovers are not insignificant completely, but if you have a big, final day, you can overcome a 4-board deficit even from the last qualifying position. So like Klukowski, I think, is pretty low on the qualifiers list, but that has very little impact on how he's going to be able to do today. They'll just need to get like 252% and they'll qualify to tomorrow. There are currently no live Vugraph broadcasts in progress. Thanks. I am aware. Oh, another thing that I should mention, because I know that people were curious about it. In the past, at least. Oh, GNTs are starting up. I updated my donation thing. So the little thing below the screen with the piggy bank, you don't have to donate. There's obviously no requirement on anyone to donate. But if you want to, that'll take you to a new link. And I think now an alert will pop up on stream when you do donate. So if anyone is enjoying the show and does want to contribute and support the stream, you are obviously welcome to do that. And if you put in a little donation, it'll ask you for a message. You can get your little message read out loud. Don't do anything inappropriate, otherwise I might have to, ban you. But yeah, let me see if I can display a little test, because I think that was one thing that I was able to do in the past. Here we go. Boom.
Message.
So that's what would happen if anyone is interested in donating through the link. Anyway, I think it's about time for us to jump in. We have Luba up against Lipkin. Let's head over to this table, actually. All right, chat, I will be back after the first set. So thanks for tuning in, and see you all in just a little bit. Uh-oh. It says Vugraph is complete. Table will close in 1 minute. I guess I'm going to wait for a minute and see if this breaks. This does look like a good table to watch, though. I am familiar with all of the players for the most part. Actually, Doug Daub is probably the one I'm least familiar with. Alex Hudson and I actually did quite a few escape rooms when I was at the regional tournament with Kurt. He joined Kurt and myself, as well as Aaron Jones, for a few escape rooms. Looks like this thing is getting broken, so will this table be up and running? This one has an auction. I would rather watch the other table, so I think I'm going to wait for the other table to get underway. Oh no, we're just like losing everything. Now it's tilde Vugraph. Again, tech issues. Who's our Vugraph operator? BBO delayed Vugraph. Oh, is it really delayed? Maybe the start time was 9:30 for the actual events. So it is a 30-minute delay. Probably for security reasons. Please. Please. Can we get to the action? Oh, I just realized I no longer have an ability to join as like a video commentator on the right side. At least not for that table. For this table I could. Should I just join this table? I don't know much about some of these players. Also, Miller and Schreiber, this is not the right match. Or at least these names are not correct. Whoa, 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 whoa. We have some real problems going on right now with the Vugraph. I would really prefer to do the other table. And also just not this match. The Vugraph is complete. Table will close in 1 minute. You guys can't see that, but the Vugraph operator keeps telling us this. This is now from both tables. I guess I'm going to wait. Yeah, let's bring my face cam back up. Hello, I am back. Okay, good start, good start. We're like 10 minutes late on our already delayed broadcast, and everything is broken. This will be a really strong table. assuming this is the table we're watching. So it looks like... Which team is Daub and Hudson on? They're on... Were they on Lipkin? I don't think they were on Lipkin. Okay, Schreiber versus Fendrick. Looks like this table is up and running. Aha. They're just skipping through the first auction. So this looks correct. Fendrick versus Schreiber. There was the King of Clubs lead. I think we briefly saw Declare actually just set up a second club to pitch a diamond and start cross-ruffing. So 11 tricks over there to start things out. I would like to check out the Luba match versus whoever it is they're playing against. Let me see if I can be more informed than the Vugraph operators, even though they're actually sitting in front of the players. So if Hudson was the team that actually won, then that's the Fendrick team. So they're playing up against Schreiber. So Fendrick and Schreiber are playing. Okay, and so then Lipkin is playing up against Luba, but they just have the player names wrong. All right, I'm back on board. Is there going to be only one table? Hold on a second. No, it says 4 tables. 4 tables. Okay. Luba against Lipkin. We have a new table. And we're in. I'm just going to quickly take a look at the auction. All right, let's get rid of my webcam. I will see you all after. The first set. A spade, 2 clubs. All right, looks like there is some sort of 2/1 auction going down. So I'll join this table. Hopefully we get some names up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening event at the 2024 Summer NABC in Toronto, Canada. I'll be your host today, Brady Butt. I think I might be joined by a co-caster in a little bit if he does wander on in. I think Michael Schuster might have been interested in commentating with me. But the GNTs were in the semifinals already. So we have the District 25 team, Luba, up against the District 4 team of Lipkin. Luba did qualify through the opening Swiss as the first overall seed. So that's earned themselves that position in the bracket. Lipkin had a hard-fought quarterfinal match yesterday where they actually tied and had to win in overtime to make it through to the semifinal match. So they might be a little bit exhausted coming in. And I think they're a 4-handed team. Both of these teams are 4-handed. So could take a toll as we get later into the event. They've already been playing in Toronto for, I think, 4 days up to this point. So first board, hopefully we'll get some results from the other table as well as some player names. I'm currently looking at North, South, East, and West. But I am familiar with a lot of the players on both these teams. I've either played with them in the past or been on teams or played a lot against them. So East-West had what looks like a pretty natural 2/1 auction, eventually going through keycard, finding out that they were off a keycard and bidding to the 6-spade contract, which it's only going to require 3-2 trumps. The entire rest of the hand is solid for Declare. So Declare gets to ruff the second heart. Spade towards the king. I don't think there was any chance, even if South had popped up with like a 9, 10, or jack on this trick, that Declare was going to take the deep finesse of the 8 on the second round. But now that trumps have split, declare just has 12 tricks. Probably a pretty nice result for East-West. The hands do fit perfectly, and it's a good slam to get to at Imps, requiring only the 3-2 trump split. But it might be a little bit challenging depending on how the auction actually proceeds in the other room, because the hands just do fit perfectly. All of the ace, king, queen, jack of each minor, nothing wasted in the heart suit. All right, for the Lipkin team, we have East-West, Tokay, and Hendelman. And for the Luba team, we have Luba sitting north and Tunsak sitting south. I think there's a letter missing in South's name here. Hey, Michael.
Hi. Yeah, I think there's a C in South's name. Its first name is pronounced Jank, almost like it has a J, even though it's Cenk. You probably already covered that, but I just tuned in.
Yeah,
Tell
well,
by my hair.
No worries. Glad to have you with us. Welcome. So, yeah, I hope that we get some results from the other table for comparisons, but if not, I guess that's okay.
So I don't know the East and West players particularly well. I know East somewhat. I do know both South and North quite well. Jank used to play with my regular partner. I played on teams with him a number of times. He's an excellent technician when it comes to playing the cards. The North player, Harrison, junior player who is known to be very aggressive when it comes to preemption, and will find a number of calls that I find to be unusual or anti-percentage, but it seems to be working for him quite well in this event. Maybe we won't see, maybe in a long imp knockout match, he'll bid and play a little differently than I've come to expect from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm, as you say, I'm not that familiar with East-West either, but obviously they've done quite well to make it this far in the event on a four-handed team. So,
yeah, this is as far as national events go. I consider the especially for a team event, I consider the Open Grand National teams to be one of the easiest ones to win because people can't get their best teams together due to the geographical restrictions. A number of the districts didn't even bother to show up in this event, and quite a few of the districts fielded teams that were fairly weak. For example, I was on one of the teams, and we didn't make the second bet. So,
yeah. Now, I mean, with all that said, it still is in general just quite impressive to qualify to these events because you have to play through your own district qualifiers. And I mean, I don't know how it is for a lot of different districts, but the one that I come from has a number of teams that have qualified over the past like 10, 12 years that are all quite good and all fighting for that one spot. It does look like we might have some technical difficulties again. We've been having some throughout the start of today, and given that there's no bidding, I'm curious that might be happening again.
The alternative would be maybe if there was some reason there was a director call about something that happened on the previous board.
Yeah, it seems unlikely, but possible.
I mean, I mean, like, from what I know of the North-South players, they're not particularly litigious with the directors. So, and it doesn't really look like the hand was particularly remarkable as far as if East-West can diagnose heart shortness, it should be relatively trivial to get to the spade slam.
Sure. But hopefully we don't get kicked out. I mean, the Vugraph operator hasn't given us a warning or anything, so fingers crossed that this is just some sort of minor issue that will resolve itself. Hopefully we'll get back into the action shortly. I was going to say, though, the 2 seed coming out of the round robin for this year's GNT, the Schreiber team on the other side of the bracket, they might not be in their regular partnerships, but that is a powerhouse squad that they have over there. Brad Moss, is Brad playing with Hampson? Jeff Hampson.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Hampson, Bobby Levin playing with Roger. Whoop. Well, goodbye. Error could not join table. Error could not join table. What a mess. This is. I just don't get it. It's every single time. Every single time at the Nationals, this happens. I don't know. It's just so crazy to me that they can't. It is just. We'll get back in a minute. I promise. They will keep trying until it actually works. But man, error could not join table. Wonderful. What do we think is going to happen on the first couple of boards while we're here a little bit busy? 3 no trump in the South on board 1. North has a 5 count and South has 18. That seems ambitious. Is this table going to work? This is board 1. I'm like very hesitant to jump into this table because I'm sure they've been playing for a long time. Like, how is it that the operator is this far behind? Also, wow, is that spade opening lead by Bobby just like super good against 4 spades? It might be. All right, whatever. Let's do this table. This was the table that I was already excited about before. So let me jump on in here. Good morning, everyone. I know we've been having some technical difficulties with the Vugraph tables, so I'm a bit nervous to do a whole nother intro. But I think I'm going to try and stick with this match. I'm really excited to see this table. These are 4 very strong players from their respective districts. Bobby Levin sitting north, Roger Lee sitting south for the Schreiber team, and Alex Hudson sitting west, and Doug Daub sitting east for the Fendrick team. Schreiber on paper does have a lot of big names, and so they might have been the expected favorites coming into this event, but the Luba squad, four-handed, all amateur players, has really impressed throughout the event. They've had a clean run through the bracket stage. They won the round robin moving in. So those are definitely the 2 teams to look out for, but definitely don't count Fendrick or Lipkin out, the other teams they're competing up against in these semifinals. Oh no. And as I worry about technical issues, we've been paused on this Ace of Diamonds play for quite some time. Looks like there are some issues with the Vugraph, unfortunately, but I will do my best to provide commentary when we do get things up and running. I know Michael Schuster has been jumping in with me earlier, so he will be in and out as well throughout the day, I hope. But it does feel as if this table is once again going to have some issues. Bobby's opening spade lead. I have not done a lot of bridge analysis yet at all today, but it looks like Bobby's opening spade lead is really powerful defensively. Actually, maybe Bobby's thinking on this ace of diamonds. It's very possible, right? He kind of wants to unblock the king or queen of diamonds. If he plays low, he knows he doesn't have another trump to lead. And that's what his side really wants to be doing, is pulling dummies trumps as soon as possible. Now, I mean, we could see a very amusing line of play if Bobby does unblock the king of diamonds, especially after a long thought. Alex Hudson might pick up on this and decide not to continue diamonds and instead lead a low club. Bobby could decide to win, but he would be a little bit pickled. What might end up happening is a low club gets ducked to the 10 and the 10 holds. Oh, there we go. So he does dump the diamond king. Now, is Hudson going to pick up on this? He doesn't. Ooh. So Roger Lee gets in with the 9 of diamonds, and he can pull a second round of trumps. Hey, Michael, welcome back.
I want to do the other match, but it doesn't seem to exist. So
yeah, it's we might be in and out of tables for a few minutes while they get things resolved, but hopefully we'll get into the action soon. This hand became very interesting, actually, with Bobby having led his singleton trump. It pickled Roger's queen third of spades, but it has started to prevent Declara from roughing a lot of tricks and dummy.
There's definitely a case where it's okay to blow a trump trick or a potential trump trick in order to reduce the damage of a cross rough.
Mm-hmm.
And this does not look like a friendly hand for Declara with trumps being continued.
No. Now, Roger, I was going to say, Roger's a very careful and technical player, and he could see if he returned that 2 of spades, Declara could have ridden it around to the 10 and dummy, and then taken, for example, the roughing heart finesse into his partner's hand, who couldn't pull another trump. So he led the queen of spades back, forcing Declara into hand.
No, North is actually end played here anyways.
Yeah. So ultimately, things worked out for Declara. It was a back and forth hand, hard fought, but
it actually looked pretty cool in the end position, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Would North might have been better off ducking the king of hearts? Would that have helped him? I guess he would have taken 2 clubs instead of a club and a heart. I guess it wouldn't have helped him.
Yeah, it would have come out to the same number of tricks. So Fendrick strikes first. They get 6 imps.
So I guess North could have accomplished the same thing by returning a heart. Would be the same as ducking the king anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks like a good hand. A nice little double fitter for especially for East-West, who have a 9-card heart fit and 8-card diamond fit.
Yeah, although spades is the highest suit in the deck.
It does seem to outrank the other things. North-South have 3 losers, and East-West appear to only have 2. So if enough of a double fit is discovered, then you tend to just keep bidding until you become Declara. But we'll see how it's going to go. East, I don't think East is going to open this in his partnership. I think Doug is sort of like a straight shooter. 10 counts aren't really his thing. And Alex is a pretty straight shooter too.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think everyone at this table is sort of like bridge traditional.
Yeah. I know Roger can get creative at times, but he does tend to play a lot down the middle.
So this auction is kind of an interesting one. The traditional meaning that people use here is of a double after a Michael's call is like, we want to train the cannons and try to punish the opponents in a penalty. But I think, and that sort of, and probably with that agreement, that's why you see Levin bidding 3 spades here. I prefer the double here to just say I would have raised 2 spades and not be looking for a penalty, because Otherwise, you're raising the level on a hand. You'd have no bid for a hand that had one fewer spade than this, because you don't want to bid 3 spades on some, like, random hand with only 3 spades and barely worth a raise to 2 spades.
Sure.
So
Well, North South did find their spade fit, and I think they've done well. We can see the result in the other room. 4 hearts making 5. I'm going to take a quick peek at their auction.
Alex did well with the 6-5. 6-5 come alive. He doesn't really want to defend 4 spades, and he has no idea who can make what. Although he kind of suspects the hand belongs to the opponents because he has no aces.
Mm-hmm.
So he's wrong. The hand belongs to his side. That's what he's thinking. I think Roger's got to bid 5 spades here too. So it's unfavorable. So it's really unclear.
Yeah, definitely unclear. He doesn't have anything wasted in the red suits, but the doubleton heart is kind of like a deadly holding.
Yeah. I think the doubleton heart is a good clue that he's not making 5 spades. So the question is whether it's a good save, whether he would get doubled there or not. Right. He doesn't have a lot extra.
There might be some implication that West is 6-5, given the 5 diamond bid, but I think it's hard to say at these colors.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to bid 5 spades. Unfavorable when you think bad breaks might be looming. Mm-hmm. So East knows whether or not there's a double fit, but South doesn't, right? Because East has heard his partner bid diamonds, but East could be low, have ace jack 10 fifth of clubs and 2 small diamonds. West bid 5 diamonds without knowing whether or not there was a diamond fit.
Yeah, now I think something to be said is Bobby actually did very well to not double 5 diamonds, which might have gotten Roger off to the wrong picture of the hand. So he gave his partner a chance to actually find the 5 spade bid.
Yeah, I think that double would have definitely not only said I have penalty of diamonds, but I'm maybe even interested in doubling hearts too.
Right. Yep.
Sort of a warning to partner not to bid 5 over 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, ultimately, the hand is not going to present much of a problem for Declare with the trumps 2-2, I don't believe. Roger's just deciding whether or not to lead his singleton diamond or a high spade, I guess. Maybe he's thinking about a trump lead, given that he knows diamonds are possibly breaking badly, but I would be a little bit nervous as South not leading one of the black suits. I mean, as usual at Imps, your objective is just to kind of beat the contract, especially here that it's not doubled. You don't have to worry about trying to collect 300 or 500 by finding the precise defense to score the extra under trick. So Roger's just coming up with his best plan to try and score 3 tricks here. And that can be accomplished a number of ways. I mean, diamond to partner's ace, diamond ruff, and a spade trick. Diamond ruff and a club trick, or just cashing 3 black suit tricks off the top. So he does decide to lead a high spade, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, some pairs may have an agreement where from ace king you would lead the wrong one if you were intending to shift to a singleton. Mm-hmm. And North's 4 of spades here with a singleton and dummy should be suit preference for clubs.
Yep.
And Roger could see that the leading 7 of diamonds here will create a set whenever partner has either red ace, but he is shifting to a low club, I think, with the goal of if partner has either red ace or beating it anyways. Mm-hmm. They're not doubled. Doesn't really care about multiple under tricks. Once partner said play clubs, I think he's right to cash the club and hope for another trick somehow coming.
Right.
But it's unclear where it's going to come from.
Yeah, the 4-1 diamond split does cause a little bit of trouble for Declarer, but obviously with trumps splitting 2-2, it's not going to be a big deal. So this will be a push board. The other table is a little bit ahead of us. I guess we got started a bit late.
You have that open in the other room, so you can figure out when we can go to the other table. That's available.
Oh no, I was just looking at this match, the other table.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what the technical difficulties were with getting things started, but hopefully they won't persist throughout the week. It always seems to be just that first opening match. They have some issues.
So let's see. It does look like the other match is up if we wanted to jump over to a different table, but I'm good with staying here if it's less disruptive to our viewers.
Yeah, let's stick around here. I mean, this looks like a fun table to watch as well. So
I figured there would be like a lot of action with Harrison and Jank
sure.
at a table.
Yeah, which is also very exciting.
Watching the action players can be cool in these, but this is a different type of bridge here at this table. This is like Bridge Classic. We have got 4 players who are all very strong players and all play a standard, understandable style.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like great for people who are trying to get better at bridge to watch this match. And it reminds me when I was coming up and I was trying to learn bridge, what I did is I would read the World Championship books, and I would look for the ones that were being played by the people who are playing standard methods and try to understand their options and the decisions they made. And this is sort of reminiscent of that because we've got 2 pairs who play really down the middle, sort of a normal style. So you can really understand the way people play bridge nowadays.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a little bit less familiar with East and West, but I know North and South are very, very strong, like technical players.
Neither partnership I think is a regular partnership. I just know the players.
Right.
And usually when you're not in a regular partnership, maybe like each person brings like 1 or 2 pet agreements to the partnership. But for the most part, you're going to just be playing a very vanilla standard 2-over-1 set style.
Sure. Yeah.
So here we see Levin has responded 1 spade to 1 heart. If he was a little stronger, he might have tried 2 clubs to sort of just set up a game force and get descriptions from partner.
Yeah, pretty popular treatment, in fact, to just start game forcing all of your hands, even if you have 4 or sometimes even 5 spades opposite your partner's 1 heart opening bid nowadays.
So Roger did what I think I would have expected from him on a awkward hand, because it sort of evaluates to a strong no trump, which doesn't really want to bid 2 no trump.
Mm-hmm.
The spades are 3 small, so you don't really want to be jump raising spades on a hand that doesn't want to play a 4-3 fit. And 2 hearts feels like just a poor effort with 15 high card points and a decent 6-card suit, but it's not a great 6-card suit. And if partner misfitted hearts, 3 hearts could lead to an accident. But it's sort of like the most like fairways and green bid that you can make.
Yeah, it's 16 highs for the south hand.
So things are kind of blocked. It looks like, you got 3 diamond tricks and 3 club tricks to pitch the 2 spade losers. On a spade lead, that would knock out the entry for that. But on a club lead, declarer can unblock the clubs, unblock the diamonds, cross the ace of spades, and try to pitch a spade on a club and a spade on a diamond. You would do the club first because you have fewer clubs. He might try playing on hearts first, try to get a couple of rounds of hearts played before trying to do his operations, but he needs to not leave that ace of spades and dummies. So even if he wants to play hearts, he has to first unblock all the minor winners and then play a heart from his hand.
Right.
He might just unblock the minor winners and just play a spade himself, though.
I mean, as you mentioned, kind of oddly enough, a spade lead would have been able to defeat 4 hearts. The defense would have set up a second or a third trick immediately in spades, and declare, while he could pitch 1 spade, would actually get, I think, his trumps promoted. West might get 2 trump promotions.
Yeah, I think so. So when West, if declare was to play double dummy, cash the clubs, cross to the ace of spades, take a pitch on the king of clubs, and then just lead a trump, I think Declare would be okay here, because the defense wouldn't be able to do anything. Because Declare hadn't unblocked the diamonds, there'd be no trump promotion on anything.
Yeah.
In fact, I guess at double dummy, you'd unblock the clubs, overtake a diamond to the king, and lead a trump, so there was no chance of a promotion on the third round of spades.
Sure.
He's not doing that. He's just going to try to get rid of both of his spade losers, which seems like a very straightforward line of play.
Yeah, I agree. He actually did something smart. I mean, I could say this about every hand that Roger plays, but he led the queen of diamonds at trick 2. And
yes.
He did this to try and get a count signal from either or both opponents, so that he could know, is the ace of diamonds likely to cash? And now that he's seen this 10 of diamonds, I think he has, and he's also seen East high-low in the diamond suit, he's probably somewhat confident that diamonds are actually 5-2. But I do believe you're right, that he's probably just going to play a spade to the ace, king of clubs pitch a spade, ace of diamonds pitch a spade, not care that West roughs in, and he'll end up losing 2 more tricks from there. So West does have 2 natural trump tricks, but that's all he's going to get at this point. Daub can play back a spade, which might be the most effective, although he probably doesn't know it with that king jack 10 of spades. And now all Roger needs to do is cash his minors in the right order, and it makes a lot of sense to try clubs first, because the jack of clubs has not popped up. That 10 of clubs opening leads, standard honor leads, means he knew that trick was cashing. So another push board. Maybe not the most testing opening lead for Declare to face, but pretty hard to find a spade lead from Queen Doubleton. And it also, I might have to correct myself, it might not have been enough from a double dummy perspective to beat the contract, the Queen of Spades lead.
It does look like it would have given him more trouble, though.
Yeah.
And it would have taken a bit longer. So if he, so spade lead to the ace, he pitched it, they roughed. And then he couldn't get to his partner's hand for any sort of trump promotion. So that was a rough. Just lose a trump trick. So well done for Roger. So let's see what we've got here. So the West hand, I think, is a modern opening bid, and I think Alex will open it, but I could imagine some players passing it. And if you were playing Flannery, you'd open it Flannery, so I think you'd open it one heart.
Mm-hmm.
The downside is you do have a rebid problem after a heart pass and no trump, which means that if outside of a Flannery context, you might want to be a little more conservative, but there's such a first mover advantage in bridge nowadays that you just do it. Now, North could bid one no trump, he could pass, or he could double. And I was kind of thinking that Bobby might double it, because he's a little conservative with his one no trump overcalls, and the hand could fall apart quickly with one no trump.
Yeah, and double is a very flexible action.
I mean, double can backfire also, like even opposite this, this south hand, you can see you have like no home if they gun for you, but they don't really know. Even though you have more than half the deck, I don't know that. I mean, maybe you make just one power that you'll make something, but
Roger has an interesting opening lead problem. Would you lead the spade suit that your partner is pretty likely to have, given that you have 3 of them, or would you rather lead your longer diamond suit?
I think if we're against one no, I would lead a diamond, and the reason I think for the diamond, the spades, partner's not going to have 5 spades, but partner might have 5 diamonds. Mm-hmm. Spades just feel like it's going to take more to develop spades, and if we're going to beat the contract, we're going to need to develop something. So, and I do have entries if I need to lead spades later.
Sure. Yep.
So I think I would go with the diamond.
As
I
does
don't. Yeah,
Roger.
clubs could be the source of tricks too.
Hmm.
Um, so they seem to lead maybe second highest from bad holdings, which is a common agreement. To me, it feels really awful to lead the 8 from 9-8-7. Like the 9 feels like much more clear, but they
As
probably
long
would
as your partner's on the same page, I mean, maybe the 9 would have showed a 3-card holding or fewer.
or
So
yeah, like some people play like the 9, like they'll play Rusino from a 4-card or longer holding, so the 9 would show the 10 if you had 4 or more, and deny it if you had fewer than 4. So that's exactly what you're saying. The 9 would show a 3-card holding. But
yeah. Now Bobby
I
does
also
something
like
clever, and
clever.
I think just a really strong technical play. Playing the queen at trick 1. Daub worked out the diamond position based on the 8 opening lead, so he was safe ducking that trick to kind of cut communication in diamonds. But
Yeah,
the
so it has the club entry though, both
mhm,
club entries in fact. So it's not going to help him, but it was a good play.
yeah,
This hand's very wedged for East West, and they are not going to have a good time in one no trump, which maybe suggests that North South would have been totally fine if they had no trump. Um, so let's see. The defense is going to set up 3 diamonds to go with 2 spades and 2 clubs, and that's down 1, and they still have the King of Hearts. So it looks like they're probably going to go down 2 because Declare. What's Declare going to do? Is Declare take a spade finesse or a heart finesse?
yeah, good question.
I think the heart finesse maybe because he pitched a heart, so no, he's going to take a spade finesse. And if the queen of spades is on side, has he made it? He's got 3 spades and a heart is 4 and a diamond is 5. He still needs going to need the club queen on side. I mean, Declare doesn't know he's being killed here. But he's in much better shape if South has like the queen of spades and the king of hearts and no entry to that long diamond, and North is sitting there with the queen of clubs and the ace of spades only.
Oh yeah,
So,
actually, he would have made it if South had the Queen of Spades, King of Hearts, and Queen of Clubs. So North could have had the club ace. Because then South wouldn't have a fast entry to the diamond, and he would be able to take both major suit finesses. Maybe. Either way, the hand was not friendly for Declare, as you mentioned. So this is going to be the defense's 6th trick, and they still have 2 black aces. So another club will come through from Bobby, just in case Roger started with King Queen instead of Ace Queen, and then he'll end up scoring up the spade ace.
so that's a 200.
Yeah, a nice result for not overcalling a no trump. In the other room, West actually passed in first set, so North opened a strong no trump in second. And while that contract made, it generally doesn't pay to be playing a no trump when both sides are vulnerable.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah. So uh, also uh, uh, Billy and Schreiber, they're a fairly straightforward pair. I played against them in the round robin. They play just a very normal, straightforward style. Billy, if you don't know him, is an excellent technician when it comes to playing the cards. He takes a lot of tricks. He's there. He's present at the table. He has very good table presence, and he's counting all the hands. So he's a you don't see his name all that often in late rounds of knockouts, but he's someone who's absolutely capable of making late rounds of knockouts in the right circumstances.
Well, he has here. He's in the semifinals, the GNTs.
All right,
North
so
South have a big heart fit.
yeah, this is these strong 4x1s are sometimes a little awkward to bid. Um, Rogers has bypassed the stronger diamonds on a slamish hand, and I don't like that decision. I like bidding my suits in a natural order when I'm slam positive.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
he's bypass.
it could be important to show your strong suits if you happen to have a fit, because obviously if they have a 4-4 diamond fit, it's probably going to be better to play in than a 4-4 heart fit, given South's hand.
Yeah, I mean, imagine partners 4-4-4-1 with a singleton and a major, right?
Yep.
You can see the queen of diamonds, and if partner has good clubs, you could pitch losers in your 4-4 major suit fit, which is weaker. So you want to be in the strongest 4-4 fit you can find, and the South hand suggests that's like more likely to be diamonds if partner has four of them.
Yeah, it's a good point. Roger probably just expected, given his partner's one club opening bid, that it's fairly unlikely that they have a diamond fit on the side.
Yeah.
And
I mean, depending on player styles, a lot of players are gravitating towards opening one club on a lot of balanced hands, even with longer diamonds,
mm-hmm.
which also would suggest if you're in that style to bid one diamond. But if you're playing a more natural one club, and especially one where if your partner had 4 diamonds and 5 clubs, they would even go ahead and open one diamond, a style I don't necessarily approve of, then there's more to recommend just trying to find the major suit fit. Now, it looks like they played maybe some sort of spiral, and 3 hearts showed a min with 4 hearts, and South gave up.
Ooh, we get an alert. Thanks, operator. 3 hearts showed 4 hearts and a medium hand.
I really, really, really dislike spiral because a lot of the time partners raise you on 3, and the reason they raised you on 3 is they have problems in at least one of the side suits. That's why they didn't rebid 1 no trump or 2 clubs. And the hand that is asking actually needs to know what that problem was, because the same reason they raised you on 3 in the first place might be the reason you're supposed to play it in the 4-3 fit. So you need to know partner's residual pattern. So if partner has 5-4-3-1 shape with 3 cards in support, or if partner's 6-3-3-1 or 5-3-3-2 with 3 cards in a suit and 2 small in the other, I want to hear about their side strength when I bid 2 no trump. I want a natural response to that. I want that 2 no to be forcing, but I want a natural response, and that can help me decide whether to play a 4-3 fit or to play 3 no trump. You can always get to the 4-4 fit anyways after 2 no. So we actually ran into a problem on a hand like that in the GNT. So slam's bad here, right? Because you're off the ace of clubs. You could potentially be off a heart trick. You're potentially off a spade trick, and you still have to deal with the 4th round of spades and the 4th round of diamonds. Or I guess you rough 2 clubs in the South hand, and then you only have to deal with the jack of spades. But it looks like it can make here by roughing 2 clubs in the South hand and diamonds breaking.
Yeah, they did make 12 at the other table. So
looks like they sniffed at it, but didn't get there. The South hand is very, very good, and especially partner opened 1 club. You think your king of clubs is working, so I'm really surprised that Roger just gave up after 3 hearts. That seems very conservative to me at amps to do that. The other table.
I mean, it looks like he was right. So
looks like they had some sort of key card auction that ended at 5 hearts after finding out that they were only off 1. I'm not sure exactly what that. Some bids are alerted, but they're not explained in the other table. But South also was able to bid an artificial 2 no trump, and North jumped to 4 hearts, and then South bid 4 no, which maybe was a spade Q bid if they played 4 spades as Blackwood, or maybe it was Blackwood, but 5 diamonds by North is alerted, and South bid 5 hearts. So I'm not sure what happened there. It seems like they should have been on their way to slam. And slam's not bad, right? So slam, you're off a club. You need hearts to break. But if hearts are breaking, then you need either the spade finesse or diamonds 3-3. I make that out to be roughly a coin toss slam.
Yeah.
Good at mathing these exactly.
I think there are some chances the 5 level goes down, though. So you probably don't want to investigate when you have a chance to get to 5 of a major down 1.
Well, for sure. I mean, like 5-0 trumps, you could be, you could just be like a silly, you can get a silly result being at 5 level down 1. That's always a bad result.
Well, Rogers played this hand very carefully. He tried the spade finesse the trick one, it lost, and then, as you suggested, he went about his plan of roughing two clubs. He wasn't concerned with trying to sneak a club through East, even if East had the ace on this hand. So he needed all of those entries to the King of Diamonds and King of Spades to rough clubs and pull trumps, which he was able to do. And now there's some potential this last 10 of hearts is going to catch some opponent in a squeeze. I think all these players are familiar enough with each other that, I was going to say I thought it was very possible Roger would just face his hand and claim, asking whether or not the squeeze worked. But with Diamonds 3-3, he never had any issue. That'll be the same 12 tricks as in the other room. Whoa! Okay, we are in for an exciting hand this time. North is 7-5 in the majors with 7 solid spades. West is 6-5 in the minors, and East has a lot of points.
East-West can make a grand on a heart lead, or on a non-spade lead, but I don't see North-South leading anything but a spade. North-South can North... I guess the defense has 2 chances because they have to knock out the ace of hearts to cash a diamond. And if you play it in spades, you could run into a diamond, ace of hearts, and a heart rough for 3 losers.
Yep. Now, with all that said, I mean, 7 spades is an excellent save against 6 of a minor.
And potentially, like if South is clairvoyant, you could get a club rough if they play diamonds from the East, which they've opened, but maybe you're playing clubs from the West if you're being clever. So I don't know how the West hand's going to respond to 1 diamond. It's going to go diamond pass, and West kind of has an awkward hand. I guess there's an argument for spinning 5 diamonds. This is his second 6-5 hand for West. He was also 6-5 on board 2. Getting a lot of shape. And East has a good hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it could go 1 diamond past 5 diamonds, 5 spades. I don't think he's going to bid 5 diamonds. I think he's just going to bid 2 diamonds inverted and try to pretend he has strength and treat sort of maybe as a limit raise. A 3-heart splinter would get the job done too.
Sure.
But, so when partner has a weak no trump, those bids don't look as good. Partner, for all partner is has 4 good hearts, and the opponents can't really make anything. And if you bid too much, you're going to wind up in 5 diamonds going off or 3 no trump going off. So the West hand is, I don't know how to bid the West hand.
I'm kind of drawn to a 5 diamond bid. He goes with the splinter.
He went with a splinter. Well, that East is going to love that, and North is just going to bid 4 spades because it's his turn.
I wonder, is Bobby going to try and get hearts in the picture at all, or show his side suit? Because he might want his partner in on the decision. His hearts are so bad. If his partner has 3 small, he doesn't want to be saving, but if his partner has King Jack third, then he does want to be saving.
The only thing about the North hand is after the heart splinter, he can sort of visualize that the defense can get heart roughs against a spade contract.
Yep.
Which is the only argument for trying to get hearts in the picture.
Yeah.
4 spades is very practical as far as just taking up the room, which is sort of what I want to do with the North hand, is not give them the room.
Yeah, the other option, I guess, would be to bid 4 diamonds, right?
Maybe the screen's on the other side of the table from the operator, and North has bid 4 spades, and East is thinking. I think 4 spades is just going to happen. And I think East is going to bid key card.
Ooh. We got to essentially par in the other room. 6 spades doubled down 1.
I think par would be down 2, right? You have to find the heart rough.
Well,
actually get it 3, right? It's a
I'm just kind of thinking 6 hearts doubled might be par, but
yes. Well, I with the heart splinter, they are not going down just 1 and 6 spades if they get there. East is going to lead ace of hearts on a heart ruff, and West will have to guess whether to get back with clubs or diamonds, but I think he'll know to get. I'm not sure. I mean, East will give like a middle heart back to ruff, probably 7. And that may look high to West, so West may come back at diamond.
Okay, Bobby does bid 4 spades.
East won't know that his partner has 6 clubs. So East will think that the club ace is an entry.
Yep.
But even if it goes ace of hearts, 6 of hearts ruff, it may look high to West. West is going to like that.
Yeah.
West likes that he has a heart void and not a singleton, and partner just cubit his 6-card suit to the king jack 10.
Yep.
And that's probably not a shortness cubit.
So I expect Roger to bid 5 spades.
I think it's going to go 5 spades, 6 clubs.
Wait, what about 5 hearts by South?
That's possible. He does have all his stuff in hearts.
I mean, he can't have a heart suit. He would have bid over a diamond. So this has to be like heart
just
stuff.
Be sort of like to help partner decide what to do.
Yeah.
5 hearts.
Uh-huh.
I think it's going to go 5 hearts, 6 clubs, 6 hearts maybe, and then I don't know what East does. I guess East just starts doubling because he doesn't think they can make 7. Is with the spade.
Yeah, now, what if East... I don't think this is the East player who's going to bid 7 over 6 in this auction, but if he does, it might make...
Well, I think North-South will save against a grand.
Yeah.
If South bids 5 hearts and East bid up to a grand, North can't take it. North's just gonna... I mean, unless it's I guess 6 diamonds by East, North can double it for a club lead. And if it goes 5 clubs, 5 hearts, 6 clubs, I think South can be clued into the fact that his partner's void is in clubs. Especially if he's doubling diamonds in his bid to hearts and spades, there's not a whole lot of other suits to lead.
Yeah. Look at this bid by Roger. 5 hearts.
I mean, 5 hearts, 6 clubs. Yeah. And I think it's going to go 6 hearts. North can hardly have the other hearts for 4 spades. Now, does hearts have any trouble with control because you have the 4-0 heart break?
Probably.
And let's say it goes like East just plays a forcing game rather than looking for a ruff himself.
Mm-hmm.
East always could get a ruff, but if East, let's say, leads diamond, diamond, tapping the North hand, he can duck. Yeah, I mean, winning the 3rd round of hearts and leading another diamond, they can just cross in spades and draw your trump. North would be rough tapped a second time, but they could cross the 9 of spades, draw your trump, and then cross back in spades. That 9 of spades is a important card.
Yeah, Roger wouldn't have bid 5 hearts without it.
Well, and look at the North hand spades are a great holding, right? Is ace, king, queen, jack 10, 6-2. That is a better holding than ace, king, queen, jack 10, 9-8.
Yep.
You don't need the 9 and 8 to draw trumps, but every once in a while you need that little 2 to get to your partner's hand.
Mm-hmm. Now, Bobby is probably just thinking about how many he's going for in some of these contracts. I mean, I think he is a little bit worried about getting tapped in a heart contract. So he's probably going through that exact line of play that you were thinking, right? Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, he ruffs, and then he pulls 3 rounds of trumps, and now East plays another trump. What happens? Is it possible that his hand gets completely stranded and he never scores any spade tricks?
Could be down a lot if that happens.
Yeah, so... But then again, he's also concerned. He knows about the heart singleton. So East is going to maybe give his partner heart ruff at trick 1. And how many is he going down in 6 spades?
You can sort of visualize. It goes heart ruff, diamond over, heart ruff.
Yeah.
And he's probably losing a heart trick too. His partner's not going to have the ace king of hearts most likely. So Partner could have the ace king of hearts, but it doesn't. The opponent's he has a lot of high card points, so the opponents are looking for slam, but maybe it's all in shape. These things are hard to judge, and my tendency is just to sort of like go with my first instinct in some of these things, because the more I think about it, the less right I am. So I would just say, well, I would think to myself, well, I've jumped to 4 spades and I have 5 hearts to the queen. Can't really have a better heart holding that, so I'm going to bid 6 hearts. And if partner wants to pull that back to 6 spades, then that's on. Then partner can do that. Sure. I think South probably would bring it back to 6 spades, because South doesn't really want to play. South has 3 spades. Why should he want to play hearts? Now, hearts is declared by South, which could make it like harder for the defense to find the spade ruff.
That's true. Yeah.
Which I think they need to find to beat it a second trick, because we've determined that the spade communication is good enough to withstand the forcing defense.
Right.
So often when you have 4 trumps and the majority of the high card points, the best defense is to try to gain control of the hand. Like your defensive lines, one is lead trumps to get rid of cross ruffing. When they have a side source of tricks, that's a very bad idea. And here they have a major source of tricks in spades, so you can eliminate leading trumps as a defense. Trying to cash out your side winners, or trying to get ruffs. So like cashing out the side winners is trying to get control of the hand, force declare, force them to rough in the long hands, and then hope that you have the longer trump than them, so that they can go down a whole bunch of tricks. It's often that's the best way to get like very large numbers that look funny on the score sheet. Trying to go for a ruff, usually, you're going to beat it a cup, 2 or 3 tricks. So probably will get your ruff, but you may not get the maximum if you tap your long hand. So it's the East hand has to choose whether they think they can get control of the hand or not.
Yeah. And it really is all about that 9 of spades. But I think you're right that the forcing defense would be what East might go for. And after a high diamond lead, it's going to be all over.
If partner had a heart, then the forcing defense looks like it would be absolutely brutal if this is only an 8-card heart fit.
Right. Oh, goodbye. This is the worst run event I've ever seen. Table is dead. Let's see. Michael wanted to join this table. Let's go to this table. Man, I'm really disappointed that we missed that other board. Oh, we're not even playing the same boards. Wait, are we? Hello, everyone. I'm back. Apologies for leaving everyone high and dry, but we have been experiencing some operator difficulties throughout the day. So hopefully those technical issues don't continue throughout the entirety of the event. But I should be joined by my co-caster Michael in just a minute. Michael Schuster. We were taking a look at the other match. Hey, Michael, we got the table that you wanted after all.
Yes. So this match looks like North-South have been doing quite well. That team. It's a 4-handed team with Jankin Harrison and Emma Kolesnik and Adam Grossack. And they seem to be punching really hard in this event all the way through. I think they won the round robin.
Yeah.
Hopefully this table's not also frozen.
No, it looks like Harrison. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think Harrison would be thinking about winning the spade ace here. Hopefully we don't get kicked out again. I mean, this has just been a little bit of a technical nightmare.
Oh, well, their card got played.
Great.
I'm looking at a big swing on board 13, on board 10, where 3 diamonds made east-west and north-south made 4 spades doubled at the other table.
Yeah.
That seems like someone forgot to did something.
I'm I'm a little bit disappointed that we aren't playing the same hands. Is that true in both matches?
Yeah, it looks like, let's see, let's see, we were around board 7, board 8. There was like some really shapely hands. Yeah, those were some cool hands in the other match. We're not getting them in this match. Well, maybe we'll get maybe the storm will follow us here, and we'll start getting the distributional storms showing up here.
I hope so.
There were some really cool hands in the other match.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see Bobby Levin's final decision on that 7-5 in the majors hand, but I guess we'll read about it in the bulletin the next day.
Well, we only have a few hands left. Maybe they'll still deciding it when we get back.
Hopefully.
Bobby could be a little slow.
Yeah. So East West were able to manage 450 in their contract. Looks like Declare needed a lot of help to manage 450. I mean, that could definitely have been a swing. The north-south defense was a little bit soft on this one.
It took a lot of work. Spade lead. The diamond back away from the jack did not hurt Declare.
Yeah.
He was able to, I guess he was able to just cash and thrash, like cash the ace king of hearts and then just abandon trump and ruff his spade losers and dummy. We sometimes call that a cash and thrash, where you cash your high trumps and leave a high trump outstanding and then just go about your business after that.
Right.
So this looks like should be a normal stamen auction to get to 4 hearts. 3-0 from the north seems like it's also probably going to be pretty good. If they lead a diamond, you just make it. And if they they'd have to cross in spades and shift to a diamond and not just set up your 9th trick immediately. Meanwhile, 4 hearts could potentially. I think 4 hearts looks pretty solid most of the time, but if hearts are behind you 4-1, then you might regret not being in 3-0. But I think like everyone's going to bid. Well, north 2 diamond call here. Well, now south's going to bid 4 hearts.
Yeah.
I mean, with the ace queen of diamonds, it's almost tempting to deny a major with the north and try to aim at no trump. But I understand just answering the question partner asked is sort of the normal thing to do. And sort of what I would tend to do if partner asked me about a major. I have no reason to do something other than show a major.
And I kind of expect the 2 heart bid shows the diamond stopper for a lot of players. That you could just pass 2 diamonds and your partner could re-ask by reopening double if you wanted to avoid no trump without a stopper there.
I see that type of agreement a lot, and I'm not convinced it's best because it's all well and good when it goes 2 diamonds pass, and partner's able to do whatever. Mm-hmm. But if it goes 2 diamonds past 3 diamonds, we may never find our major suit fit.
Yeah.
So I think it's like a little awkward. I just tend to partner ask me about a major unless I'm just going to bid a major when I have one, and I'm not going to worry about whether or not I've wrong sided it. And I'm not going to worry about stoppers either. If I don't tell them whether or not the suit's stopped, they never know what to do. So yeah, Declare thinks West might be short in the hearts from the auction, but he's missing all the spots. And if West had shown up with the 8 or the 10, then he could play a heart to the 7. But
yep,
Declare's very happy the queen dropped because I think he thought that he could easily have been off 3 heart trucks. And now this hand is just trivial.
Yeah, but I do like the way that Harrison played the heart suit, just trying to be as careful as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good play.
Like, you definitely don't want to play a heart to the king and a heart to the jack, and East wins, and then crosses to their partner in spades and gets a diamond ruff, as unlikely as that might be, with diamonds being 8-1. So this will be 11 tricks. We are way ahead of the other table in terms of boards completed. And it looks like after a little bit of back and forth at the start, Luba has opened up a small lead. 9 imps currently in their favor. So 2 boards to play in this set. There will be a short break after this, and then players will come back to play segment 2, or the second quarter. Big hand from North. 22 count. So I guess we'll have to see first off if West is going to venture something in third seat in front of him. I definitely know players who would open the West hand a club in third seat.
Oh, in third seat, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not me. I feel like the minor suit openings aren't preemptive enough. So I mean, and that suit with the side honors isn't good enough to sort of just like try to push hard for a club lead.
Mm-hmm.
So, and why are you? For me, the reasons to open the bidding light are to direct a lead or to try to get to a sacrifice or to preempt the opponents. And I don't think I really want to do any of those three things with the West hand. In a major, you can take up a lot more room opening light. With a minor, I want partner to take those a little more seriously and push towards 3-no's. Since that's where I sort of feel like the values are. So 9, 18, 23. So it's not a great 23 count with balanced and the plus those bids.
In fact, it's not 23 at all. It's
22.
Just 22.
Yeah. So math is not required to be a good bridge player. You have to count to 13, not 22.
I'm with you. I totally understand.
And glancing at that hand, to me, I first looked at it and I thought to myself it was a 2-0 opener. But when you actually math it, so it looks like they don't place any a form of Coca here because North just rebid. Oh no, they probably do. Right, that's a minimum range. So they're in a normal 3-0, and they can always take 3 spades, 3 diamonds, and a heart. I think he's going to lose the queen of diamonds because he was going to want to win the ace of hearts and then not lose a trick to east to potentially get another heart through. So he's going to finesse east for the queen of diamonds.
Yep. And
so West will get to win the queen of diamonds, but he won't be able to attack hearts profitably, and then declare he'll be able to knock out the ace of clubs eventually. Well, let's see, he'll have 3 spades and 3 diamonds is 6, and a heart is 7, so he'll still need to knock out the ace of clubs.
Mm-hmm. But that will be 9 tricks, and the queen of hearts will be well protected.
And I suppose you could play on clubs first, but I think if East had the ace of clubs, they can always get in with it to play more hearts. Is there any? I'm not sure. I mean, the natural play to me it would be to play. Oh, that is not the natural play to me. If the king of hearts is onside now, it's onside later. That seems like a very unusual play to potentially go down in this contract. And now East doesn't have an entry to the long heart.
Yeah, he's going to be okay. But that was a pretty big miss, I think, by Declare. As you say, just like taking the finesse into the safe hand. I mean, if West has the ace of clubs, the queen of hearts is always protected as from attack. So
let's see if and if the king of hearts is in the east hand now, it's still in the east hand later. This isn't match points. You don't need to out trick all the other tables and find the queen of diamonds. You just need to take 9 tricks.
Yeah, I also want to throw into the mix another thing, which is that people don't just like lead from king jack 10 into a 2 club 2-0 opener.
Yeah,
that's just not a thing that happens. So you can almost be certain the king of hearts is offside when you get the jack of hearts lead like this. But no harm this time. No entry to that long heart, and Luba does make his game in 3 now. So coming up on the last board of the set, we do have another score update on board 11. This table, we missed it, but this table quietly played a no trump on the north-south cards. The other room got to 2 diamonds doubled on the east hand in a 5-2 fit with almost no high card points, and somehow Adam Grossack managed to make that contract. I have not taken a look at the double dummy or whether or not that's an easy make,
Well,
but
the 10-9 of diamonds comes down. You have 4 diamonds. The clubs is a good mash. Is 6 clubs and the king queen of spades are on side. I think you just make it because the hand is so friendly.
double dummy says it's always down, but
Okay, then I guess you're just down.
but he made it. So well done for them. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they're probably doing so well in the event, if they can consistently force mistakes on the opponent's defending.
So he led the queen of clubs at trick 2, and South had to duck it. Apparently, once South won the ace of clubs, it was over. So I'm just kind of. It just seems like 13 opposite 9, and I guess North's delayed double was takeout. So was this like a loss for the week? No Trump. One no Trump, and West doubled it for penalty, I guess. And East ran to 2 diamonds. I'm surprised North doubled 2 diamonds for takeout rather than bidding a really chunky 4-card hard suit, but not like that would have wound up any better.
Well,
North has 3 clubs.
7 big imps for Luba on that one. So
Yeah.
something for Lipkin to talk about during the break, but on the last board,
No Trump matches.
yeah, we have a pretty straightforward auction. It looks like North-South gonna reach 3 no Trump. It's not the most friendly of hands for a declare. All of the spades are offside. All of the diamonds are offside, although maybe declare can end up picking up the diamond suit. We'll see what West leads. The 3 heart bid by North is interesting. Presumably showing heart values, looking for no Trump. So asking partner if they have spade cards. So West does get off to a spade lead. This is going to give declare a 7th trick immediately, or 8th trick immediately, to go with 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and the ace of diamonds. But it looks like declare is going to have trouble reaching a 9th trick. East-West should be able to score 3 spade tricks, a diamond, and the king of clubs. I think it's somewhat likely that South is going to end up playing this hand as if the diamond suit is frozen, hoping that West happens to have the jack and East happens to have the king, in which case he'll be able to run all of his side winners in the club and heart suits and exit a spade, hoping that whichever defender gets thrown in will have to lead diamonds for him in the end position. So the line of play is kind of going to look like ace of clubs club. West will win, probably exit a heart passively. Declare can run all of his clubs and then cash the ace king of hearts. And lead a spade. Just hoping against hope that the diamond suit is going to work out for him. Because there is an alternative to this plan. Declare could try and score a second diamond trick as well, by leading diamonds towards the queen 10. Basically leading diamonds towards the queen, playing West for the diamond king, because otherwise South knows if East ever gets in, a spade will come through. But that would give West a lot of high card points. West will have already turned up with the club king, the ace queen of spades. If they also had the diamond king, maybe they would have taken a call over a club opener. Was it a club opener or a diamond opener? Oh, a diamond.
Who's a diamond?
Anyway, we'll see how Jank proceeds on this one after the heart return from West.
So he has 2 tricks in. He has 3 more club tricks is 5, and 2 hearts is 7, and a diamond is 8. He needs just 1 more trick. Does not want East to gain the lead. And if he... Yeah, I mean, the King Jack of Diamond is sitting over there. He can't... He's lost a trick. If he loses a diamond, that's 2, and then 3 spades is 5. So so the one in the clubs, East can pitch hearts and retain a spade. If the way to make this actually to give West his spades early and then try to squeeze East in diamonds and hearts.
Oh, you mean like double dummy?
Yeah. But a double dummy, I guess West doesn't have to cash his spades. West could just shift to a diamond after winning the spade.
Yeah.
If you get to play double dummy, they get to defend double dummy.
Yep. I mean, maybe we can do it by ducking 2 spades, and if West, like at this point, maybe we would have had to do this earlier, preserving that ace of clubs entry to our hand. We duck 2 spades to West, and then if West doesn't cash the last spade, then East gets strip squeezed, and if West does cash the last spade, then East gets regular squeezed. But I think there are some issues in the timing. I mean, that 8 of hearts is like a big spot card. Anyway, I think Cenk is just going to play for, as I mentioned, the frozen diamond suit, which is a much simpler method and doesn't require as much help. Oh, West just switches to diamonds.
Well,
okay.
And that's beating, right?
That makes things pretty easy for the defense. So diamond to the jack and ace. Oh. Declare has not decided to win the ace yet. He should know that the ace of spades is offside. So if he ducks this trick, there's just no help. Alright, he decides to run the clubs, and probably the hearts next. Doesn't want to go down extra tricks if he, like, leads a diamond up and East is able to cash a couple of diamonds before playing a spade through. Additionally, if West happens to have the diamond king, he does get squeezed on the run of clubs here. So Declare would always still be able to make his contract, assuming he read the end position correctly. But today, that's not the case. East pitches hearts, West can pitch diamonds. And the defense will take the last 4 tricks for 1 down. So it looks like a good opening set for Luba up against Lipkin, the District 25 representatives. Currently ahead by 16.
We try to jump into the match we were in before. Although it's almost time for the second quarter, but with all the delays.
I know, yeah.
I don't know why there were so many technical difficulties.
I'm hoping it doesn't continue. All right. Do you want to head to the other table in this match, if that
Sure.
is doable? All right,
See,
see
the
you
other
there.
table is just a few boards there.
Greetings, everyone. We just finished play in the other room, so we're hopping over here. Looks like Luba off to a good start in their match.
So here, West did not enter the auction, interestingly enough, and the strong club auction. Sometimes you're not going to buy the hand, and it's better to just sort of keep quiet to not tell the player how to play it against their strong club auctions. I do think that it's unusual to like just sit there with the 7-card suit and not bid in their big club auction, but that's what happened here.
Yeah, maybe West was thinking that almost any lead is okay. A spade lead would be fine. A diamond lead's obviously what she wants, and a club lead, maybe she can get a ruff or something. So north-south do reach 4 hearts. And this time Adam is kind of blind guessing in the dark about what opening lead to make. At the other table, there was a 2 diamond overcall, getting East off to the unproductive diamond lead. Now, I do expect we'll see a different line of play from Declare in this room, because without the diamond overcall, and especially with a very slow 8 of diamonds lead, North is not going to be concerned about the potential of a diamond ruff coming through. So he'll probably take the percentage play in the heart suit, low to the king, low to the jack. In an ideal world, you would like to cash the ace of hearts and then lead a low heart to the jack, potentially picking up a large number of 4-1 splits. But you just don't have the entries to the south hand to do that. I mean, maybe it's still right to go ace of hearts, low heart, planning to stick in the 7 if East follows low. Ooh, Lipkin does go for it. Ace of hearts. You know, you're not gaining a ton of imp equity, I don't think, by choosing... Wait, that can't be what happened. Low heart ducked? I don't think that was it. I don't know, maybe it was.
Well, that seems like a very strange play, but maybe wanted to retain control of the trump suit in case of a 4-1 break. If he goes up with the queen, then I guess the opponent's... I mean, you still have the jack to stop the suit, I guess.
Yeah, there's just... Okay, I guess it did go ace of hearts, duck a heart. That seems insane to me.
I mean, he's still going to make it, right? So
yeah, it's going to cost an imp. So 620. We got 2 more boards to play in this match. I mean,
I always wonder where like those 1-imp losses happen sometimes. You never even ask.
Mm-hmm.
And I just see me say, oh, why'd you only take 10 tricks on this board? It's really not what you talk about.
Yeah, unless someone comes back with like plus 5-10 and you're like, we're off an ace. Or we're off like 2 aces or something. Like, how is this even possible? And then your teammates go down a convoluted explanation of how like they just kept ducking their aces, hoping that Declare wasn't gonna figure it out, and suddenly, you know, they end up losing both of them. Now, do you know if there was like a carryover of some sort? Because the scoreboard I'm looking at says 41-14, but the scoreboard on the left side of the screen says 41-24.
All right, so I'm seeing 41-14, and I'm just seeing 14 imps there. So I, unless there was like an adjustment and there's something has been put in on the left, I'm not sure why it says that. Maybe they know something we don't about the next two boards.
Yeah, it could be. All right, well, both West players did not open in third seed on this board. So North here gets to open a strong club. Adam overcalls the diamond. Okay, he doesn't overcall a diamond. I was shocked, but I would have rolled with it. I would have been very excited to see what that bid meant. So South bids a diamond 0-7.
Yeah. I think like overcalling a diamond when you're playing with your girlfriend is probably like a bad idea.
Ooh, 2 hearts by North. Looks like we're getting a Kokish sequence of some kind.
Yeah, it's like so they're in a strong club auction. Yes, this is not a standard pair. The Lipkin and Gurvich are a regular partnership, so yeah, 2 hearts must be some sort of strong balanced hand or some sort of strong hand.
Yeah, I think this is like old style precision where they utilize 2 hearts to be effectively the equivalent of like the 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts in standard Kokish type thing. Some of the more modern players have started using 1 heart for, could
That
be,
actually
yeah.
that actually goes back well before modern, because that was part of Power Precision, which was Weichsel and Sontag's Precision. In their book Power Precision, they describe a club, a diamond, a heart as either hearts or a very strong hand.
Yeah.
Which sort of like is a Kokish precursor. When I started to try to adopt the precision system and didn't really have anyone to tell me how they played it, I incorporated that because that's what they wrote in the book Power Precision. But that book doesn't have a ton of details either. So I don't think Lipkin's going to play the Queen of Hearts here. The other table declare pop the Queen of Hearts, and I'm guessing the 10 probably shows the Jack in a 4-card or longer holding and denies it in a 3-card or shorter holding.
Yeah, typical Rusino lead agreement against no trump. Yeah, I do think that there's a couple of technical things that Declare can try and do, like whether to cash the diamond ace before taking a diamond finesse or not, to give away a little bit less information about his hand. But as you say, playing the Queen of Hearts at Trick 1 feels like a little bit of a missing out on one of your biggest opportunities that West might just have the club ace, and now you're just cold for 3 no trump. East can never get in to play another heart through, so the Queen of Hearts gets protected for all of time. So as you guessed, Lipkin does play low at Trick 1, wins the ace. And now really it is just technical. He can play on clubs first, which he does. His whole objective is just going to be to try and set up the minor suits while keeping East off lead.
Play the club first. It's certainly something we were thinking about.
Yeah, now as it turns out, with that singleton 9 of clubs coming down, and in this case, Declare having preserved entries in the diamond suit to dummy, he's actually going to be able to get over there and take a club finesse later, picking up an overtrick in this contract. whether or not West cashes the king of hearts, setting up the queen. She's only ever going to get one heart trick on defense. West can't be feeling too good about her chances. The opening heart lead, she can see that the queen is protected in dummy. Declare has played on her side suit, ace 10 fifth, so she's not scoring tricks in this one. And that queen doubleton of diamonds is not looking like it's going to take too many tricks. So have to imagine that Emma's going to switch to spades here as the only viable suit to play. Nope. She decides to set up the queen of hearts in the hopes that partner has an entry. Now that hearts are 4-3, Declare can actually try and guess the diamond suit if he wants for a second over trick. I guess not anymore now that he's played a spade to the ace. So 10 tricks still, one imp going the way of Lipkin. A little bit sad he might be that this isn't board a match. We do have one board to go until the end of the first quarter. Teams are going to be playing 60 boards over the course of the day.
One amp out, one amp in on the different lines of play. And this hand, Declare went down in 3-no trump. It looks like it's a hopeless 3-no trump contract on a spade lead. You might have some play on a heart lead. Also looks kind of, I guess you're also down on a heart lead, right? Because you don't get a spade trick, so you can only take 4 clubs, and probably even worse off. You start with 7 tricks. 4 clubs, a diamond is 5, and 2 hearts is 7. When you set up the clubs, they set up the hearts, and then when they get in with the diamonds, they are all winners. So you can go down a second trick on a heart lead.
Yeah.
This is the weak no trump.
Okay.
And I expect sort of like 1-no 3-no option.
Yeah, you're right. 1-no 3-no.
West could lead a diamond here, which would, like the 7 of diamonds lead is gonna might let this make. If West leads a heart or a spade, Declares in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. West does just go with the tried and true fourth best.
And it's not super attractive to lead a spade from ace queen 9-6 into the no trump opener, even a weak no trump opener, especially at match points. But this is amps where sometimes you just have to say, well, it's a dangerous lead, but maybe something good will happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably what's happened here.
Yeah, I think we're likely to see a pretty similar line of play as at the other table. I'll just quickly go through it again. Declare will win the opening spade lead and probably go ace and a club. There are legitimate chances to make this if the diamond suit's frozen. So that would be if West has the jack of diamonds and East has the king. Then Declare can effectively run all 7 of their side winners in clubs, hearts, and the spade trick that they've got in, and then exit a major suit to the opponents and hope that they are end played into leading diamonds eventually.
Declare could have made this hand. Winning the king of spades a trick 1.
No. Because the 10 popped up. I thought about this earlier, actually.
Oh, yeah. West could just play ace queen 9.
Yeah, West will just play ace queen. Yeah, if West spades were like ace queen eight or something, then I think you're onto something.
Then West could do another low spade to get partnering with the jack if
Yeah,
their other spot wasn't the nine.
exactly.
Um, only it doesn't work.
Yeah, not quite this time.
It's quite a gamble to do that. You kind of have to know like the who's winning the king of clubs and where all the cards are to before start making big plays like that.
Right. So similar line of play. It looks like Adam Grossack was able to give a signal in the club suit to his partner, playing the 8 and then the 7. Some sort of reverse Smith.
Yeah, while it blows to a singleton king of clubs, sometimes with a holding like this, it's better just it blows to a singleton king club the east in one hand. It's sometimes right to pay that out, just to start with a low club first and not give them a chance to make a clear signal.
Yep.
So Declare knows he's just kind of cooked here. Now, I think the queen of diamonds is probably a better play than the 10 in that situation, just because no one would underlead the jack of diamonds with the queen 10 and dummy.
No, but I was kind of talking about this in the other room. Like, West gets squeezed if they have the diamond king here, so it's always safe to try the 10. And,
yeah, I mean, the 10 is the play for if the suit had always been frozen.
Yeah. That as well. So, like, if West happened to have the diamond king, then Declare could cash the ace king of hearts, and depending on what West came down to, Declare would have to read the position, but then could exit one suit, 10 play West into leading the other.
So I wonder if Declare here is going to play a diamond himself in this position, especially if West pitches one, to try to make the contract. Well, I guess he's going to try to cash the ace king of hearts, then exit in diamonds and hope that West is end played into giving them the king of spades.
Yep. Yeah. That's the exact situation.
Almost works.
I think we're almost following the line of play in the other room card for card. Pretty close. Wait, the 9 of spades.
Hold on. Now Declare can make by exiting a low diamond.
Oh, no. That has to be an error, right? That has to be a Vugraph error. I don't think West would just pitch
She might have thought she had to keep 3 diamonds.
Why?
I'm not sure, but now Declare has to figure out what's happened. He probably thinks he's made the hand. He just doesn't know how. He could still try cashing the ace king of hearts and exiting a diamond, hoping to score the king of spades, or he could try exiting in spades and hoping to score the queen of diamonds. Playing the low diamond from dummies, playing really for king jack doubleton, which is a hard read.
Wow. Okay. Well, we have drama on the last board of the set.
Gurvich is not a fast declarer either, so he may be thinking about this for a while.
Yeah, let me try and put myself in Declare's shoes for a second, because you see the spade pitch and you know that the defense has made a little bit of an error. But what sort of error has been made? That's the real question.
This is one of the areas I struggle at so much, is like knowing the opponents have done something wrong, but trying to figure out what wrong thing they did. And so, the stronger the opponents, the easier it is to figure that out.
That's a fair point, but he exits the diamond queen.
That was, I think, the double dummy card that doesn't work.
This does work because his diamond spots are good enough. Oh no, it's not good enough. The 9 of diamonds.
They just have the 9 of diamonds as the defensive.
Yeah. Spade comes through. Yep. I was going to make the point that I think a really, really good rule of thumb for these types of situations is that the defender who made a mistake is not looking at the defensive assets. So here, West is the defender who made a mistake by pitching a spade. The reason that she pitched a spade is she doesn't know what's going on in the hand, and that's because she's not looking at all of the defensive high cards. So that's a general rule of thumb to follow. But anyway, that last board does end up as a push. Luba has a 16 imp lead, it looks like, or maybe a 26 imp lead. I'm not sure. Going into the second quarter. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit after the players compare.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll be back to do another segment with you shortly.
Sounds good. See ya. All right, chat. We have a little bit of a breather for a minute. One sec. Boom. There I am. Hello. How's it going? I see we're getting a bunch of bot spam. I've been doing my job to squash it as soon as possible. Well, that was a bit of a shaky defense, but they managed to get through. Gurvich did not read the situation properly in the end position. What's going on in the other match? So we have no idea what's going on in the other match. There are three separate matches going on with 2 semifinals. That's crazy. Is this match still up? Oh, this match is still up. I'm not going to jump on in, but... Wait, this match is kind of still up. Hello? We just don't have any scores for the other table. The other table stopped playing at board 5. Okay. Yeah, this is the one where Bobby was still thinking about what to do over 6 clubs. Or whichever contract it was that West bid. The 7-5 in the majors. Oh my god. I would have very much rather seen these hands played at the table we ended up watching. The Luba versus Lipkin table. You think Bobby thought bridge was too hard and they all just like shook on it and went to the bar? I could see Bobby doing that, actually. Two clubs, 2 diamonds. So South has 22. They're just ice cold for 7 hearts. Or 7 no trump. The 7 spades happens to make, but it's probably not the right contract. Looks like they might go down if they get to a club game, though. Two clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 spades, 3 hearts. I will say it feels kind of bad if North has to bid 2 diamonds with this hand as opposed to showing hearts naturally. I don't know if North has been able to show hearts naturally. But like 2 clubs, 2 hearts positive, showing to the top 3 honors and a good suit would instantly get South excited. Like as it is here, North feels like they're just trying to play catch up this entire auction. I mean, North has a hand that wants to invite slam at the very least, opposite a 2 club opener, and is just completely unable to do so at this point in time. I mean, obviously North could bid 5 hearts to show slam interest. But this does look like an opportunity for Schreiber if the North-South pair for Fendrick miss out on the slam here. Okay, so the first quarter ended around now, or now abouts. I think that's an approximate time. But we did have some technical difficulties, so I still have no idea how to adjust my predictions for the round start times for tomorrow. God, I mean, this just has to feel terrible. for both North and South. How could you have this big of a disaster? There was no explanation on the two diamonds. I would really like to know what two diamonds showed, or like what sort of system they're playing. Unfortunately, we don't have like convention cards and whatnot, or system summaries for the nationals. At least as far as I know. This isn't like all of the European events or world championships where you have to submit your system summary to the WBF before play starts, probably like 2 weeks before play starts. And even the US team trials, you have to submit your system summary. At the US nationals, there's none of that. You can just show up with nothing, no agreements, fill out one of the silly little ACBL convention cards, and then just kind of like play whatever it is you want. All right, Ace of Hearts, we're going to see a claim for all 13 tricks. What do players do when the directors ask for notes? I mean, type it up and then show it to them? Sometimes. Like, honestly, yes, sometimes. But I think in general, they either, like, just hand them their card, or sometimes they'll link them to like an actual Google Doc that has it. Oh, we had so many distributional hands in this match. Now North is 7-4. West has an 8-card suit. East is like, fingers crossed I get to bid 1 spade in this auction. Why are there only 9 imps scored? Well, they only played 5 boards. If you want to hate on someone, since Nickel is not playing in this event, you should probably hate on the... I don't know who's running Vugraph. Is it Jan Martel? Yeah, maybe on Jan Martel a little bit for not having this organized. Oh my god, it's just, is it broken again? South hasn't opened a club yet? I mean, what is going on now? This is like the worst I've ever seen it. With it still functioning, right? It's not like it's just broken like the Risinger where everything was just dead and the operators had no idea what was going on. Okay, South opens 3 clubs. Weird. I don't understand the 3 club opener. 3 clubs, 3 diamonds. I guess North is gonna pass. Because, like, what else can you do at this point in the auction? 3 hearts? Okay, I don't think I can take this. I think I need to leave. Oh. What is 3 hearts? East bids 3-0, which is like the only sane... Well, East and West have had sane bids in this auction. 3 hearts is like one of the craziest bids I've ever seen. Partner's like, I am preemptive and I have no fit for your suit. Okay, time to bid my own suit at the 3 level vulnerable in after a strong opponent. Or an opponent who showed a good hand. Like, what? So this is like 10 tricks or something? 11 tricks? 8 diamonds, a heart, and 2 spades? That's 11. I mean, we might even just see a claim. at trick one. All right, 15 more boards to go for the first half of the match. As Michael had mentioned during our broadcast, the GNTs are very much a fake national event in terms of national championship prestige. Like, I don't know anyone who thinks the GNTs are like a real national championship or who's like proud of having like a GNT title. It's fun. I mean, like, you definitely play in it, and there are a lot of sponsors who. There are definitely a lot of players who would be like mid-level pros that would otherwise not be getting paid a premium rate to play in a big national event. But in terms of actual, like, as I guess I'll use the word prestige again, in terms of actual prestige, the GNTs definitely fall flat, even in comparison with like the 3-day pair games, which are also kind of like one tier, like barely below events like the Spin Gold, Vanderbilt, Risinger, the biggest ones. But I mean, like, 3-day pair games are no joke. Which of the 3-day pair games is most prestigious? They're all equivalent in general. It used to be the case that the Blue Ribbons was the biggest one, but now that also overlaps like a big team event. I mean, I guess the Blue Ribbons now is like the least prestigious, right? Because it's overlapped by the Soloway knockouts. I'm not certain about this. But it definitely used to be that the Fall Nationals 3-day pair game, which did not run concurrent with any other major event, obviously attracted all of the best players. Platinums, I guess, comes before the Vanderbilt in spring. So yeah, maybe the Blue Ribbons is the weakest, and the LM pairs, which is going on now, which you can see like at the bottom of the screen, some results for that, as well as the platinum pairs at the Spring National, are most prestigious equivalently. I don't think having like the qualification for the platinums or the blue ribbons matters all that much. Most of the pairs that would think about entering those events would have the qualifications without breaking a sweat anyway. Like the blue ribbons, you need to like win a single bracket 1 knockout at a regional tournament at some point during the year, and you get a qualification. Like, I think I have blue ribbon qualifications for lifetime, and I mean, I didn't play that much bridge in comparison with some of these other big time players. Similarly, for the platinum pairs, you need to like have made it to a final of some national event in the past like 3 years or something to qualify. 256 entries in the LM pairs. Is that better than other post-COVID? I have no idea. Yeah, I really don't know numbers on any of this stuff. The ACBL wants you to believe that actually, I don't know what they want you to believe. I was going to say they want you to believe that bridge is dying and so that you need to come out and attend more events. But maybe they want you to believe that bridge is thriving. My experience is that live play is dying, at least at regionals. I've now been to a couple of regionals, and they have been substantially smaller than I remember in the past. Now, I don't think that necessarily means that bridge overall is suffering. Maybe it is in the US or worldwide. But definitely live play at like regionals or maybe even club games has dwindled quite a bit as people realize that they could just like log into their computers and play on BBO. Aliuna says, by the time you got Life Master, you had 17 blue ribbon quals. That sounds about right. Actually, that's an enormous amount. How is that possible? Were you really slow to get black points because you didn't play at club games? Or like silver points at sectionals? I remember silver was the hardest one for me to get. Because club games, yeah, club games happen frequently. Regionals, you can pick up just like 100 gold at a regional. I mean, you know, not everyone, but like you can pick up 25 easy, even if you're not like one of the top players in the field. But then sectionals are only like once a month or once every couple months, and they pay out the same as a club game. Yeah. Matt says, heard from some other European countries big tournaments are doing okay, but people are not attending mid-level stuff at all. I guess that's my feeling. Yeah. That regionals are kind of like this mid-level thing where a bunch of the... I mean, you'll see occasionally... Like, I think the couple of regionals I went to, we had like Billy Cohen and Alan Graves at the last one I was at. David Bakshi was there. Same team with Cohen and Graves. And I don't remember who else. They might have been four-handed with a sponsor. But it used to be so common. Bakshi is a nice guy. Yeah, he seemed a little confused when when we played against him. I don't know why, but he's definitely a really good guy. I like him. I have the feeling that he doesn't remember me. Like, we didn't used to be great friends, but we used to be like cordial, you know, acquaintances. Like, we would say hi to each other at tournaments. I had a different hairstyle back then, and that could be part of it. I think a lot of people don't recognize me because of the hair. I used to just be like a shaved head sort of thing, and now I'm not. And so I think it's a little confusing to most people. But yeah, he definitely didn't recognize me, and he was very confused when we sat down at the table and we were playing. Like, we had Rosenthal in the previous regional, the one I played with Kurt out in Tennessee. They had showed up. But for the most part, I mean, like, there just aren't pro teams anymore at these regionals. Very few of them, at least. It exists, but it's far less common. Like, it very much used to be the case that the entire top bracket or top two brackets were all made up of, like, strong pro teams with varying master points. But nowadays, I guess not. Well, One Art doubled down too. What happened? This has been staring at me, and I just haven't even clicked on it. What was going on this deal, huh? A diamond? Double. Rewubble. Pass, a heart. Rip. All pass. Oh, man. But what did North-South make? North-South missed out on a game. They have 5 diamonds, 4 spades, the ace of hearts. Clubs are stopped. So 500 might even lose the board. Are they running scores for the LM pairs? Not as far as I know. We will get score updates after the first session, but there's nothing that goes on mid-session. Maybe if you were at the director's table, you could peek at the computer and see the current mid-session scores, but LM pairs is not played in a barometer format. it's you show up and play your full session of bridge, and then they tell you the scores at the end of it. I think the platinum pairs is played barometer. Or I'm trying to recall. It's just been so long since I played in one of these things. They definitely posted something on the walls in between every round in the platinum pairs. Maybe it was just a frequency chart. Like they would tell you which pairs, or not necessarily which pairs, but like what the scores were for the round. Anyway, it looks like we're into the second quarter. I imagine Michael's going to want to watch the same table once again. So, oh, and we have boards ready. Looks like they have corrected the score issue. All right, goodbye, chat. I will see you at the end of the round. Hopefully I'll remember to order lunch mid-round. Maybe someone can remind me in like an hour and a half to order lunch. Welcome back, everyone. We're just getting started with board 16 of 60 on the day. Luba against Lipkin. These two teams. Hopefully we won't have too many technical issues going forward. And oh my, we're starting off with a wild first hand, but I do want to point out that we had a little bit of confusion about the scores. Currently, Luba is ahead by 26. It looks like on the left side of the screen, you can see that. And I should be joined by my co-caster at some point soon. Michael Schuster was with me earlier today. I expect him to return. But as we get started, so North opens a spade in second seat, with West having decided not to preempt, unfavorable with 6-4 in the majors. Pretty weak spade suit from West. East made a takeout double. Two clubs showing diamonds by South. A lot of players play these transfers over a takeout double. Two hearts by West. North bids two spades, and West was getting pretty excited, but then there was a 3-spade bid from East. 5 diamonds from South, passes back around to East, who decides, rather than going after a penalty, which I'm pretty sure he was fairly confident he could collect against 5 diamonds, 4 trumps, and a bunch of side winners, he decides to try 5 hearts, looking at the vulnerability. Now, man, Queen of Spades from Luba. So how is Declara going to do on tricks? He has 5 club tricks. He has 4 heart tricks, and so all he's going to need is 2 ruffs, which he can manage. He can ruff the Queen of Spades with the 8 of Hearts, cross back to the Jack of Clubs in his hand, and then ruff another spade with the King of Hearts, pull trumps, pitching a couple of diamonds from East, and run the club suit. That'll be 11 tricks, and that seems like a pretty straightforward line of play. It is possible Declara might think about ruffing the first spade with the King of Hearts, which is going to make this entire hand into a big jumbled mess. But that would be necessary if South had a spade void and trumps were 3-2. Declara could ruff with the King of Hearts, cross in clubs, ruff another spade with the Queen of Hearts, and then pull 3 rounds of trumps, Ace Jack 10. I think West is very unhappy that they aren't defending 5 diamonds doubled, which would have netted them an easy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tricks, 800. So being in a situation you got to sweat for 650 when you were just offered up 800 on a silver platter can't make you feel all that great. Hey, Michael, welcome back.
Well,
we did manage to summon the distributional gods to give us this wonderful collection on board 1.
I just realized I should probably have the Twitch channel open so I can read what viewers are saying.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to keep track if there are any important questions or comments. I will tend to relay them.
Okay, so
Man, it's just such a big decision. Okay, Declare does go correct. Roughs with the 8 of Hearts, a trick one. That's a big play. And so, probably still going to chastise partner over there for missing their plus 800. But
oh, East didn't double 5 diamonds. That seems awkward.
yeah. But 650 will be enough to at least result in a game swing for East West.
I'm really surprised that Jank just didn't bid 5 diamonds the first time around, and he's got like a lot of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was trying to keep 3-0 in the picture, but I don't think that's a good idea. So let's see.
Well, 8-card suits are meant to be trump, as people say.
So Declare just has enough tricks by drawing trumps. Is that true?
Yep.
4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11 tricks. Yeah.
Yeah, so disaster avoided for East West if West had managed to misguess at trick 1 and roughed with a high trump. They would have been minus 100 as opposed to plus 800 or plus 650. But Declare does well.
I think if you bid 5 diamonds the first time, it would probably go 1 spade double, 5 diamonds double, all pass. And I can't imagine East bidding over 5 diamonds double, but then again, I can't really imagine East bidding 5 hearts on this hand either. And Jack 8/4 of trumps highly suggests defending.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so on to this hand. North has the normal stuff.
The 1 count that he deserves after opening the last hand.
Balanced 1 count. Well, the North hand's definitely an opening bid, and sort of a problem on the last hand, whether it open at 1 spade or 2. I mean, I feel like 1 spade's sort of the modern opener there.
Of course.
But I mean, you don't want to pass it, and 1 spade, it's a good playing hand.
Yeah, it's just kind of amusing that both North and West had 6-4 and spades and hearts, and one of them has a clear opening bid, and the other one is not even close to having a preempt.
I could imagine certain players opening that West hand on board 16 with 2 spades, though.
Sure. Yeah.
I've seen it even at that vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so again, someone's opening someone else's 5-card or longer spade suit.
Yeah. Now Harrison gets to see how it feels.
Yeah, because South is going to double spades, and North is going to not like his options.
Yeah, so what do you do as West over the double? Do you redouble? It's a 10 count.
Yeah, you have options. It is a fairly defensive 10 count. The queen and a spade is an offensive asset. If you start with a redouble, North-South may wind up going for a number.
Mm-hmm.
If you bid 1 trump, which I think is the main other option, so I don't think it's very attractive, just bid 2 hearts after a takeout double, then you're probably going to play in. I mean, if South doubles again 1 trump, then North-South are back in the frying pan.
Yeah.
But if you get to play 1 trump, you'll make it, but you may give up a number. I don't understand why South is taking any time at all to double 1 spade. It seems 100% clear. I feel like maybe we're back in the
don't say it. Don't summon it. Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't have any more technical issues, but
at least we weren't flying to Toronto in the bubble. The flights were delayed on before the GNTs. There was bad weather on Tuesday that was causing significant flight delays and some cancellations. And then yesterday, of course, there was the larger issue. So West has done a redouble, and North is just like, all right, Jack nine third, that's trumps. And East has hit it. I guess the stiff heart is he's thinking like a defensive cross ruff maybe. He doesn't really want to declare.
Yeah, and I mean also maybe double for East just shows 3 clubs so that West can know whether or not to pass it out by a lot of total trick consideration.
North stuck it out and didn't try to pull it to 2 hearts. I'd be a little nervous having been my 3-card suit.
Yeah.
I don't know why North was in a rush. South might have had a 5-card suit, which would make a better trump suit anywhere, and you just pass one spade redoubled, and then partner gets to play the hand instead of you do. So that's like sort of punishment enough.
I think there is something to be said for bidding quickly and confidently in this type of spot, though, is North, where...
Yeah, well, they nailed him anyways. But yeah, I mean, that could that sometimes gets you out. Like, a confident attitude at the table can sometimes stop the opponents from nailing you for penalty, just sort of like in poker players, how they reverse their tells and then suddenly reverse them back, sometimes the good ones, if they're aware that they're giving off tells. Bridge players tend to have very honest tells, and they give them off a lot.
Mm-hmm. Now, East decided to lead a heart. How do you feel about the heart lead as opposed to a trump on an auction like this?
Well, his trump holding was kind of spotty with ace third, so I think that does sort of lend itself to trying to get a ruff. Now, he left West on lead with the 9 of diamonds, and West, I mean, West plays with the jack of hearts. East just should probably note it on rough it. It's just roughing a loser. West could play back trumps himself.
Mm-hmm.
And if he goes trump, declarer is not going to get any diamond roughs in his hand. The ace of diamonds does come down. Defense would get 2 diamonds and 2 clubs and a heart from this position, and 2 hearts. Defense from this position gets 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds is 6 more tricks, and they've had already taken 1. So that's 7. It's down 2, which is just fine on a hand where, assuming I'm counting the tricks right. Defense has taken 3 tricks, and they are entitled to take 2 diamonds and 2 hearts from this position. Well, maybe more. Maybe you can tap. You could force declare. Right. Declare.
You won't be able to if declare guesses the diamonds.
Yeah, if declare plays a low diamond, you shift to a spade. Plays another low diamond, you can make him rough, but his diamond's good. If declare tries, and he should, he's trying to think like maybe hearts are 3-3, then he could lose his king of diamonds.
Yeah.
So from this position, declare could just play a diamond up himself in this position. Thinking he's playing it. Declare could also play a diamond to the king, feeling like the opening bidder has the ace, is a favorite to hold the ace of diamonds.
Yep, I completely agree with that. Now, he's seen East turn up with the Queen of Hearts. He doesn't know that East doesn't have the Jack of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts might seem like a really unusual opening lead. He knows West has a spade on her, probably.
Yeah, very likely. It feels like West needs the ace of diamonds for his redouble more than East needs it for the opening bid.
I agree.
East show up with the ace of clubs. I think West is likely to have an ace for the redouble. And Jenk is probably thinking through these things right now. He's trying to locate the ace of diamonds.
Harrison's playing it.
Oh, right. Hopefully Harrison's thinking these things.
He might be thinking.
I'm not trying to insult Harrison. He's less experienced than Jenk. Jenk has been a professional player for decades, and will make these inferences without even much of an effort.
Right. Now, while we have a moment to breathe, because it looks like Declare is either going to go down 2, 3, or potentially 4 if he loses everything from this position. 5 diamonds did get doubled in the other room and went down 5 for 1100, and that was
Goodness.
10 imps to Luba.
So 1100 is used to be known and still could be known as sticks and wheels.
Sticks and wheels.
2 1s and 2 zeros, so like 2 sticks and 2 wheels.
Mm-hmm. Well, Harrison is giving this a lot of thought. I suspect he's going to come up with the right conclusion, having taken this much time, that he's trying to piece together the honors. And it does seem as if, West has very little in hearts. West only had the club queen. West probably has at most 1 spade honor, so how could West really have a redouble?
I thought there was some chance he might play on hearts because he only had 6 diamonds and he had 7 hearts between him. But it looks like he's come up with the right solution to escape for the minimum penalty here.
Yeah, he does still have this last diamond guess.
Right, it could be ace, and West could still have started with 2 diamonds and he could be down to just the queen here.
Yep. Or vice versa. West could have started with queen jack 9 third, and he started with ace 4th.
But did he come this far to get it wrong?
Probably not.
I hate coming really far in a hand only to blow it at the end.
Yeah, that's not a very good feeling. You did so much work. You would rather have just misguessed the queen at trick 3.
Exactly. So that's North's. That's the 10 imps that went to the leading team, Luba.
Yep.
Oh, okay, he got that. He cashed the ace of spades first. I guess that can't hurt him.
I think it's a nice play. He has an inferential count on the hand, and maybe West will dump a spade honor, giving him second thoughts about the diamond position. Although it does give West the opportunity for a nice false card. Like here, if West had king doubleton of spades or something and dumped the king, then he might have misguessed the spade suit, or the diamond suit in the end. But 2 more hard tricks for the defense. Down to 300.
I think this is a good result for East-West. While East-West might make 3-0 trump, if they're there, I don't think you really rate to get there. It's like 10 opposite 12. So plus 300 is usually good in those positions.
Yeah, and it's not so obvious for East or West to go after 2 clubs for penalty. Normally, one player will need to have a 4-card trump holding to be able to double an opponent in one of these auctions, but they did really well here. East picks up a 19 count, 6-card spade suit. This time, there is no unfriendly spade break for them.
That's weird. There's many of them for the opponents to have a lot.
Yeah.
So slam from the East. You can pitch a diamond on the heart, or if they're kind enough to mark the diamond position for you or lead one, then you can pitch a club on the heart. So you have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 top tricks. You just need 1 more, which is either the diamond finesse or the club coming down, sort of as a combined chancer, right? So you could draw the trumps, knock out the ace of hearts, cash the ace king of clubs, and see if the queen comes down. And if it doesn't, take a diamond, pitch the club, and take a diamond finesse. So that's a pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, with trumps 2-2, you actually have an extra chance on top of that. Clubs could be 3-3. Because you have an extra entry to the long spade.
So that's a very good slam.
Mm-hmm.
So West, I guess, was planning on showing this as a 3-card limit raise in spades, and East has made a strong 3-club call. A lot of people play that as artificial to handle awkward hand types. For me, the East hand is actually a 3-0 rebid, which shows for me a 6 spade and 18 or 19.
Mm-hmm.
Actually
That's an
17
awkward
eights.
hand type. Yeah. Um, so over the 3 club call, I'm wondering if this East-West pair has any agreement about how to continue showing their 3-card limit raise, because it can be very important to do that. Then East-West would have the entire 4 level to start Q-betting in this spot. Um, as opposed to if
Right.
West could have, for example, a hand that's a non-constructive 2 spade call, then what's the differentiation between 3 spades and 4 spades here?
So that 4 diamond call really puts it to West, because West has these fitting honors
Mm-hmm.
and a non-minimum hand, but 4 diamond call gave him no room. And maybe they play some sort of serious three. I can't even imagine that applying here. I mean, he should clearly be able to bid 3 no trump here as both the best call describing a balanced hand and to give West room to do things. But 4 hearts must be some sort of last train, and now it looks like they're going to get to slam. As far as like a spade pass and no trump pass, for me, the difference between 2 no trump and 3 no trump, there's no difference in range. The difference between 2 no trump and 3 no trump is the same high card point range, like a good 17 to 19. Just the difference is the 2 no shows 5 spades, the 3 no shows 6 spades.
Hmm.
So this is an excellent slam. And
Yeah, they did really well to get there, and I imagine
11
they're going to make it.
strong. What happened on the other
On board
table?
17, well, I took a quick
Double
look
went
through
down
the
4.
defense. It is probably not worth repeating, but Declara did manage to get to the same contract. 2 clubs doubled in the other room on a very similar type auction, and ended up going down a couple extra tricks.
So it looks like the play started the same way with a heart lead. Claire tried to set up a heart ruff in his hand, I guess, by playing the king of hearts next, which was really unsuccessful, as East was able to ruff that and then play on trumps.
Not quite. It just kept getting worse.
Declare got the diamonds wrong.
There. But yeah, eventually Declare ends up down 4. So another 11 imps going to Luba, and it looks like they might be cruising their way to the finals.
Looks like Declare got everything that was possible to get wrong. Declare got wrong.
That is an accurate way to describe it. Yes.
So I think rather than criticize Lipkin's play at the other table, I think we should take a moment to compliment Harrison's play of a low diamond from dummy at trip 2.
Yeah, I do really like the play. It looks like a pretty natural thing to do. You have to be worried as Declare that this heart lead is singleton, given the auction, the way the auction's gone. Although in the other room, they didn't have the same auction. So, sure, the King of Hearts looks silly, but it could have worked out over there. Either way, big 11 imps to them.
The dislodging of the King of Hearts not only cost a trick in getting it roughed, but it cost a tempo, and the Declarer no longer had time to set up the King of Diamonds before getting tapped out.
Yep.
So that's causes it to go down potentially as many as 4. There was a little bit more ping-ponging as with Declarer potentially being able to get up to 3 through better reading of the cards, but went down the 4 tricks that they were supposed to go down after the King of Hearts. All right, so back to this one. So I think Declarer will do all the chance combining things that we talked about here. He'll play. He'll unblock the heart. The defense may just shift to a diamond for him. In which case he will be leaning forward and claiming shortly thereafter. I guess they had key cards, so the defense won't shift to a diamond. And maybe you just try to give partner a heart ruff and hope to declare his false card from King 10, 4th of hearts. That seems like a wildly unlikely thing for a partner to have, but he's just exiting passively here. Declare will draw trumps, ending in dummy, pitch a club on the Queen of Hearts, play ace clubs, king of clubs, club ruff. When that doesn't help him, he's going to cross back to a trump, take a diamond finesse. That is what I think will happen, and I think it will happen fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think so too. As mentioned, these this 2-2 spade split gives Declare a little bit of an extra chance to pick off that 3-3 club split.
We'll make with either the club queen coming down in 2 or 3 rounds, or the diamond finesse.
Right.
So the first 2 chances don't materialize, but the third chance does.
All right, Declare's got to be a little bit disappointed about the way things have gone so far, but fortunately for him,
it is starting to look like North will be started with a bunch more diamonds.
Yeah. There were alternative lines of play to consider. I mean, I think combining chances is probably best, but you could definitely have played this hand as like a little bit of a squeeze against South if you thought South really had all of the missing honors for that ace of hearts lead.
Yeah.
But 980. Ooh, again, more distribution. Okay. So East is 6-5 in the reds. They're cold for 7 of either red suit.
Yes, West has just the right trash.
Yes. King, Queen of Hearts filling in that Ace Jack 5th, as well as the King of Spades, and a little bit of diamond support.
Just enough that 4-1 diamonds isn't a problem. So let's see. How does this go? South's going to open 3 clubs probably. Might go 3 clubs past 5 clubs to East, in which case East might just bid 6 diamonds.
Yeah, actually 3 clubs past 5 clubs will put a lot of pressure on East.
My thought with that East hand on that auction would be they think I can make a slam and I think I can make a slam, so I'm going to bid a slam. Because if they think I can make a slam and I think I can make a slam, then I can probably make a slam. But I wouldn't really be thinking about, I'd have some misgivings that I might be missing 7, but it's just too much of a stretch to try to get there, especially starting the auction at the 5 level. 11 imps the other way on board 18. East West had a gazilli auction and couldn't untangle the quality of the fit, so stopped lower. I think that gazilli sometimes does cause problems like such as this.
I think the big issue on the hand is West doesn't have a good Q bid available. East 4 diamond bid kind of forced West into giving like a last train 4 heart Q at this table. Whereas in the other room, when East queued 4 clubs, showing some sort of serious slam try, West had a good hand, but she didn't really have a Q bid to be able to show it. 4 diamonds.
Yeah, and to be honest, see, this is where Rodwell's right, in my opinion. The frivolous 3-no trump or the non-serious 3-no trump, I think, is worse than serious 3-no trump. If you think about it like this, any slam try should show slam interest, right? The 3-no trump call should show a hand that wants to hear where a partner likes things. And when you bid a suit yourself, it should show more in the terms of distribution and looking for fitting honors there. Had East been able to bid 3-no trump to show their slam try, then West bids 4 clubs to show that's where their stuff is. And now East can visualize opposite, the King of Spades and the King Queen of Clubs, and partner owes them another card, that slam is going to be good. So I'm not a proponent of the inversion that people play from the original serious 3-no trump to frivolous. I understand generally the reason is that to do it is to have low information auctions on non-slamish hands where the 3-no trump call didn't tell them any information that might help them beat you. But the truth is that on non-slamish hands, you should probably just not be making slam tries.
Okay, can I cut you off? Because Harrison's thinking about bidding 7 clubs, and I think this is a huge mistake if he does end up making this bid. He has no defense against 7 diamonds, and he's going to give his opponents so much extra room to explore. Okay, he does pass, but there was a thought. I mean, even if he truly believed that seven clubs was going to be like a very cheap save, which it looks like it might be somewhat cheap, you're just giving the opponents an opportunity. Like they've gambled by bidding six diamonds. They're hoping that's the right spot. You already made them do their thing, so accept that you made them guess. And he does work out to pass, which I think is a great decision. Seven diamonds, of course, as we mentioned, or seven hearts is cold.
It's just too hard to get there after three clubs past five clubs. I'm sure West had some inclination that they had a very good hand on the auction, but unclear that it was very good enough to bid to kick it in for seven. I mean, maybe East has the same hand where the two of spades is the two of clubs and has bid this way.
Yep, certainly. You can almost think of East's six diamond bid as like a balancing action. So partner's expecting you to have some values and West has some values. They happen to be pretty good values. Nothing wasted in clubs and a bunch of kings, but...
Shouldn't East be claiming about now?
I would think so. Yes.
You could pick up 5-0 hearts in the north anyway. I guess you can't because you only have one heart. So but...
Well, you could... North would get squeezed in the majors. But yeah, 13 tricks, 1390. So are we going to get another 10-imp swing? 4 boards in a row?
The auction went the same way at the other table. So
okay.
Unless they revoke and go down. All right, but that's it's apparently 4 board set, and we'll see you in a couple hours for the next 4 boards.
Hopefully not. I am happy that you've been able to summon all the distributional hands, though.
Well, thank you. I did my best.
All right, here we go. So 6 diamonds was indeed a push at all 13 tricks.
So East has a hand that is modernly open to strong no trump, but used to not be.
Mm-hmm.
I like a no trump there. I mean, it's like, how else are you going to show this hand? I don't know if I want to open a club and reverse into hearts or rebid a no trump over club of diamond or a club of spade. And you even have a problem after a club has a heart if you open it a club.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Although I just made Edgar Kaplan ill by saying that out loud. He would always have like very spicy comments for players who open no trumps on hands like that.
I love opening a no trump. I think it just takes so much pressure off the rest of your system if you can just open almost every 15 to 17 balanced or even 7 balanced one no. I mean, you'll see players like Brad Moss, for example, in his partnership with Joe Grew, open it with 6-card majors frequently. And just because like he has rebid problems if he opens one of a major.
So the question becomes, if you open one no trump with a 6 or say a 7-card major and partner asks you if you have a 4-card major, whether or not you show it.
I think what I had heard, and this may well have been from the late great Justin Lahl, is that with a 5-card major you show it, with 6 or more you don't.
I was like Justin Lahl, like 6 or more.
Yeah. Yes. Because, like, really, what are the odds of missing your 10-card major fit? Pretty low.
And the odds of them leading a short major trying to catch their partner are way up.
Yep.
And sometimes, actually, like a 6-4 fit plays okay in no trump for the same reasons you opened it in no trump. The suit is suddenly running now that it has a fit, and you have all the stuff on the side. That's why it was an awkward hand that you opened in no trump, and you just take 9 tricks anyways. So there's a lot to be said for not. All right, so the club lead allowed declare to pop the 10. And
it's still not a very friendly hand to play.
Yeah, diamonds are guessable, but you're not going to guess them in reality. You're going to like float the 8 of diamonds, and then you're going to play a diamond of the 9 if you're playing on diamonds. you could play on clubs instead, but you kind of like it certainly looks like clubs are 4-2,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to have time to play on spades. So I think a heart to the queen and passing the 6 of diamonds is sort of like um, uh, the play that's going to happen, and it looks like that's what is happening. Now North, depending on their Smith signals, North doesn't know whether to continue clubs or shift to spades. But it looks like they play. It looks like whatever signaling, or maybe it was just a fourth best two, and he knew that there was no future in clubs.
Yeah, that seems somewhat reasonable. So,
At least if your partner doesn't have a tendency to lead fifth best from four card hold, from five from.
I don't think the South would do that. Maybe some of Harrison's other partners might do that.
And if you're leading, if your agreement is fourth best and you lead fifth best, it has to be because you can stand a shift anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you shouldn't do that, or because you have all the defensive assets and you don't think partner's going to get in to be misled.
Right.
There are definitely cases where I think you should do that, but I think Declare here runs the. He probably doesn't run the hearts. It probably. Do you run the hearts or all the hearts and then play a diamond to the and hope it works? Or do you leave the king of hearts as a late entry? I think you run the heart first, because otherwise you have to block them, which isn't great.
I mean, this nine of spades play is very interesting. The South, I'm surprised South played so quickly to this trick. I know that Jank is a very fast player normally when I had played against him in the past, but this is a spot where South knows the diamond position, right?
Okay, he played the ace. I mean, okay. The nine of spades is, you're right, it's an interesting play, and I think it's an unlikely one and not a good one.
Yeah.
What if partner has four spades, queen 10?
Right, because he's going to get in with the club ace, and then he can't profitably attack spades from his side, so...
I mean, it would freeze the spade suit, right? Because his partner could get in with the king of diamonds and also couldn't attack spades.
Right. Yep. No. I mean, the nine would force the jack, and then...
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, so Declare is in the right hand to not have to worry about the hearts being blocked. Is going to play the 8 of diamonds to the 9, I would think, and then the defense is going to run the spades.
I mean, Declare knows the diamonds aren't coming home, right?
Does he?
Well, because South can't have the king.
Oh, because South didn't play the 10.
Yeah, South didn't play the 10.
Yeah.
So he does fly ace, and I think now he just needs to play a club to the king and hope that the spades split. No, that's not even good enough. Hope the spades block? That's impossible. I don't know. Maybe he's just going to cash out.
So he's up to 8 tricks.
Yeah, but he no longer has entries. He needed to run the hearts before.
Well, he has an entry to the jack of diamonds. Is there? I guess he wants to. Yeah, he wants to. He can't throw like South in to lead a diamond for him because South can just abandon his diamonds once dummy has no entry.
Yep. Yeah, and also the count wasn't rectified for strip squeeze anyway, so South would always have an idle spade to get over to his partner's hand.
So he has to cash out here to have a chance, but he's playing a club hoping that maybe the spade started life 6-2.
Yeah.
In which case he would make it.
Seems
just
reasonable.
An extra trick.
Yep, down 2. I wonder if that's the right thing to do at imps. You know, it feels like Declare has already done quite well by picking off the king, queen of diamonds. He might have won 3 or something by just doing that already. But 2 down. See what happens in the other room.
So interestingly, if Jack had put up the 10 of diamonds on the second round, it would have given Declare a chance to make the contract by playing the diamond ace, but in practice he never would. Mm-hmm. He would always finesse, and then he would go down 3.
Yep.
So interesting little. That is an actual Grosvenor, a classic one where you give declare a chance to make it that they won't take, and by not doing it, you actually gain a trick.
Yeah,
The way
yeah.
Grosvenors are understood now is sort of like you break even, but
Really strong defenders will kind of make those plays somewhat frequently. Okay, East is open to 9 count. I'm in. This was a good table to pick.
I mean, I wonder if he was like a little bit reeling from the last hand or in his own head, and he just sort of opened light, or whether he would normally open a 5-4-3-1 9 count with a singleton spade, because I wouldn't. Singleton spade just causes so many rebid problems in so many auctions that I might not open this even if it was a little bit stronger. Like, I love 5-4-3-1 hands, but not with a singleton spade.
Yeah, I mean, these are some really good suits. Ace, King, 10-9, Queen, 10-9. So South overcalls 2 clubs. Oftentimes, if you can overcall 2 clubs over a diamond, it's a good thing to do so. It messes up the opponent's kind of like communication as to which major suit they can have.
Yeah, it puts so much pressure on the negative double that I've seen people, experts, overcall 2 clubs on basically nothing. To the point that I've considered whether or not it's worth inverting 2 clubs and 3 clubs over a diamond and have just 2 clubs be your preemptive one and 3 clubs be intermediate.
Mm-hmm.
Because 1 diamond, 2 clubs, and it's the same reason that opening 2 diamonds week 2 is an effective week 2. I hear people say, well, like, it's not effective because they could overcall 2 of either major. That's true, but their takeout doubles are harder because they're 2 unbid majors. And I think the 2 diamonds is actually probably the most effective week 2. So North has gone ahead and led the club, which is best for the defense. And declare can take 5 diamonds and a club is 6 and a heart is 7, but there's no pressure on the defenders. South can just keep the ace of spades and club winners, and North can keep the heart guard.
Yeah, Cenk will need to fly the ace of spades on the first round of the suit.
It's the setting trick, so I don't think that'll be any trouble for him.
Right. Yeah, so club gets led to the 10.
Now, if North, and I suppose North could duck the king of hearts if West played a low heart, but there's no way Declare's doing anything other than 5 round of diamonds right now. Hoping that, maybe South has the king of hearts to go with his clubs and the ace of spades and comes under some sort of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's 8 tricks, right? Because you have 5 diamonds and a club is 6, and 2 hearts from end playing him is 8. South has the king and jack of hearts. I guess he could just keep king jack of hearts.
Yeah, you're just kind of like a trick short from any sort of squeeze really materializing. I think.
This is one of the downsides of opening light, though, is the partner's just over the 14 count and doesn't have anything to do other than bidding 3-no trump, and then you wind up in, 3-no trump that has next to no play.
Yeah, obviously this is just kind of the nightmare scenario for East, and
at least he's not. I mean, he's going to go down a couple tricks, or maybe just 1 trick, but it's going to be 50. And they'll probably go plus with their cards on the other table. What did North-South make? North-South lose 2 spades, 2 diamonds and a heart, I guess. They only make 2.
Yeah. I think it's possible we can see a duplicated result. I mean, West has a 14, opposite 9. If East upgrades his hand into an invite, especially as a passed hand, then West will accept.
It's like in the other room, East passed and North-South voluntarily got to 3 spades in a precision auction.
Oh, okay.
For precision diamond. So I expect that will not make when the spades behave badly. It does have some play, though. If the defense doesn't cash their diamonds right away, I think Declare might be able to make it.
Yeah, although Declare also has a heart guess.
he's going to go down.
I think Declare's best hope to make this is to play on hearts right now.
Yeah,
But
Singleton King of Hearts just makes it, right?
yeah, Singleton King of Hearts,
It's
he would
not
make it.
likely, but I mean, it's something, right? I mean, it's a chance to make it, and you're just risking a 50-point under trick that may not even get anyways.
Yeah. Although that would have given South 5 spades, which is not possible.
Yeah, it would be pretty unlikely.
Anyway, this worked out a little bit better for Declare. Gets out for down 1, so 3 spades goes down in the other room. I mean, he'll have limited the loss to 4 imps.
There's another 8 imps popped up on board 20.
Yeah, they got to 1 no in the other room, so they avoided 3 no trump on those East-West cards. Only 24 highs and a bit of a misfit. They did really well to stay low.
What happened? One club, the East opened it. I guess East decided he was going to show his suits, and then West showed no major. East was kind of stuck with bidding 1 no trump. It's not
they might
the
be playing
style
a weak no trump.
They play weak no trump?
I have no idea. I'm just guessing.
No, I don't think they do.
Oh, okay.
I think West would be good. I can't imagine West passing with 9 high card points if East. Now, looks like they play a sort of a transfer Walsh. I like that if one club pass 1 no trump shows invitational values opposite a weak no trump, and a club passes spade shows a bunch of various hands, including ones that just want to play 1 no trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of when you release invitational opposite the weak no trump, you've probably not even wrong sided it by bidding 1 no. So you can stay low on your invites.
Well, on board 22, East opens a heart. We get spade overcall from South, 2 clubs by West. East game forces with 2 spades, artificial.
The East hand is one that might well play in a 5-2 heart fit if one existed. Like if partner has even jack doubles and of hearts and nothing interesting in spades, you may still, your best contract could easily be 4 hearts. Or it could be a high level club contract. East just doesn't know. He has excellent controls and a very positive hand given the auction up to this point.
Yep.
Even here, 6 clubs is a good spot, and I think 3 no trump is kind of it takes up a lot of room on a hand that's assuming 2 spades was game forcing, which it should be. 3 no took up a lot of room. East bid again.
East still bid 4 clubs. What a bid. They're trying to win the match.
Yeah, I mean, I like 4 clubs because I mean, East hand is really pure. It's got these great controls. It's got the fit, and you make a lot of tricks on this deal.
Yeah, I do agree that 3 no trump felt a little bit hasty from West. Given that 2 spades was game forcing, West could have bid 2 no trump, for example, to just show spade stoppers and not take up as much room. But East finds the 4 club bid. I think reasonably so as well. If all West wanted to do was to play 3 no trump, West could have bid 3 no over 1 spade. West had to introduce the club suit for a reason, so East thinks that reason is that they might want to play in a club slam, which I think West kind of does at this point in the auction. West should probably queue 4 spades, I would expect. Or maybe West can bid key card if they have that available over 4 clubs, like 4 diamonds kickback.
If you had someone had the courtesy to hold the queen of clubs, 7 clubs would actually be a pretty decent contract because you could throw a diamond on the king of hearts, and spade finesse is very likely to be on side.
Yeah.
You can either potentially rough the hearts in, or you could rough a couple of spades in the rough a couple of spades in the shorthand to get up yourself to 3rd.
Yeah. So how should West proceed? Because This West hand doesn't.
Four hearts feels non-forcing to me. Four of a
Mm,
previously bid major.
well, East bid four spades over it. Um,
At some point, West has to bid slam with his sixth club and his ace of spades instead of the king queen of spades.
I would imagine. I mean, East hasn't showed any sign of stopping. East could have a 20
It,
count over there for all West knows at this point in the auction. East only has
uh,
14, but it's the right 14.
I know some people play some forms of minor wood with when they bid four clubs there, where four clubs is actually ace asking, but if it was, then four hearts would be the wrong response.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I don't. I think four hearts was just intended as a cubit, but boy, I would not have risked partner passing four hearts.
I
That's
would be
like the one
concerned
way to
about
lose this
that.
one.
Also, oh my,
But
wait,
wait, no,
that's
West
not
did
what
not
happened.
pack. Okay, West bid four now. It's North
Yeah.
did not bid four now. West bid four now.
Okay, West bid for no Trump, but yeah, I'm always generally concerned about cue betting shortness and partner's long suit because it paints the wrong picture of the hand for them.
Yeah,
So if I wasn't planning on taking over, like over four hearts, East might have been key card. You know, East is sitting on like ace queen fifth of hearts, and they're like, "Oh, this is great. Partner's king doubleton. That's awesome."
exactly. So I actually a general rule is your first cue bid is never shortness in partner's first bid suit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good rule to have, and one that I like to use because for exactly that reason, because partner can't has to know whether their holding of king queen fifth is sitting there opposite a stiff or opposite the ace. It's just like that's too big a difference. If you might be bidding a stiff in these situations, you know, either I have a source of tricks or I have a source of losers. And
Yeah, well, five diamonds gets doubled, so five diamonds showing three key cards from East in clubs.
well, West knows that they're not that they have the diamond control. Right? Just because he has two small diamonds, he still bid slam. I mean, does West ask for the queen of clubs for seven?
Absolutely, right? I mean, West can
You
basically
executed.
count all 13 tricks.
Yeah, I think you ask for it.
I guess you need the King of Hearts, right? But I
He
mean,
may be
like,
trying to
okay,
decide what asks for it, whether redouble asks for it or pass asks for it or what.
I feel like
Or
Pass asks for diamond control. Like, East doesn't know that they have all the key cards, so West might be concerned about losing the first two diamonds, and or I don't know. I guess they're
I,
already
I
too
would
high.
I would hate for five hearts to be asking for the queen and then getting us to five hearts when I almost tried to get us to four hearts in the previous round.
That's a good point. Yes. Um,
So four. It looks like they went down in four three spades at the other table. I had glanced over there at one point on board 21, and it looked like they were actually in a position that they might have made four spades because they were able to pitch two diamond. The West forgot to cover the third round of clubs, and they were able to pitch a diamond loser from dummy. But I guess they misguessed the hearts in the end position.
hmm. Wait, they misguessed the hearts in a position where it was impossible to misguess hearts. Oh no.
Oh yes, it does seem that way. Oh god. Or East had a winner left, so if they had the ace of hearts, he would have just leaned forward and claimed.
Yeah, oops.
That's pretty bad.
Well, so it could have been a actually small win for Lipkin over there if they were able to make three spades at the other table.
So my theory here is if West is worried about how to ask for the queen of trumps, that you should just bid six clubs or seven clubs yourself,
That seems fair.
rather than stopping in five hearts.
Yep.
And his partner has to have like everything. I mean, East Hand is like a dead min for this auction up to this point, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's That's what I was thinking. Like, could we be off the king of hearts and so we really have a diamond loser? Westwood's 5 spades. That's clever. That'll
East is
get
going to
some
hit six
message
clubs like a
across.
shot. Maybe 5 spades is supposed to be like, I don't know what 5 spades is supposed to be doing. But East doesn't care and is just bidding 6 clubs because they've pretty much shown their entire hand already. And then some.
Right. So West will have to respect this and sign off.
Yeah, I think just getting to 6 clubs is a very good result. It's, maybe it's a push, but bidding making 6 clubs could easily be a win, even when you're making all 13 tricks.
Yeah, certainly. North should definitely lead a diamond. Partner almost commanded it.
The other table, East-West, have had a free ride, and East is deciding whether or not to pass 3-no trump right now, with West having shown clubs and spades.
Oh, no spade overcall from South.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that. I think I would at favorable and an unpassed partner because we could make 4 spades. Farmer's a passed hand. I'm sort of. I mean, I guess I would just because spades outrank hearts. I really feel like you have to bid with that. I can be fairly conservative on my overcalls just because when opposite a passed hand, if I don't really think we have game and I really don't necessarily want the lead, but this hand does feel like a hand that's just, it's abnormal to bid 1 spade. It's kind of swingy, not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're trying to swing because they're down a bunch. So failing to make an overcall, it's going to happen at the other table.
Sure.
Could be a way to swing.
Yeah. Makes sense. Declare has a little bit of difficulty in figuring out how to play this hand. Like, one thing that Declare definitely doesn't want to do is go ace king of hearts and have South rough in. Because now not only do you get to pitch, you can't pitch your diamond loser, but you're in the wrong hand to take a spade finesse. So Declare might take a spade finesse now before trying to pitch a diamond loser.
I think you risk it and cash the ace king of hearts first. If it gets roughed, the hand's not over yet.
No. Although I wouldn't know.
If it gets roughed.
I wouldn't know if then we're supposed to pitch a diamond as South roughs in, or if we're supposed to over rough and then rough all 3 of our spades in dummy, or.
I think we're supposed to pitch a diamond if South roughs in and then hope that the clubs behave well enough.
Yeah. Well, Declare agrees with you. Pitches a diamond on the second round of hearts, and now gets to take the spade hook.
I think you overtake here with the jacks. You're in the right hand to rough a spade or not.
I think
I
so.
guess,
it also seems unlikely to matter much.
So you rough a diamond, play ace of spades, rough a spade, king of clubs, rough a diamond, rough your last spade and dummy.
Something along
Maybe
those lines, yeah.
Early. And what if maybe North shows out on the king of clubs? You have to you can just make that. Yeah.
South will get in played in trumps.
Maybe you're supposed to cash the king of clubs before the ace king of hearts, both in case South had all 4 clubs and in case so that the heart doesn't get roughed by a singleton and some oddball distribution.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe some small optimizations available on the line of play.
So that North can't rough in with the 10, but I guess that would be with the queen would then be. You catch the king of clubs if North roughs the queen of spades with the 10, you're good anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Diamond rough strikes me is like a heart rough feels safer. In this position, like if anyone's throwing out of hearts, it's not North. But North might have been out of diamonds.
Yeah, I agree. But ultimately, Declare can cash this king of clubs, rough a heart back to hand, which is safe. And when the queen of clubs drops, they'll have all 13 tricks. So nicely done East-West here in this room for bidding, I mean, not only the slam on board 18, which picked them up 11 imps, but also this slam.
So Declare's got his 13 tricks, which will pick up a slam swing for them.
The other table stopped. Very nice.
That tightens up the match a bit, although it's still kind of a. So far, thus, even this set is still going Luba's way.
Yeah, they've picked up. I mean, obviously, a couple big swings early on in the set, which were just decisions to defend 5 diamonds doubled, and also a little bit better declare play and defense for the Luba team in that 2 clubs doubled board. Both sides got to the same contract, but one ended up taking 2 extra tricks as declare.
East-West at this table have been outbidding East-West at the other table in the slam zone, because 18 is a very good slam, and this is a very good slam, and they were both missed in the other room.
Yeah. I wonder if some of that is just being a practice partnership. I don't actually know how much Adam and Emma play together. I know that they played the U.S. mixed trials in May on the same team, but I don't think that Adam and Emma
show up sometimes at regionals and play together. They were at the King of Prussia regional. They were playing as a partnership. When I was in New York in January, they were playing together as a partnership. So
okay.
I do think that they practice somewhat, and but I can't say beyond where I've seen them play together.
Mm-hmm.
When I've seen it, they seem to be enjoying playing bridge with one another. I think is what's going on. They like each other, and they like to play bridge with one another, which is great.
Yeah.
It's and they seem to be pretty harmonious at the table. They remind me more of like Lou and Joanna as far as their attitude towards each other than some of the other more volatile people who are partners in both life and bridge. Did we play our second 4 boards, and now we have to take another break? No, only 3 boards.
Yeah. It's been a little bit slow getting the boards loaded in for the next hand, but at least there haven't been any table cutouts or interruptions. So there are the 12 imps coming through. Lipkin picking those up. Currently losing the segment by 10, but overall in the match they're behind by about 36. I don't know why I said about. It's actually an exact number.
Well, actually, no. I think maybe about is more accurate because we're on a delay, right? So
okay.
So it's like Schrodinger's imps.
There's a plus minus associated with this. There's an error term. Well, hopefully we'll get into the next half of the match. I mean, it's possible that because this is basically half of a match, the players have asked for, or half of a set, the players asked for a break.
Yeah, you know what? I believe that at least East and South are smokers.
And
I'm not sure about North and West.
Got it.
So they may have just gone out for a smoke break.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like at least plausible. I wish they would just at least put the board up so that we could start
taking a look. Yeah, that would be unfair to the players, though.
Peeking into the other room. But.
So, how was your experience in the GNTs you played?
Well, we started out drawing 3 really tough teams. We drew Martel and Kevin Rosenberg in the first match, and then we drew Billy Miller's team in the second match, and then we drew Platnick in the third match, and we lost those 3 matches, two close, one by like 15 or 20, and then we drew a weaker district in the 4th match, and we shot ourselves in the head. And so we were really in bad shape. After 4 matches, we managed to win 3 of the last 4 matches, 2 of which by a lot, in order to only just barely not qualify.
Oh, that's a shame.
There were some very interesting decisions along the way that we got right, but we got too many things wrong, I guess, too, as a team. I was playing with Kevin Fay. Kevin is a nephrologist. Used to be he's a gold medal winning junior from a while back. He was on the teams with like Roger Lee and Jason Feldman, and I guess Adam Kaplan. It was that generation of juniors. He because he has 2 babies at home, like a 2-year-old and a newborn, and he's very busy with work. He just has very little time to practice bridge. So as a partnership, we had a couple of errors that might have been ironed out with just having more time to practice. And that's just sort of a fact of life. When I was at that stage of my life and had young children, I basically took a year off from bridge. Or like a decade off from bridge, I mean. And I was pretty rusty when I came back.
Yeah.
For a little while, and that's just sort of the fact of like even reading bridge rules every single day. It just doesn't keep you sharp like sitting at the table with expert players. It keeps you sharp. So yeah, it's and our I'm glad we played. We had a good time. And District 4 is where I live is not a super strong district in general. As far as having a big bench of expert players that you can call on, we really don't. So it's hard for us to field a team that could be competitive in state, like by the time you get to this round of this event. But I do like this event. I do feel like even with our somewhat rusty, somewhat weaker team, if things fell into place a little bit better, we could have made a run. That's a long smoke break.
It really. Oh, we got him back in. Summon the players to the table.
So it'd be pretty aggressive to open the south hand.
Yeah, probably not this player's style. But West has a 13 count. You can actually count it up. I did. I had to count twice because that does not look like a 13 count to me.
Yeah, it is a really garbage 13 count.
Yeah.
I bet if you ran it through the Kaplan and Rubin's hand evaluator, it would be about 10. I'm going to do that right now, and then I can publish the link.
Okay, 11.2. There, I've got my guess in. Now you can go ahead.
Jack 9 on Jack parentheses 4th, ace Jack.
South does pass.
You said 11.2?
Yeah.
What did I say? Did I say about 10?
You said about 10?
You are slightly closer than me.
Slightly?
It was 10.75, so I was 3/4 of a point off, and you were only a little less than half a point off.
Got it. 10.75. Wow.
So the East Hand is probably more than 11 now. So with its clustered honors in the long suit, no jacks.
It does seem as if East might be game forcing this one, so we could see a duplicated result.
I'm okay with that. I'd rather bid a diamond 2 diamonds than a diamond 2 clubs if I'm playing inverted, but it does seem like you're just going to get to 3-0. North may well lead a heart here rather than a spade. Keep figuring the spade ace is an entry to the long suit, so you want to lead the suit with a lower honor. Is generally a good practice, but with the diamonds offside, North-South do have time to shift to spades. I guess you just need 1 diamond trick. Once a heart lead, you have 5 clubs and 3 hearts is 8. You just need 1 more trick.
Yeah. Yeah, and a heart lead, I think it's somewhat likely that Declare is just going to win the jack and lead the jack of diamonds to the king. That
Yeah,
seems like a pretty natural thing to do.
yeah, I totally agree. And then when that loses, you need the ace king of spades both on your right, and it's just not there.
Yeah.
And South, even if they don't shift to a spade right away, will have another chance when they win their ace of diamonds, and by that time they should know. Because if, let's say, they win and they play back a heart, and then the king wins in dummy, I think they should know what's going on now by that point.
Yeah. And I think it is pretty important for Declare to play the jack of diamonds at trick 2. You don't want to give away that the clubs are running before doing this. You just kind of want to force North into deciding whether to fly ace of diamonds immediately, and almost no one's going to do that, especially if you show off the jack from your hand.
Yeah. Would be a really hard defensive play to pot the ace of diamonds in order to shift to spades.
Yeah. I think we've all been bamboozled in that way as a defender. Declare wins the opening lead and immediately leads towards a king-jack combination in dummy, and we play low because what do Declarers normally do? They play the jack, right? And Declare flies king and cashes out when another suit was wide open.
And it's a trick you should have in your arsenal as a declarer to know to try to steal a trick early.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going to see exactly jack of diamonds the king. I think when it goes jack of diamonds the king and Jack's looking at the queen, he knows declares wide open in spades.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. He knows exactly what's going on. That jack of spades was already on the table before the diamond trick was over.
Needs to make sure that they don't somehow tangle the spades, but he's just the low one, and Declare's gonna. I actually think Declare should have covered the jack of spades with the queen. I mean, you look pretty stupid if South had the ace king of spades, and they out bamboozled you, right? You did the bamboozle playing the diamond suit, and then they razzle dazzled you on the spade.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like an 11 out of 10 to me. I think South just cashes queen of diamonds. It's over.
So 3-0 down 2. Looks like a push at both tables.
Sometimes one of the clues can be if there's a long suit in dummy where it's missing just one honor and Declare is playing on a different suit. It's usually because that long suit is already established and they don't need to establish it.
Right. Yep.
But I don't think that would really apply on this hand because Declare had opened a diamond and might have had to play on diamonds no matter what.
Sure. Yeah, but that is a good point you bring up. That king, queen, fifth of clubs, it looks like the most attractive suit to try and set up tricks in no trump. So why is Declare not playing on it? Well, because he doesn't need to set up tricks. They're already set up. So West has what looks like a pretty normal 2-spade opener to a lot of players.
I've seen people shy away from it because of the long cluster in the heart suit. I think that's an error. I think it just pays so much to get in there with 2 spades that you shouldn't be looking for reasons to not open a preamp. You should be looking for reasons to open them. You have enough negative things, then sure, go ahead. We'll look at all the positive things, all those great spade spots. You're exactly in the right range. You don't have the ace of either suit, which is actually good for treating the hand as a preamp. And East is bidding 2-0, which seems right to me. It's the East hand has enough of a fit and enough controls to be looking for game. And if 2-0 is feature asking, then I don't know if East can bid 4 hearts as a choice of games here, or whether 4 hearts would just be a command. I think you should be able to bid 4 hearts as a choice here, just sort of having started with 2-0, but that may not. He's simplified with 4 spades.
Yeah, now how's 4 spades going to do? The other table opened 2 spades, and that just passed out. So once again, we're kind of seeing a little bit of difference in styles between the East-West partnerships, because over there, they're playing game when this table's in slam, they're playing part scores when this table's in game, and there have been imps on either side of those decisions, but looks like this East-West partnership has actually done quite well overall in terms of getting to their game contracts and slam contracts.
Yeah. So, I mean, they can make you rough a diamond and dummy. And so you do that, and I guess you probably knock out the ace of clubs to try to reduce their communications, or at least play one round of clubs. Eventually, you cross in hearts. You catch the ace of spades, cross in hearts, and try to probably rough the diamond, catch the ace of spades, play the king of clubs, try to break up their communications before knocking out the king of spades. But
yeah, it does seem as if there's really only going to be a spade and a club loser from here, with the trumps behaving nicely.
and if North shifts to a trump, you can even just duck it in dummy, because if they clear the trumps, you can run the hearts to pitch the diamonds and diamond anyways, assuming the hearts are running.
Yeah, that's true as well. A trump switch does seem indicated from North.
Well, and I think North is feeling a little bit of hopelessness because West showed a heart feature, but it could just be the queen, depending on their agreements. It's probably the king, in which case you can sort of say, like, well, if I shift to a trump, then declare can establish the hearts. But I guess they would need a club as a late entry if declare had, say, king and doubleton of hearts. I think a trump switch must be best. The sixth diamond in North is bad, because it means you probably don't have two diamonds to cash. West's likely shortest in diamonds.
Yeah, but kind of like, imagine if West had a similar hand without the heart queen and with a stiff club and 3 small diamonds instead of 2-2 in the minors. Now a trump switch is really important.
Yes.
So, but as you say, I mean, on this layout, declare obviously can just duck the trump switch. Pull trumps and run the heart suit.
You can still try tapping the ace of spades off the dummy when you duck it, but that doesn't help them.
Right.
That just makes it easier. That just lets you make an overtrick.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Tokay's advance to 2 spades. The hand has tricks, in my opinion. The king, queen, jack of clubs and the stiff diamond combined give the defense a lot of trouble, where if they attack trumps, then you have enough time to set up the club tricks, and if they don't attack trumps, then you can rough diamonds in the hand. Mm-hmm. Even opposite sort of like hands that don't really fit well. It's close to just fitting 2 spades, 4 spades. I think that would have been reasonable also, depending on your week 2 style.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is a good like benchmark to use for thinking whether or not the hand can even come close to game is just like give partner one of the typical 2 of a major preempts, like king, queen, 6 of spades and out, and like how much more do you need? Well, we can count 6 spade tricks. The ace of hearts and 2 clubs is 9 off the top. A diamond ruff would give us a 10th. Maybe clubs split, so we can score the 5th club. So there are a lot of, chances for a 10th trick, even when partner just has that bare minimum, like your typical preempt hand, king, queen, 6 with trumps. So I agree.
It's sort of interesting that North has played the 10 of spades here, because that solidifies West's spade holding. Mm-hmm. And now and West is thinking that it's basically free to rough a diamond with the ace of spades, because he doesn't have to worry about the spades not being winners.
Yeah.
Or to rough a diamond, and he doesn't need the ace of spades. He could win the ace of spades here across the heart and rough a diamond, but then he has to get back to his hand to try to draw the trumps, which is sort of his communication issue. I wonder if he he just ducks the spade
Yeah,
anyways.
I think he's working through it, and it looks to me like that line of play is still a little bit risky because you need to get back to your hand once, which has to be in hearts to rough the diamond, but then you need to get back to your hand two more times to
Draw a trump.
knock out the king of spades and then continue pulling trumps. I
So it's like it needs 3-2 hearts anyways, but if hearts are 3-2, then you can just duck the spade and make
wait
it
a
that
second.
way.
Wait a
Because
second.
now
Wait a second. Wait a second.
the
We don't need 3-2 heart. We just need. No, I guess it does need 3-2 hearts. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, so I think he decided he needed 3-2 hearts on most play cases anyway, so you might as well duck the spade.
Yeah, agree. So now spade comes back, and now declare can cross to the heart king, pull the last trump, and get the good news when hearts split. So this will be 6 more imps going to Lipkin. They'll cut the lead down to 30 with 6 boards to play in the first half.
No one's pitching a heart here, West. You might as well just play the queen of hearts. They're pitching a heart, they're just doing it to tell you that they were breaking all along.
Yeah. Don't do it. If that 9 of spades hits the table. Okay, there's the queen of hearts. Just checking for lurkers in the trump suit. That was it.
And you only have 2 pitches for your 3 losers, so you can choose whether or not you want to lose a club or a diamond.
You could pitch both clubs and try and take a roughing finesse.
All right, claim is in. That brings the set up very close to being even.
Yeah, 33-29 this set. Luba just opened up a big lead in the first segment of play, which I think they've been doing the entire tournament long throughout the knockout stage, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like East-West have actually done very well this set. The swings out 16 and 17 were not at this table. Right, 16 where their teammates went for 11. Well, I mean, I guess they could have picked up the same, like, 1100 against 5 diamonds doubled. They had that opportunity, but they can't count that it's going to happen that way. 17, Declare played 2 clubs doubled well to get out for down 2. That wasn't really their fault. Then they bid very well on 18, 19, 22, and 24. They kind of had a very normal result on board 20 to get to 3. It's a bad 3-0, but it's normal to get there.
Yeah, I agree. I'm impressed with the East-West bidding decisions for a lot of these slams so far. But it's going to be an uphill battle.
This looks like north-south break to lose. Spade, a diamond, and a couple of clubs, so they can probably. I see they took 10 tricks and hearts at the other table, but it doesn't look like you're generally going to do that.
10 feels like a lot of tricks and hearts. I was thinking that 8 might be a more normal number because playing the spade suit. Well, it would be possible to play the spade suit in a way to lose 2 tricks. You could lead low to the 7 on the first round.
You could, if the defense is leading ace of diamonds, diamond, you could even run into control issues on this hand.
Yeah. Whoa.
Well,
a heart, 2 hearts, pass, double.
So I like 2-0 with the West hand here in response to this double, because partner could easily be 5-3 in the minors.
Sure, yeah.
Actually, certainly when my minors were reversed, I would bid 2-0. The problem is if partner's equal in the minors, they're going to pick clubs, and you get to the shorter fit. So maybe I don't like 2-0. You just bid 3 diamonds. I think they're going to wind up in 3 diamonds doubled.
Well, let's see what North has to say about it. Okay, North does pass. I like the pass. Yeah.
So we were just saying how we were like East-West bidding decisions, but I don't think it's going to work out so well in this hand.
No,
Two spades, two
I mean,
hearts of
I'm
club,
generally a
and
huge advocate of if you can't make a bid on the first round of the auction, then you can't make a bid on the second round of the auction. So,
yeah, I could live with doubling one heart, but I don't think I'd want to double two hearts when it came back to me. And I feel like they're kind of getting, ooh, South just let it go. South did not hit three diamonds double. It did not hit three diamonds. That is very cowardly for Jank. I did not expect that from him. Partner didn't bid over three diamonds. Partner said it's okay if you double it when they passed, right? So
maybe he was
I'm
hoping partner could hit it somehow. Pretty unlikely when he has four trumps, but
well, three diamonds doubled would have been an expensive experiment for the vulnerable East-West, quite possibly.
I mean, how's three diamonds undoubled going to do? They have two hearts, two spades, and a club to lose off the top, and I guess technically they have no diamond losers. So this might only be down one.
And Vance can't just plug away at hearts at every opportunity, because at some point you just make it easier for declare by pitching a spade from hand and roughing in the little trump in the east.
All right, Harrison has kind of given away the diamond position, but declare was going to figure this out eventually anyway.
So. Has he, though? Because they didn't double him. I would not be thinking that diamonds are 4-1 when they didn't double me.
Well, when declare led a diamond to the queen and ace, you think he would play for queen jack doubleton?
He's going to have to choose now. And North shifted to the won a heart and shifted to the queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
I think declare has a. I don't think it's 100% clear to put in the eight of diamonds here, but
that is a fair point. I mean, North could have queen jack third, for example, but wouldn't North be doubling three diamonds with that? A trump trick?
I think so. Depending on what the redouble shows, and I guess they might not have a clear agreement about what kind of hand redoubles that. In my opinion, it's just a max that raised to 2 and is willing to defend.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, if you have good defense and trump trick, then sure, double them. Having done that, I would have doubled three diamonds with the south hand and been disappointed to only get a 1 if that's all you're getting. Doubling it might make it easier to get it only 1. Easier for declare to guess the diamonds right. He's trying to think, why am I not doubled? Am I not doubled because queen jack doubled in diamonds? If he goes up with the king of diamonds, that could be expensive. I guess spades break anyways, so maybe he's still just down 2 if he does that.
I think he might go down 3 if he flies king of diamonds, but it does depend on the defensive, on how the defense goes from there.
Yeah. The spades are 3-3 and the clubs are 4-3. It may just be the North-South just run out of things they can play on effectively. South can clear. If he goes up with the king of diamonds and plays a spade to the king, South could win and draw all the trumps, and then the hearts are winners. So yeah, then he could go down a lot. Maybe that's the reason to play the eight of diamonds, is it prevents you from going down a whole bunch of tricks on.
Well, declare's done okay so far. Now he's going to have to work on the black suits. So spade to the king.
I just duck this. I mean, if you duck this and then you play a club to the king and South and North ducks that, and a spade to the queen, you win. And play a trump.
Yeah, although the fact that South didn't duck the spade in tempo kind of, I think, gives away a little bit about what's going on in the hand.
Right. And North, it's very hard for North to duck the king of clubs.
Yep.
When
Jack of clubs. What? Oh, he's just gonna... But wait, what? What? He could have just won the queen of clubs rough to hard and then pulled trumps, and then he would be down one. I mean, fortunately, clubs break for declare.
All right, so he's taking his 8 tricks, and they're actually going to pick up a couple imps for this versus the 170 at the other table.
Yeah, disaster avoided. Because obviously, as you say, if 3 diamonds got doubled, I mean, it would have only been 200. Declare would then have a much better view of the diamond situation and wouldn't have thought for so long. But still a scary decision to make, vulnerable against not when the opponent's...
Tragedy narrowly avoided.
Yeah, they're playing an apart score. All right, we got 5 boards to play.
Time for another smoke break.
I hope not.
All right, the board hit the table.
Ooh, 6-5 once again. So what is East going to do in first seat? Anything? Pass?
I mean, the club, if the the textures were switched, so it was Queen Jack 10 6th of clubs and Ace 5th of diamonds, I would totally be on board for a club preempt, but I don't want to preempt on Ace 6 of the side, Queen Jack 10 on the side. So I think I passed the East hand and I passed the South hand. Second seat red. It's nowhere close to what I would have on for week 2. So I give it to West for the opening bid.
Yeah, West has 21.
21 with just 2-0. And then, I mean, East should have something that shows the minors, like 3 spades over 2-0 trump.
Yep.
It'd be nice if West is able to bid 3-0 trump to say, whatever you're thinking about the minors, rethink it for 3 spades. But it's likely to go 3 spades, 3-0, and then something that shows both minors with, like, a shortness somewhere. Or
Yeah,
maybe
and
just
then can they get out in
4-0?
Because 4-0 is their last making spot.
Oh, you're right. You're off ace, king, ace.
Mm-hmm.
So if it goes 3 spades pass, 3-0 pass, something showing shortness in a major pass, and West bids 4-0, then they're okay. It might not have been okay if the spades weren't 6-2. I guess you have 6 clubs and 4 hearts.
Yeah.
So I guess you're okay as long as the clubs aren't 4-0.
You just have plenty of tricks. Okay, so yeah, first big question, is East going to let 3-0 trump go? You think East is going to continue showing minors?
I think 3 spades might have even been a puppet to 3-0, so West might not have even had a choice. If you play it like Mextrith and Rodwell used to, where 3 spades actually was minor suit Stamen, and partner would only bid a minor if they liked their hand for minors, and otherwise they would just run back to 3-0, then East could pass. But the East hand is actually legitimately reasonably slamish opposite a 2-0 opening bid. It's 5-0 is
no. They've fallen from grace.
East-West accuracy has gone down on ever since board 24.
Yeah, significantly. 5-0.
The other table, they have how do they stop at 3-0 at the other table? That seems interesting. 3 spades, 3 spades showed both minors, and I guess 3-0 was regressive because they bid 3 spades 3-0 pass at the other table.
Yeah, I don't think I mind it too much. The East hand is pretty minimum in terms of high cards. If your partner has a bunch of wasted stuff in the majors, then, I mean, 5 of a minor could easily be down.
I hear partner has like 11 high card points that are doing nothing for you in the majors.
Right. Wow.
West must be tempted to just pass this. But North is on lead against no trump and has ace king ace.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard. And even if North led
Even
like
if
a
I spit
heart or
six
something,
clubs, North's going to light it up. There's no way North does not double anything where he's on lead. North is doubling for the remainder of the auction.
yep. He knows the ace king of diamonds are cashing because East has showed diamonds and West has opened 2-0. So at the very least, he just has 2 top tricks.
Well, this is gonna put Luba back well ahead for the set because this looks like minus 500 to go with plus 6 whatever they scored 660 that they
Yeah,
scored in 3 Trump.
660.
1160 feels like a funny imp number, like a big one.
14?
14 or 15.
I think it's 14, but
Might be
wow.
15.
I mean, West might run to 6-0, but that's not going to do any better.
But West is going to be a little more confident about down 2 against 6 now.
Yeah.
Well, I know my ace of spades is cashing now. I think East is regretting his life choices right now. This is a challenging setup. They can almost get another trick with on the 3rd round of diamonds, but they can't quite promote a trump trick with the 10.
Yeah. All right, 2 diamonds cashing.
Ace of spades and another diamond.
Yeah.
Although North kind of knows there's no trump promotion, but I guess he has nothing better to do than to play a 3rd diamond.
All right. Well, final question. Is it actually 14 or 15 imps?
I do not know the imp charts. I know like the low ones. 15, okay.
15 big ones going the way of Luba. They're up by 43 now on the match. 17 on the set.
How is the other match going?
Yeah, actually, I don't know the answer to that. Do you have an update?
Let me see. I will jump into the table. The other match. It is 30 imps to Schreiber, the Las Vegas squad with Billy Miller and Brad Moss and Jeff Hampson.
This is one of these hands where you say, you know, like, you lose an imp, you lose a couple of imps, you just don't ask your teammates about it. Like, how were 11 tricks made in spades on this board? There's just, I
myself made 11 tricks. Okay, how about starting with a low heart lead?
Okay, yep, I'm with you. I like it.
Okay.
Now what?
Yeah, so let's see. Good Lord. So we need a revoke, too.
we in fact do need a revoke, yes.
One pitch from diamond. How the fuck? I don't. This is secrets man was not meant to know. This is 427. I pop it up in the window.
You called it a low heart lead. Okay.
That's not nearly enough.
It's still not enough. No, it's really not.
That's why this was one of my first regular partners told me he loves when he would underlead an ace and the stiff king would show up in dummy because he would know right away that he blew the trick. He didn't have to wait until the end of trick one to find out that he blew the trick. So let's see. Declare drew trumps. Okay, that seems reasonable.
Oh, no. Vugraph operator just misclaimed. Okay, everything's fine. I just went through the play. But man, I would have loved to see the line of play to make 11 tricks. That would have been great.
Oh yeah, 9 tricks were made.
Yeah, 9 tricks.
So that demonstrates that maybe underleading the ace was not the path to victory for the defenders on this board.
It was not. So we're going to see a bit of a different defense here, and even against 4 spades. At the other table, South opened a weak no trump, but here West got to open the bidding. A heart, a spade, 4 hearts by East, and South, kind of not knowing who to believe, bid 4 spades.
So the defense is entitled to a heart, a diamond, and 2 clubs.
Yep, at least.
And then there's some control issues for Declarer because the defense can basically force Declarer a trick 2, and then they get the lead a whole bunch of other times. If Declarer doesn't draw trumps, he runs into a club ruff, but if he does draw trumps, then he doesn't have time to set up both the long diamond and both take 2 diamond finesses and set up club tricks.
Right.
So I don't think Declarer can take as many as 9 tricks, even though he only has 4 losers.
Yeah, certainly. Now, the defense might need to be a little careful, because obviously Declarer doesn't have to pull trumps. Declarer could work on diamonds.
Not play on trumps here.
Yeah.
So I like this line. The diamond finesse right away. So the question is whether to lead the jack or the 10, right? You lead the jack when you want it to be covered and the 10 when you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want the diamond covered? I think maybe Harrison's right here that he doesn't want it covered.
Yeah, I agree. You don't really want to open yourself up to roughs, so if the diamond gets covered, then a diamond ruff is now a concern, and you still can't really pull trumps because you still have to knock out 2 clubs. So
the defenders can just take a club ruff to get down 2 from this position, but I think they can still get there if they play back a diamond here. Because Declare still has 2 clubs to knock out anyways to get to his long club tricks. So Declare still can't afford to pull trumps even on a diamond back, because losing lead twice after playing 3 rounds of trumps is one too many times to lose the lead.
Yeah, as long as the defense, well, they're going to beat the contract, right? They'll get at least the ace king of clubs from here. There's no way to avoid that.
Yes.
But then the question is, can they find the club
back the other way? So we think that'll be 5 imps because we don't think it's 200 at the other table. We think it's 140. This was entered incorrectly.
That would be, yeah, depending on whether or not they get the club ruff, it could be 5 or 6 imps. So West switches to a trump, which hasn't really cost them yet, because Declare still does need to pull.
So Declare can't afford to pull the last trump. It has to play on clubs now. But now East can't get a club ruff. So I think that...
Yeah, but wait a second.
What?
Oh, I was thinking that Declare might be... West might be able to give a rough sluff and hearts, but I guess it's just not quite good enough. Yeah, this was clever by Harrison, pulling 2 trumps to avoid the club ruff now.
I think West shifting to a trump was not right. I think West should have come back a diamond after winning the king of diamonds and threaten a diamond ruff in his hand, so that forced Declare to do something. Forced Declare to play on trumps himself.
Yeah,
which is sort of like you remember there was Lowenthal had rules like if you want to draw trumps, lead a singleton. If you want to get a ruff, lead a trump. It was all these backwards rules.
Yeah, right. And there was some merit to some of them. You know, like if you want to get a rough, lead trumps, because now it's going to look to Declare like you're trying to prevent ruffs in dummy. So he's going to then try and, cross ruff the hand.
And it's true on this hand, like, right, if you want to make force declare to draw trumps, lead your singleton because you're threatening a ruff, so now you force declare to draw trumps.
Yep.
So
exactly.
there was merit to those rules.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little they're very unintuitive, and they certainly don't apply universally. But so I think this is going down just 50. So 50 and 140 is 190, which is, for us that know the imp tables,
Five.
that's either 4 or 5, probably 5.
Now, East-West did a little bit better in this auction, being able to get their hearts in. At the other table, they never really got involved.
They make 4 hearts, don't they? Lose 2 spades. Oh, they have to lose a heart trick because
they'll probably lose a heart trick. Yeah.
You lose a diamond, 2 spades, and a heart, so 4 hearts is gone. Going to drift off 1. I'd rather be in 4 hearts than defend 4 spades undoubled, I think. Although 4 spades doubled is not terrible most of the time.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Looks like in the other room, a no trump got overcalled with 2 diamonds showing a single suited major, and Adam decided not to compete over 3 spades to 4 hearts. He might have been worried on his hand that 4 spades was making, so he may well have thought that the opponents had done the wrong thing already.
Was it 11 to 14 no trump opened on a 10 count?
Yes.
I guess maybe they're feeling a little desperate. Although I think Gurvich and Lipkin haven't had a terrible set thus far, right?
I mean, boards 16 and 17.
They did some dumb things.
Yeah, feel pretty bad.
16 and 17 feel terrible for them. I think they can feel okay that the opponents missed some slams against them and it missed a game against them. But they haven't covered themselves in glory with their own results.
After long thought, West played a club back to his partner's king, so that has been the setting trick. And now a diamond throw is going to put Declare to the test a little bit.
Yeah, all right, he did the right thing. He finessed the diamond, and now he's going to claim.
Yeah, so he can pull the last trump, and now everything's good. Well done. Nice line of play to get out for down 1.
So it says 6 imps, but we think it's only 5. Because the scores were entered incorrectly in the other room.
Right. So we got 3 boards to play. And then a bit of a break. It looks like the next segment is going to start up about 2 hours from now, if I'm correct.
I'm a little baffled by the result in the other room on this one. I have a hard time imagining an auction where South doesn't just shrug and bid 4 spades at their first opportunity.
Oh, you're surprised by the auction and the number of
I don't know what the auction was in the other room. I'm just saying, like, I can't imagine it just going like something, a diamond past a heart and not just bidding 4 spades.
That does seem like a practical choice. Vulnerable at imps. Maybe you just make it.
Yeah, maybe you go them into a bad save. It's one of these things where you have play for 4 spades on the right catch at least, and you're unlikely to get hurt badly in 4 spades, and it puts a lot of pressure on them because you just bid 4 spades at red on white, and they know that you're bidding 4 spades with expectations of making it. So it's something I've talked about. If a pro or an expert jumps to 4 of a major, an unfavorable vulnerability at their first chance to bid, they think that they have a chance at making that thing. They're not just like volunteering for 1100 because they like you,
Yeah.
So they may be wrong about it, but when they bid it, they think they've got a shot at making it, and that makes it a little harder to judge. Like some of these hands where you have extra values, but it's clustered, so your defense is questionable. I lean towards saving and believing the expert who bid for a major at unfavorable. It's only if I if I'm sitting there with the king 10 fourth of spades, then I know they've made a mistake. But and you could run into that because you only have 7 spades, ace, queen, jack. But I think the percentage thing is just a bit 4 spades before they get together on hearts or diamonds or clubs.
Yeah. Now,
Okay.
well, so South has taken a different approach. In the other room, South overcalled a spade, and eventually rebid 3 spades later in the play. Here, Jenk has decided to double, still planning on bidding spades, but figuring this hand is a little bit too good for a 1 spade overcall, and he doesn't like to put all his cards on the table with a 4 spade bid directly. Or maybe his plan was to double and then bid 4 spades to show his partner that he has defense in case the opponents save. That's another possibility.
I don't know what that 2 spade bid is, but South is not going to. And you didn't double 1 heart in order to pass the next round at the 2 level. So
No, South is just deciding how many spades to bid.
And here, you catch like nothing in the north hand other than a partial spade fit and a stray king. And isn't that sort of like what you hope to catch, to have play for 4 spades? It's like the right nothing makes game, and when the right nothing makes game, it's your responsibility to bet it. It's not the responsibility of the person who has the right nothing to decide their nothing is the best nothing.
Right. I will like to point out, though, again, because we talked a little bit about this East-West pair being a little bit more aggressive than the ones in the other room. This is another perfect example hand, similar to board 23, almost exact same situation, where West opens a very mediocre hand. This is a 10 count, but we can count it up. It's not even a good 10 count. There's a 6-card diamond suit, but 3 jacks. And East is game forcing with 11 over here. Now, this is a pretty good 11, but if you're going to be opening super light as you would on this West hand, the East hand is no longer really a hand that you want to be game forcing. So stylistically, it looks like this East-West partnership just likes to be hyper aggressive, maybe similar to the old Meckwell style, where they just like bid game on every single board and hope that the opponents don't double them.
I've been in worse games than 4 hearts here, which requires basically the ace of spades on side, hearts to break with the king on side, and then to find the queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you don't need the queen. If the clubs might provide a pitch for the 3rd diamond. Might. Given that South has doubled 1 heart, the ace of spades rates to be on side. But if I knew partner had jack and a heart in an opening bid, I would be bidding game with East hand and just hoping to make it. But you don't know partner. Hearts are jack and 1.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, seems reasonable, but does West really have an opening bid?
I ran it through K&R, and it was better than the last one.
Okay.
Because it has the ace of their suit, ace jack 10 clustered in a very long suit, it didn't fare terribly. It was 11.2.
Yeah.
All right, Twitch chat, you need to talk. You guys have been dead for a while. So, also sort of like a very slow and overstrength 3 spade call. I mean, South did double and then bid 3 spades. So North is sort of getting the idea that South doesn't need very much to bid 4 spades because your partner bid up to 3 spades, red on white values along the way. But I'm not sure if North is going to decide the king of clubs and a doubleton heart is enough. He must like the 10 of spades.
Queen 4th of diamonds is not a great holding.
All right. Well, North worked it out. And East.
Whoa!
Like,
How sure are we about that tempo? Because that was a really fast 5 diamond bid, if that's what actually happened here.
It was a very slow 3 spade bid, and 4 spades was sort of a normal tempo, and 5 diamonds was like a shot. Well, I mean, I agree. Like, if I don't want to defend 4 spades with East hand, the partners bid and rebid and re-rebid their diamonds. I've got king 3rd of diamonds and no defense. Well, I've got like an ace, but I would save.
Whoa! Again. Oh my god.
I think this ends the auction. I don't think anyone doubles it.
Really? I
They
feel
took
like
11 tricks.
I feel like East West
I think
have game
Hendelman might double it.
forced.
I think maybe Hendelman was supposed to double it with the king of spades.
That's actually, yeah, that seems automatic. I think pass by West is
Just to stop
forcing.
his partner from bidding more.
Yeah, this has to be a forcing pass auction, right, for East West?
I don't see why.
You don't think so? You don't think the two spade bid created a force?
I mean, I believe that they're bidding this to make. But and maybe if it created a force, then it's criminal for West to pass here.
I agree. Yeah.
If they're not in a force, then it's still criminal for West to pass here, but more a misdemeanor than a felony.
It's a good assessment.
I think East, if you're not in a force, should let it go here, having already pushed them up. And it seems that
Okay.
they were not.
Well, five spades, there it is. So I have to imagine a club was led in the other room, which is why it made over there.
It must have been. Or that, or maybe Vugraph operator messed something else up again.
They got the Jack of Hearts lead.
They're rough to heart and dummy, rough to diamond to hand, and there's no squeeze. West shifted to a low diamond. East went up with the. Oh, East did not put up the king. East put up the king of diamonds, and there would have been a squeeze.
West made a mistake, unless it was a Vugraph error. What was the two spade bid? Good question. Thanks for asking. Two spades. So a lot of the times when you open one of a minor and rebid two of a minor, the cheapest new suit is an artificial game force in a lot of these spots. So a diamond, a heart, two diamonds. The cheapest new suit is spades. Two spades is just artificial game forcing from East. Similar if West had opened a club, a heart, two clubs, two diamonds would be an artificial game force from East.
Now, in that auction, I usually use three clubs just to make it parallel to a diamond, a spade, two diamonds. But two spades being the artificial game force makes sense when your response was one heart. But it just doesn't run identically to a diamond pass a spade pass two diamonds, where you want two hearts to be natural.
Yep.
So I don't think he's going to take 11 tricks here, and that means that we should expect to see another 6 imps or so going to. If the last one was 5, this one should be 100 and 200. So that's 300 is that's 8. My imp tables, which we've already established. I don't know.
300 is 7, I believe. No.
Wait! I've got a hand table here. 300 would be 7. Yeah. So this is why they print them on the back of these things, is so that you don't have to memorize them.
So that people like us who don't play enough or don't get enough large imp swings can look at the table.
He's not led a card yet.
Yeah, I kind of understand West's hesitance to lead a diamond on this type of an auction. You expect Declare to be void, so either the ace of diamonds or a low diamond makes not much sense.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but I don't understand West's hesitance to lead at all.
You think a heart's pretty automatic, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a clock in the room. I mean, at some point you have to lead something. Don't lead the king of spades. I think that would be a bad play. And the 4 of spades, also a bad play. And a club would be ridiculous. So, I mean, what's he down to? He's down to the Jack of Hearts and the Ace of Diamonds are his lead options.
Yep, there's the Jack of Hearts.
He just took a really long time to lead what he knew.
You bullied him into it, and there he finally leads the heart.
Finally let his partner suit.
So I
I
think we'll see
guess
a similar defense in this room as we did in the other. Ace of hearts and then a spade switch. This will force Declare to kind of
yeah,
win the
West knows
ace.
Declare has a diamond void, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
in fact, both East and West know Declare is void in diamonds from the auction. Because East bid up to 5 diamonds and West bid up to 3 diamonds. So they know that there are too many diamonds in their partner's hand for Declare to have any.
Yep.
I would think there'd be some merit in ducking the first heart just to try to limit communications between the. And I suppose partner, you'd look pretty dumb if that heart was a singleton if you ducked it though.
Well, I think even if the heart's a singleton, some people have made the comment that it. Oh wow, East did play back the Queen of Hearts. That the tempo gave away that it wasn't a singleton heart opening lead.
Well, then that's why you're supposed to play one back. Partner leads their doubleton slowly. You play them to have led a singleton. I think that's the ethical thing to do.
I I mean, I was just thinking about it. Like, do I really want to return a heart, giving partner rough with what might be a natural trump trick, and instead of just like pulling trumps? Because if partner really did lead a stiff jack, then I can
But
just
what if
pull
partner's
trumps.
spades are like jack and partner has jack and one spade?
Yeah,
Then you give him a rough with a low one, and maybe he scores the jack when Jaguar tries to rough a heart himself.
yeah.
It's certainly partner having a natural trump trick and a singleton. It seems like an unlikely thing for them to have not doubled with. But I mean, when they torture you by leading that doubleton slowly, and you're an ethical player, you have to, you're constrained. So,
Yeah, that seems like a fair point. So,
I expect we'll see Declare is going to rough a heart and dummy, and then play a spade to the ace, probably, because no, if it was single king of spades, they'd rough in with it. So he'll take a spade to the house.
So what do we do about our club? I guess your theory is that East might just have the king of spades. That was not it.
That did not really happen.
That was not how the play went. So West still has the king of spades.
Your chance to make it right is for West to have the ace king of diamonds in the club guard, so you can squeeze them.
Yeah.
If that's their hand, then they probably don't have the king of spades. So then you might even be making 6.
Whoa.
So I think it's an odd play for West to volunteer to up with the king of spades here.
Yeah, that seems a little bit weird. But
So
as you mentioned,
if Declare had 4 hearts, you just rough the loser with your high trump.
So West should know that Declare is out of diamonds.
Yeah.
So it should be safe to return the jack of diamonds here.
There's no way that Declare has a diamond on this auction. And even if he plays the ace of diamonds, he's fine because partner can guard the diamonds and he can guard the clubs.
Yeah, there's not enough entries to now rough out that king of diamonds, but this is a really scary play to make from West.
Declare will cross to a spade and rough another diamond.
Yep.
But it's not going to help him.
Yeah, spade to the 10, diamond rough, run all the spades. Still possible that West had started with the ace king of diamonds and 3 clubs. Although maybe a little bit unlikely on this auction.
They pushed him up to 5 spades. So his partner found this good marginal 4 spade call, and then he bid 5 spades or 5 diamonds without, sort of like having. He must have felt like he'd underbid his hand up to that point to do that, which suggests maybe the earlier auction wasn't optimal. He felt he had to bid again there. If he could have passed 5 diamonds over his partner, 5 diamonds doubled was going to be a somewhat unpleasant experience for declarers, at least down 2. And would have been MCN instead of MCL. But I mean, I guess as spectators, we want this match to be closer. So we need the Luba team to make some errors along the line.
That's true. Yes.
The other thing, Jen should know that Harrison is very, very aggressive in these spots. So, maybe not pushing up to 5 spades there.
Well, he's giving this one a long look.
There can't be any merit at all. Maybe he's thinking about a transfer squeeze. Maybe he's thinking about cross the 10 of spades to play the queen of diamonds. And if West has the jack 10-9 of diamonds and the club guard, then he's squeezed.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really good point. I think you're absolutely right about that. And that seems like his best hope. Because he should know diamonds are 6-3 on this auction. East wouldn't bid 5 diamonds with King Doubleton. But East
probably let a diamond with the ace king.
No.
West might have let a diamond at trick 1 if he had the ace king.
Yeah, West might have let a diamond with the ace king rather than thinking for 5 minutes and leading the jack of hearts. But also, how could East possibly have enough values to game force? East has turned up with the ace queen of hearts and nothing in diamonds, nothing in spades, nothing in clubs. East really needs that king of diamonds. So I think you're right. He probably will lead a diamond to the or spade to the 10 and lead the queen of diamonds. I mean, this would have been a monumental defensive screw up if that's what's going on. But it's possible.
So yeah, a transfer squeeze is where you basically, like, if the jack 10-9 of diamonds were in the West hand, by leading the queen of diamonds, you force them to play the king, right? And now all of a sudden, West is guarding the diamonds instead of East. And so you transfer the menace into the hand where you can squeeze it. I remember when I was, well, he's not doing it. When I was just coming up and I was maybe like 17 years old, I was playing at the bridge club with my father. And he plays a hand out on a transfer squeeze, and he says to the opponents, "That was a transfer squeeze," and he was like really excited about it. And then the next hand, the opponent just had a regular like positional squeeze against him, and to like, these are club games, so those are of course top results. And the opponent turns to my father and says, "Well, that was a squeeze."
Yeah, if he can make up words, I can make up words too.
Exactly. So I guess he pitches the 10 of clubs here in hopes that something good has happened. He has to keep the diamond menace, I think. There's no point in keeping 3 clubs on the board. And when it goes 10 of clubs and East pitches a heart, he knows he's down because there's still 5 clubs outstanding. Unless it was Queen Jack Doubleton all along.
Yeah, he's pausing for a second to count out the shapes because he doesn't want to go down if East actually started with Singleton Queen or Singleton Jack.
I think this might have just been claimed. The play might have gone fast. I don't know. I was thinking maybe the Vugraph operator was about to put in a claim. East could unblock the Queen of Clubs here to give him an idiot's finesse.
Not today. All right, a bit of a scary defense.
If East had ducked the Jack of Hearts at trick 1. Oh, never mind. I was going to say something wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much hope on this one, unfortunately. But 7 imps going the way of Lipkin for Luba's squad getting a little bit too high there. 12 count in the north. 11 count in the north. It's definitely 11.
11 ups at 11, so
I'm having a hard time counting these jacks.
That north hand again. The north hand's got all the 8s, though. If we were playing crazy 8s, that north hand just fine. But bridge, a little less impressive to have all the 8s.
Well, Harrison doesn't even open it. That's surprising.
1-0 trump by East. I mean, like they don't. Jack 8-7, King Queen 9-8, Jack 8 small, King Jack 8. Just those 8s are all garbage. 8.75 on KNR.
8.75.
That is a bad 11 count.
Oh
Passed
my
out.
god,
Jank
pass
also
out.
passed it.
Big
Pass out
3 imps.
is. I mean, it feels like when they pass out a hand like this, where like three people have 11 counts, that you've time traveled back in time to 1985, where that used to happen.
Yeah, but 4 3 is just the worst shape.
Oh,
And
I know what went on there. I know why they passed that out. The set had been going on a long time, and West wants to smoke.
that could be. I'm certain that a lot of smokers do take into account that, their clock is ticking. They need to get the nicotine. All right, last board of the set, and then we'll be resuming in about an hour and 40 minutes from now for the third quarter of play. East opens a diamond.
Okay, we can all get on board with that one.
I like it. I do. It's a 14 count, 4x1. So South will pass.
So does North double one spade or bid two clubs?
Yeah, I guess the first question is, does West have like a preemptive 2 spade bid available? Or do they just start with 1 spade?
Yeah, I've actually really been coming around to having these jump shifts be weak rather than something weird. They do seem to be big gainers when they like the hits they make on the weak ones seem to be like good hits. It goes a diamond past 2 spades. East's next bid is 4 spades.
Yep.
And North, good luck North South finding getting to wherever you're supposed to get, which I don't even know what it is, but they can easily get it wrong.
Yeah, so North bids 2 clubs. East, understandably, jumps to 3 spades, singleton in the opponent's suit, and 4-card support.
I double this with the South hand just because I've got 2 aces and a decent hand, but maybe doubling is wrong because 3 spades showed values. West South doesn't really know how good North is for 2 clubs, especially with Harrison. You could have anything.
Yeah, double would be your way to back into a heart fed as South. So it has that going for it.
Now there's, even though there's only 3 top losers in a heart contract with 4-1 hearts and 4-1 clubs, there's a lot of handling to deal on this hand. You are unlikely to take as many as 10 tricks and hearts. Meanwhile, East West, I think will have an easy time taking 10 tricks in spades unless I'm missing something. Looks like they lose. I guess they could run into it. They can't really run into a trump promotion on a diamond. So looks like they just lose a diamond, a spade, and a club. East West.
Yeah, and with the ace of diamonds on side, you can pitch a club on the third round of diamonds. Rough 2 clubs.
I wonder what North does here with their hand on this auction. They have a good shape and extra values. So yeah, North's like, we're going somewhere.
Yeah, I like 4 now. You don't want to defend 4 spades.
But you also don't want to commit to hearts necessarily.
Yep.
And South, with the minimum number of hearts, I think should pick clubs.
I agree. It sounds
even
like
though that
clubs
may work badly. Could go like it goes heart, 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 rough, diamond. I guess you can just pop the ace of diamonds and draw the trumps and lose a diamond and 2 hearts in a rough. So this doesn't work any worse to bid clubs.
Now, it is worth noting 5 clubs went undoubled in the other room, if that's where North-South end up here.
I think it will be doubled in this. I think East-West are doubling things now. Like West will double clubs and East will double anything else. West knows whether he's got a stiff to lead and 4 trumps to annoy the opponents. South's pass is kind of an interesting choice. Right. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, I was going to comment on South potentially passing this double to give a similar idea that South doesn't really want to play hearts necessarily or commit to hearts.
Yeah, and I like East's double here of 5 clubs with this, despite the stiff club. I mean, he just wants to defend. He doesn't want to play at the 5 level.
Yeah,
The
so well done
vulnerability.
East West, and now the question is, how is Declara going to end up?
Well, yeah, the Queen of Spades lead is really normal. Came out a lot faster than the double and Jack of Hearts. So, Declare, if Declare, wins the Ace of Spades and draws trumps, he's in his hand playing on hearts, and maybe he just knows that the hearts are sitting bad for him because of the auction, and that's not the end of the world. But it does feel like he's going to lose 2 hearts, a diamond, and a club trick for sure. There's no way he's picking up the clubs on this auction.
I don't know. I mean, something about the way this auction has gone makes me suspicious that East is doubling with club
Yeah.
shortness.
Actually, I think a good point there is that 3 spade bid wasn't done on a balanced hand.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if East had a 5th diamond, then they're, to go with 4 spades, then what's happening in the hearts? Do they have 3 hearts in 1 club, or they have 2 hearts in 2 clubs? It feels like 3 hearts in 1 club, or they're 4x1. It doesn't. I don't think East has a lot of room for club length, given the 3 spade bid. He has to have shortness somewhere. It's not in hearts. I mean, it'd be weird for. I mean, if it's in hearts, then his partner has high card points in hearts, and East doesn't really have an opening bid, right?
Right.
If West has the Ace Queen of Hearts, then East doesn't have a hand to do what he did.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's very possible Declare does pick up the club suit. The question is just, is he going to do that immediately, or is he going to do that after playing on hearts?
So if he
Whoa.
if he played 4 rounds of clubs and then the King of Hearts, he would actually get out for down 1.
Yep. Jack of diamonds to the ace.
But he can still play 4 rounds of clubs and then the King of Hearts.
Yeah, he can.
Himself by doing this.
I guess this was just a discovery play. He was thinking West might cover with the diamond honor if he had it.
With the King of Queen of Diamonds, just double check to see that East has both the diamond honors.
Yeah.
So.
All right, club
We'll
to the ace, and is he going to guess it? He does not. Nope. Ooh, okay.
So I think this is down 2 now. He has to start hearts with the king. I don't think he has much choice in that matter. Well, I mean, I guess he's fine because as long as he's popped up with the queen.
Yeah, but now Declare has an easy time knocking out the ace of hearts. Yeah. So, as you say, down 2. That's going to be 5 imps going the way of Lipkin to end off the set. And overall, a close battle this segment.
Like 100 imps scored in the set.
Yeah, 99. Luba winning this segment by 5, but overall still leading in the match by, what is this going to be, 31?
Yeah, exciting set. Do you know when the next segment starts?
Yes, it's in about 90 minutes.
Okay, there's not a lot of good places to eat near the venue, so good luck players finding something to eat.
Yeah. Thanks for joining me, Michael, and I guess I will see you back in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, I will see you soon.
All right, chat. North and East did not shine in the play. On which hand? All of the hands? Maybe that's true. Harry asked, why didn't North double with this hand? North decided to just show the 6-card club suit. As opposed to, hold on, let me get my camera back up. Boom. There we go. What's going on in the other match? I put in an order for food. I was on top of this, but that order was like 45 minutes ago, and I think it hasn't showed up yet. Give me a second. I'm going to go take a look outside and see if it just like is here, but no one told me. I will be back in a minute, but we're going to find something to do during the break, and I'll try and update the Life Master scores. As I feared, I do have food, and I will not eat on camera. Don't worry, I know everyone is like terrified of me eating on camera. I don't know what I did to scar everyone, but I will be here. Camera will be off for a little bit while I eat food, but I think maybe we'll take a look at what's going on in the other match. Maybe look at the LM pairs and see who's leading, and then maybe do something like a deal of the week. I believe that's going to be the plan. So give me a second. I guess I will, do I want to? No, you all can see the little thing off to the side, so you can tune in and realize that we're currently on break, even though we're like 30 minutes ahead of time. Maybe I should update the times on this. So it looks like break is starting around 2:30. The second set, maybe we'll just decrease everything by 15 minutes and call it a day. There, that looks perfect, right? So what's going on in the other match? We have 2 separate matches. We even have the first quarter still in play from Luba against Lipkin. This is like the worst run event of all time. Let's take a look at the bracket, and maybe this will be useful in some way. Also, von Zedwitt's Life Master pairs. Wait, there's an NABC Plus open pairs? What the hell is this? Itabashi is playing? What is this NABC Plus open pairs? Does anyone have any idea? Okay, well that's not an important event, I'm sure. LM pairs. Woo. Wait, how do I... Leaderboards. This is what I'm looking for. Boom. Okay, here we go. Oh, and also the, where's the bracket for the GNTs? If I can find this. Cool. Cool. Boom. LM pairs results. Don't worry, I will get these updated in a second. And GNTs. So Luba over Lipkin by 32. Schreiber over Fendrick by 29. Currently. It does look like Luba is going to be meeting up against Schreiber tomorrow in the finals. Okay, now while I turn my camera off and eat, I will do some housekeeping, and then we'll maybe take a look at a deal of the week or something. But how do people feel? Is anyone at the event right now playing? I guess you wouldn't be able to tell me if you were. Well, this would be your lunch break. But yeah, is anyone there playing or planning to go to the Nationals? And if so, what events are you playing in? Let us know. Toronto's too far away. I agree. It's almost like it's an entirely different country. Or at least it feels that way sometimes. I've successfully opened a packet of sauce. Don't worry, I'm going to keep giving the play-by-play on myself getting my food ready. I've successfully opened a packet of sauce, and I have not spilled on anything. My dexterity knows no bounds. Oh, and then I immediately spilled. Okay, this is fine. They gave me napkins. Wait, no, just kidding. It's not a spill, it's a mosquito bite. Alright, I have been bitten by a mosquito. How would I ever know the difference between a sauce spill and a mosquito bite? Oh no. Oh god. The sauce super spicy. BRB, one sec. Definitely gonna need something to drink with this. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get an update on the LM pairs. So where do people stand at the end of the first set? It would be nice to... Excuse me. It would be nice to get percentage scores, but I know that's kind of impossible with the carryover. So maybe the best I can do is to write down match points. Oh my god, we have all of the cheap viewers coming in today. There have been a lot of bots coming into the stream today. Way more than usual. Oh, hey. It's the Aussies. Sartaj Hans and Andy Hung. Currently in 8th place. Alright, let's get this updated. The LM pairs, day 2... let's call it first semifinal. First place, one of the Israelis. Second place, the other Israeli. Oh my god. Look at that. They were second coming into day 2, and they're still second. Mexstroth, glad to see him back on the saddle. They're in third. Stephen and Carrie Sanborn, interesting, in fourth. Edgerton and Whibley were also in fifth. Man, I don't need to change many of these names at all. Steve, Rain, and Matthew Weingarten, hello. Seventh, we have Wildowski and Ron Gerard. Eighth, we got Sartaj Hans, Andy Hung. Oh, Andy Hung. Sartaj Hans. Ninth, we got Mikkel Rimstedt and Zia Mahmood. Finally, rounding out the top 10, we got the French pair, Jerome Rambo and Leo. Whoops. Jerome Rambo and Leo. Or Leo Rambo. Do I want to have other notable players on here? Sure. I forget who I put in the first set of other notable players, but Nickel and Katz, Weinstein and Greco, the Polish guys, Brogland. Okay. Let's go searching for them. If they're towards the top of the standings. Oh, Brogland was up here. In 15th, Klukowski has moved up to 16th. Playing with a sponsor. Other pairs that we saw at the recent European Championships or Bermuda Bowl, Kalita sitting in 27th. Cran sitting down in 45th. Is John Kraniak a worthy name to put on the other notables? David Gold and Marty Fleischer. 52nd. Anyone else? Zach Grossack in 57th, playing with his sponsor. Joe Grew playing with a sponsor, 65th. Weinstein and Greco, there we go. Oh, and it's nice that they actually cut off at the top 78, because that's how many pairs will make it to day 3, I believe. Actually, I'm not certain about that, but I think that's probably true. So anyway, 73, just barely above the cutoff. Weinstein and Eric Greco. Cool. Yeah, Edgton and Wibley are Australian as well. Although they don't have their place of residence. It's actually strange that a lot of these players don't have a place of residence on here. Albeit, my place of residence is not accurate on the ACBL. They just, for whatever reason, think I'm still living in the same place I did 20 years ago when I first registered as a player. They think that people don't, like, move. Which is weird. Why isn't Mexstroth playing with Rodwell? They had a huge falling out during COVID. Oh my god, the spicy. Hold on. Rodwell got a lot of bad rep because he was like a huge proponent of anti-vaccination during COVID. And so, you know, I think the bridge community kind of like blacklisted him for that reason for a while. And so he and Mexstroth split up, and he still gets work on some other pro teams. Like, he was playing on the Simpson team during the U.S. trials, who finished, I think, 3rd, 4th. They lost in the semifinals. But that partnership is done and dusted. Okay, what should we do? We got like an hour and 10 minutes or so. While I eat, oh my god, this, I definitely put way too much spice on this thing. They give me like a little spice packet and some sauce and stuff, and I I definitely just dumped the entire thing in there. And rather than mixing it around, because I haven't done a good... Okay, like, let's try... I'm just digging myself a hole. You all can imagine what happened next. I guess what I'm going to do while I eat is let's play through our Saturday Declare Play thing. Probably not going to give a ton of commentary on the play. I'm just going to like click on cards. But feel free to sit and lurk, as people have been doing much of the day. And I will do my best to get back, and maybe we'll take a look at the deal of the week once I finish eating. Do. What? I'm sorry. Excuse you? There's no way. Oh my god. All right. What a fucking lead, man. Singleton Queen. God, I love the robots sometimes. They have a good sense of humor. Well, we made it. Oh my god. Don't do it. Well, good try by West, roughing their partner's winner. Nice lead by West, thank you. Are you trying to defend the robot's decision to lead a Singleton Queen against 3 no Trump? Is that what's going on here, Rob? You were surprised by the 4th best leads in the GNT? I know, same, right? um... I guess I'm supposed to rough this. Well, that was unfortunate. How is this the real auction? Partner opened a 10 count, we game forced a 10 count, and we're just on a misfit? What the fuck? Have we been learning from that pair that we were watching in the GNTs who was just like opening bad 10s and game forcing bad 11s? I personally think it's really bad to do that. Like back in the old Meckwell days, they figured it out, in like the 70s or whatever it was, 80s. And they had a lot of success with it because people didn't understand how to defend against it. But now that people just double you a lot of the time, especially if you become known as a player who bids far too aggressively, you end up losing out on a lot. And just getting to bad games and losing like 5 or 6 imps every single time is not great. So I like what that pair had done in their slam auctions. They seemed to do very well, but it also just kind of seemed like maybe that was a relic of them being far too aggressive in general on a lot of boards. Excuse me a sec. Oh my god, that was like the biggest sneeze I've ever had. I think I got to the microphone just in time. Whew. Well, this contract has no play. You've got a black screen now? Why do you have a black screen? Is that on my end? I don't think that's on my end. Anyway, hopefully no one actually has a black screen. What did I decide I was gonna do? Ace of Diamonds, low heart? King? Really? Come on, East. Oh, East didn't even have the king. Okay. um... I have a lot of winners set up. Down 3. I'm sure that went great. what an awful hand. Maybe I could have done better there. If I had, like, pulled trumps. Heart to the jack and king. Diamond comes back. Heart to the ace, spade to the queen, ace of spades, spade. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Spade to the ace, club. Spade, rough, club. Oh, I have 2 losers. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no way to get rid of my losers. All right. Minus 100. So at imps, I would have needed to pitch a club on that 3rd round of diamonds with East roughing in. Not at match points. That would be insane. Well, this entire auction is weird to me. Yeah, I mean, it looks like East-West reached double dummy par of 3 hearts making 3. Nice queen third of whatever it is. There's no diamond holding I can pick up. Don't we have to finesse the club at least? I don't know what you mean at least. There's literally no diamond holding I can pick up. This line always goes down when it's match points. This is a declare play only, so... but anyway, it's match points, right? Like, you just try and take as many tricks as you can. It's not about trying to make your contract. I can't even give Wes the crocodile coup problem. I'm always going to have to lead the second diamond from dummy. Gross. It was a singleton anyway. Yeah, also, like, there's no guarantee this line goes down, right? East could have queen doubleton of clubs. I think it's just effectively impossible for West to have led a club instead of a heart when they have the queen of clubs there. All right, I'm like somewhat finished with my food. Yeah, East had 8 hearts for their preempt. Well, this is a hand, and we ended up in 3 no trump somehow. You'd have just opened 4 hearts and go down. But see, the thing is, 4 hearts would have gotten 4 spades from north. 4 hearts, pass, 4 spades, and then you would be better placed. This is probably a really interesting hand. Okay, I think I see it. Actually, I'm not really sure how to pull off this squeeze that I'm looking at. If West has 4 hearts, the king, queen, 10 of diamonds, and the ace of spades, can't I do something? Do. Okay, I pitched 3 spades and a heart. So then I still have 2 clubs, 4 diamonds, and a heart in hand. At imps, you claim your top tricks and go to the bar. That's probably true, unless you want to exert some psychological pressure on the opponents by running your long suit. Um, if they had rejected one of your earlier claims, then you would probably just force them to play this one out. So it's a 7-card ending. West has to keep 3 hearts and 3 diamonds. Oh, yeah. No, this totally works. I don't know if I can do much if West doesn't have the 10 of diamonds. I mean, probably. It kind of looks like West is getting strip squeezed, but let's just run some tricks. There's a heart pitch. Didn't West lead like a low heart spot? Are we convinced hearts are 4-2? I mean, there was a takeout double and not a 1 heart overcall. Okay. Yeah, West had the king, queen to... Oh, but West had led from jack, 3rd of hearts. Oh my god. I can't take it. I just can't fucking take it. 3 now. Well, 3 now looks like the wrong spot here. Do I ever have a squeeze if West doesn't have the remaining heart on her? No. I don't really have communication between the hands. Like, the squeeze would kind of need to be on East. Why not simply finesse a trick 2? Because I needed communication in the heart suit to pull off the squeeze that I was playing for. If I took a heart finesse a trick 2 and West started with jack 4th, then if I run all my clubs, now West can pitch all their hearts. Or if I cash the king of hearts, then West jack of hearts becomes good. So I needed that king of hearts entry entry to the north hand so that then it only makes 11 tricks. Yeah, I had 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, I had the potential to get a 12th trick. As West was getting like triple squeezed here without the count. Like this was the hand I was playing for, but West having a 4th heart, right? We start with 11, 7 clubs, 3 hearts, and the ace of diamonds. Oh, yeah. If we finesse a trick 2, we only take 11 tricks. When West has jack 4th of hearts to start. On this hand, it's not going to matter. The hearts would just come home. But yeah. the squeeze I was hoping for would have gained an extra trick. Well, it's not a hopeless contract. Nice auction, guys. A club, 2 diamonds, 3 now. Yeah, sometimes the bots do weird stuff if you just leave them on lead. Because they don't signal. Like, they have no idea if their partner actually has fitting honors in the suit they've led. Hello. So is this like 9-7 fourth, and this is Jack 10 Doubleton? Okay. West pitched a lot of diamonds. It was a stiff queen anyway. Man, I feel like I've done so well on these hands, and yet all of my plays don't matter because everything was just splitting. Awesome. Once again, I'm in 3-0. This time it looks like the right contract. If only real life were Bridgemaster, I know, right? Bridgemaster's great. How consistently can I do level 5? Well, you could take a look at the video on on my YouTube channel, because I played through the entirety of Bridgemaster live on stream many months ago. So I don't really remember, but we played through all the hands back then. The spade discard scares me a bit. I'm tempted to just cash out. I'll think about it for a second while I take another bite of food. I mean, if West has the Diamond King and the Spade Ace, I can cash clubs and West gets squeezed anyway. So it's only really bad if East has the Spade Ace and West has the Diamond King to not take the Diamond Finesse now. What was this dumb auction? North opened a diamond. Jack of Spades discard, huh? So it's starting to sound like the Spade Ace is offside to me. I don't know. I'm just gonna take the Ace of Diamonds. Ah! Oh well. We could have made a ton of tricks there. That's okay. West's first discard was the Jack of Spades from Ace Jack Doubleton. Maybe second discard. Well, West can just pitch the Jack of Spades from whatever. Like Jack Doubleton, Jack Third, whatever the hand is. Okay, yep. That's a thing that totally just happened. Wait, that doesn't matter. Okay, that totally doesn't matter. I can still rough a diamond. Hopefully. There's a heart discard. Counting is hard. Ah, yes, the classic. I was not able to preempt, but I'm able to rebid my own heart suit. We get a trump lead. Wonderful. Long tank from East, Queen of Diamonds switch. Okay. I don't think I was supposed to win that to, like, lead a low club off dummy. That seems like a pretty unusual plan. So it feels better to me to duck that opening lead, but I could be wrong. Oh, hearts are just splitting? Cool. Was hoping for a trump coup against King Queen 9 fourth. Not today. Nice spade stopper, South. Well, now what? I guess as long as clubs are 4-3, my plan doesn't really matter. Well, that's going to make things easy. If East was able to duck the king of diamonds, we could have been in some trouble, communication-wise. Alright, how'd we do? Like, below average? Is it better to run the diamond 10? I don't think it mattered much. My plan was diamond to the jack, assuming that holds, spade to the king, queen of diamonds. Running it. We can always pitch the blocking ace of diamonds on the third round of clubs. 55. So we didn't take our finesse on board 9. A lot of the field did. 4 spades down 3 was pretty bad, huh? 4 hearts down 1 on board 5 was also not great. Three clubs down 2 was excellent. I have no idea why. I mean, what did I do? All I did was pull trumps. 95% for just pulling trumps? That's so weird. Best board of the set. Alright, we got about 30 minutes until the thing starts. And I thought that I was almost done with my food, but this is like an endless bowl. It's like a stir-fry thing. I can see the bottom, though. So we're almost there. But let's pull up a deal of the week. If I can figure out how to get there. Wait, this is going to ruin all of my videos, though. Because normally for deal of the week, I've had my face cam up. Ah, that's okay. I still haven't even decided if I'm posting these on YouTube at some point, but deal of the week 165. Ooh, people were talking about Bridgemaster earlier. Wait for it. Let's get rid of this for a second. This week's deal is a declare or play problem. If you like declare or play problems, you should think about purchasing Bridgemaster 2000. Wow, that's revolutionary. Back in 1999, they were already naming things after the next millennium. Bridgemaster 2000 is an educational program that is designed to improve your declare or play. All bridge players, ranging from novices to deal of the week regulars, will find their card play is improved after using the program. This is very true. I convinced Helgamo to take a look at Bridgemaster through his regular partner, Chris Lincoln. I never actually followed up on that, so I wonder how that went. But yeah, hopefully Helgamo enjoyed it. The first version of Bridgemaster was released in 1992 and is still widely considered the best medium ever devised for improving declare play. I wonder if that's still true nowadays. It probably is. I think it's still quite good. User interface has been completely rewritten, blah, 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 blah. Bottom line remains the same. Bridgemaster is both good for your bridge and fun to use. Yes. Bridgemaster 2000 comes on a CD-ROM. Do those exist anymore? I don't think so. Windows 95, 98, or NT. I loved Windows NT. Mostly because it just sounded like no Trump. Alright, additional information about Bridgemaster 2000, blah, 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 is available through this website. If you appreciate free online content like Deal of the Week, please support our efforts by purchasing our software. Yeah. Here's the deal. 2 hearts by East. We overcall 3 no trump. We have 6 quick tricks. We get the King of Spades lead, and North puts down a useful dummy. Is this the only deal for this week, or are there more? I guess we'll find out in a second. And excuse me while I finish eating. I think we're like gonna end just on time to start up quarter 3. So we have 4. Oh my god. Oh, giant pepper flake. Okay, it's all good. All good. We have 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade. So we need to set up another trick in the diamond suit. East discards at trick 1, making it look right to win the spade ace. Ducking would give the defense a chance to switch to hearts if that was best. Great. Holy shit, spades are 7-0? So we can't lose a trick to West. There's 8 top tricks. The spade trick you've already won. The heart ace. 2 diamond tricks. And 4 clubs. Diamonds is the only suit containing prospects for an extra trick. I mean, technically unclear, but given that we have... Yeah, given that we've ended up not ducking the first trick, we don't really have the ability to rectify the count for red suit squeeze against East. So, while it might have been possible to duck like 2 spades and a heart or 2 spades and a diamond, depending on how the defense went, we just can't do that anymore. Hearts you could crash an honor. Yeah. So the deal of the week sort of things, they tend to play for real chances as opposed to defensive errors, which is cool. And and I think it's helpful to notice these ideas, right? Like, as you're saying, if East has king, queen, 6 of hearts, we lead a low heart, East puts in the queen, we win the ace, we cross back into dummy again with our other entry and lead another low heart, East plays the king, West plays the jack, our 10 of hearts sets up. Definitely a worthwhile line to consider, or be aware of. Although in the Bridgemaster thing, or testing your declare play, you want to make sure that you can make it on realistic lines of, or layouts of the cards. And I think from a practical standpoint, it's also better to generally play for real chances. Maybe not play for like Queen Jack Doubleton or something when you only have 6 cards in the suit. That would be pretty unlikely, and instead you should look for Swindle. But for the most part, I think playing for actual layouts of the cards that can exist tends to be better as declarer than playing for an opponent to make a mistake. You already know how the East-West spades and hearts are divided. By playing on clubs, it'll be possible to get a complete count on the hand. This should help you to know how to play diamonds to best advantage. Both the defenders fall to the first 2 rounds of clubs. A third round of clubs will reveal which defender started with 3, but it is important to win the next club trick in the proper hand. Can you see which hand that is? Ooh, interesting question. Which hand should we win the third round of clubs? Oh, actually, I hope they give us a quiz. Nope. Damn. I was going to hope that they gave us one of those quizzes and we could have like the fun sound effects. Make sure you win the third round of clubs in the south hand. You don't see why, you will shortly. Let's read on to find out. West discards a spade. You now know West started with 7-2-2-2 distribution and East started with 0-6-4-3. What are you going to do about it? Good question. Given that West has 2 diamonds and East has 4, your best chance for an extra trick is to hope that West was dealt a double to 9, leaving East with 4 diamonds to the Queen Jack. Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a thing. Yes, I agree with this. Kind of. Anyway, maybe we'll look at what I'm talking about towards the end, because there are legitimate squeeze chances from here. If West was dealt honor doubleton and diamonds, for example. Start by leading a low diamond to Dummy's king. Okay, you don't actually need to lead it. So Fred's given like the level 3 deal on this. You know, Bridgemaster has like 5 levels. He's giving us the level 3 talk. I think a low diamond to the 7 or 8 is also good enough on this layout. That's okay. Diamond to the king. 10 of diamonds. East follows small, but your only hope is to play low from hand. Fair enough. Your careful play is rewarded when we pin West 9. Let's return to the first few rounds of diamonds and give West a chance to make a clever false card. Suppose West plays the 9 when we lead a diamond towards dummy. Ooh. Now we win the king, lead the 10, but once again East follows small. Do you have second thoughts about passing the 10? West's false card could give you second thoughts. Perhaps he was dealt Queen 9 doubleton, or Jack 9 doubleton. In that case, it would be a big mistake to pass the 10. Instead, go up with the ace and knock out the remaining diamond honor. The answer depends on West's level of ability. Against most Wests, you should take the play of the 9 at face value and go up with the ace on the second round. If, however, you suspect that West is a strong enough player to routinely find the play of the 9 from 9 doubleton, then you should pass the 10 on the second round. There's 3 9 doubletons that West could hold and only 2 holdings of Queen 9 and Jack 9. Exactly. On the given lie of the cards, you could also have succeeded by winning the third round of clubs with Dummy's Jack and leading the 10 of diamonds. This is true. There's 2 problems with this approach. First, by playing diamonds from Dummy on the first round, you lack the entries to win a third trick when West began with honor 9 doubleton. This factor is especially important against a West player who's not strong enough to false card from the 9 doubleton. That's a good point. The other problem is that East might show out on the club. This is probably a bigger concern. Although this is like still fine, right? West now marked with a singleton diamond, the lead would be left in the wrong hand. So what actually happens here is if we step back a little bit, let me see if they're going to get to it. Probably not. But on this layout, we can still make it by winning that second round of clubs in the north hand and then playing another club back to the south hand. And then going like ace of diamonds, ace of hearts heart or something like that, or ducking. Oh no, West has the jack of hearts. Oh my god, I forgot. Wait, we were talking about this, about the swindle possibility. West jack of hearts is an entry to the long spades. Oh, I see the problem. I was thinking East might have started with king queen jack of hearts, in which case they would be getting strip squeezed. We could go like ace of hearts, 10 of hearts. East would get in and eventually have to lead into our king 10 of diamonds. But that's not true. West would win the jack of hearts and run all of the spades. Ooh. Okay. Now I'm back on board with Fred's plan of just picking up the diamond suit entirely. All right, where were we? If, however, you win the third round of clubs in your hand, as West follows, you can still succeed whenever West singleton is the queen, jack, or 9. Right, we can lead a diamond to the king, run the 10, eventually set up the last diamond, and the jack of clubs is an entry. Boom. Knock out that last diamond. And 9 tricks. Voila. So, cute hand. It is a little bit technical in like how to manage the diamond suit and your entries and clubs. And while I think these types of hands are probably relatively important because it builds good technique as declare, learning which honors to lead towards and which, you know, how to manage entries, how to play certain suit combinations. I think in practice, just getting better at like visualizing and learning to read missing high cards is a more valuable skill in the long run. So, you know, like, is it realistic for East to have started with 6 hearts and 5 diamonds? I would argue no. Not even for vulnerable to move a major preempt. So I think you can kind of discount that hand shape and expect that East is 6-4-3 for the most part. All right, we got 10 minutes. Ah, good. Quarter 1 is still up for the Vugraph. Let me take like 5 minutes to clean up and use the restroom. And then I will be back. We will start up the 4th quarter action momentarily. Oh, I can put up this so that everyone knows what is going on. BRB, 1 sec. I am back. Here we go. So hopefully Vugraph will be up in about 7 or 8 minutes or so. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put up predictions. So I guess I should do that for the next set. Who are we going to watch? I don't know. Probably stick with the same match is going to be the plan. So let's refresh our memories. And by our memories, I mean my memory. I have the LM pairs updated. So the Israelis are doing quite well. At least the 2 Israeli pairs that are very strong. Or, well, one of the pairs is playing together. Ami Zamir and Orin Toledano. And then the last player, Jor Padron, I guess has work for the event, maybe. I don't know who their partner is, but it looks like potentially a client. But GNTs. Here is our bracket. So, wait a second. That doesn't look right to me. I think last night it was saying that it was a 73-73 tie after 4. No, something's way off about this scoreboard. Well, either way. We have Luba against Lipkin. They're ahead by 32. Luba's team is the Youngsters. Youngsters plus Jenk. And Schreiber. Fenric. It also said 73-73 after 3 before. Yeah, great. So I don't know what actually happened. That would be a large number of imps to have scored in overtime. 56 nothing. I don't know. Something's way off on this. I don't know what it is, but apparently Lipkin won. But yeah, Schreiber, Luba do seem like the 2 strongest teams in the field. Schreiber actually defeating Woolsey in their quarterfinal match. I know you can't see, but Schreiber's down there, I promise you. They have not had the easiest road. Luba has had a much more comfortable time. I mean, a little bit of a scare for them maybe in the first quarter of their round of 16 match, but they ended up winning by close to 80. So that's currently where things sit. We got about 3 minutes left. Are both matches broadcast? Should be both matches. We were following the Luba-Lipkin match earlier, since Michael wanted to watch that one. If someone has a strong preference, I would consider going to one match or the other. I don't think I mind either way. Maybe I would slightly prefer watching the Schreiber team play, because I think they have much stronger players on their team in terms of individual skill, as opposed to the Luba team. But anything can happen in unpracticed partnerships for sure. You have a friend on Fendrick. Who is on the Fendrick team? I don't remember who that is. Is that the Alex Hudson team? Alex Hudson and Doug Daub and whoever else. I think it might have been. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the rest of the players on the team all that well. But Alex, I'm very familiar with. Hugh Brown and Jui Wang. Got it. Yeah, those are names that I don't recognize at all and probably wouldn't know who they were if I saw them. All right, are we ready to go? Quarter 3, Luba Lipkin. I have the feeling that Michael's going to want to do that match, so I guess let's join him for it. It's been fun as well. I have enjoyed it. All right, as usual, Twitch chat, I will be back after this set. Feel free to ask questions or talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Oh. Is it broken? Oh, no. We're here. I wish I knew which table it was. But I guess I'm just going to click join. Let's do it. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about to get underway with some third quarter action in the semifinals match of the GNTs. Luba up against Lipkin. Luba maintains a 32 imp lead, I believe it is, going into this set. On the other side of the bracket, Schreiber against Fendrick. Schreiber is hanging on to a 29 imp lead in their match. Does look like Luba and Schreiber are headed towards a finals berth, although Lipkin and Fendrick should not be ridden off just yet. Everyone still has an opportunity, 30 more boards to play. And I expect we'll get some cards on the table in just a minute. I expect to be joined momentarily by my co-caster, Michael Schuster, who I believe also went on a bit of a lunch break with the players. Hopefully everyone's refreshed. And we should get the action underway soon. I was really excited to see a lot of the distributional hands from earlier. Those make for much more entertaining matches. And especially in events like this where the partnerships are a little bit unpracticed, you can see some crazy things happening. With players not knowing what bids are forcing or what actions they might be able to take to steer their side to the right contract. But here we go. 30 boards, 32 imps to go. If Lipkin wants to make the comeback. North passes in first seat. East gets to open a strong no trump, 16 count over there. And I don't think South is going to have anything to say. He has the second best hand at the table, but that's often not good enough to compete for his side, especially when he has no shape. So no trump seems pretty likely to end the auction. We saw Schenk, the South player, lead kind of aggressively fourth best in an earlier segment today, so I imagine he's probably going to do the same thing here, lead a low spade. Although Harrison is giving this a bit of a look. North does tend to be a fairly aggressive. He's a younger player. And as many of us did when we were young, we liked to bid on far too many hands. Though Jack 8 fifth of hearts and a couple of jacks and a balanced 8 count is probably not the hand. So he does let it go. We'll see if South gets off to the spade lead as we might expect. And he does. Now, there's a couple of possibilities. I mean, obviously, Declare is going to play a low spade from dummy at trick one. I could see North putting in the 8 of spades. It doesn't feel percentage to me, but if we switch the ace and queen of spades between South and East's hands, then, and I guess give South the 9 of spades in addition. Maybe the 8 of spades is a little bit too big of a position to take, but there are situations where the 8 could be important. Otherwise, that 10 of spades will set up as a stopper in dummy. But I think I like the idea from North's perspective of just winning the king of spades to try and figure out what suit to play next if the king of spades holds. Hey, Michael, welcome back.
Hello. All right, did I miss anything good?
Not really, just kind of a flat hand to start out with. So
they're easing me in.
Yeah, East is opening a no trump, and a little bit of a decision from North on trick one, whether to play the king or the 8. I think I talked through it and decided the 8 was a little bit silly, but Harrison working through all that, he does win the king.
I think on this deal it wouldn't matter. East has an entire harem, though.
Yeah. It's probably going to look pretty natural to North to switch to diamonds.
Let's declare. Well, yeah, Declare isn't on lead to play diamond himself. North has 5 hearts, but the king 10 of hearts and dummy is just really unattractive to switch to it.
Yeah, a club switch doesn't make a lot of sense. Playing back spades is not really helpful.
I feel like I would play back a spade here because maybe partner can play some. Maybe partner can play. Will know better what to do. But
you'd feel kind of bad if you needed to start diamonds from your side, though, because you have no more entries.
So dummy has 3 high card points, and you have 8, and they open a strong no trump. So let's see, that's 11. If you figured they have usually 15, that's 26. Partner has about 14. He did play a heart, which I mean he's just trying to establish his 5-card suit. He's not afraid of blowing a trick with it. He is going to force an entry to dummy, basically. Like they can't establish the hearts without letting Declare get to the king. I think Declare may duck a diamond here, figuring that they could get to dummy with the king of hearts to take a diamond finesse, or they could alternatively duck a club or play ace of clubs and guess the clubs.
Yeah, this is also kind of interesting. Play on the club suit.
We'll just guess the clubs correctly immediately. Ace then queen.
Yeah, ace of clubs, queen of clubs works out.
He sure knew what he was doing. So, well, now Declare has like a lot of tricks available to him. It's got 2 hearts and 3 clubs is 5, and 2 diamonds is 7, and the defense can't take enough tricks to beat him in the meanwhile because they'll have 3 with the club and 2 with the spades is just 5. So the battle is going to be over the 8th trick.
Yeah, actually, I think I really like this line of play from Declare because after the heart switch, he has 2 heart tricks if he can get to dummy. He scored a spade. Even if he misguesses the clubs, he'll still get a second club trick most of the time because the suit will be 3-2. And then all he'll need is a diamond guess or the diamond finesse to work to get up to a 7th trick. And obviously in this case, he doesn't even need the diamonds to come home. The jack of clubs falls under the queen, so As you say, it's a matter of over tricks from here. North should probably pitch a spade on this trick. But South is not going to be unhappy with the way things have gone. If his partner had the ace of diamonds instead of the king, they could still beat this. Now that the heart gets discarded, South is going to be a little bit less thrilled about the way the defense has gone.
It sure looks good for Declare right now.
Yeah, club a heart and 2 diamonds at the very least. And the defense is going to have to be a little bit careful to not give an 8th trick. Why do I feel like I miscounted something? I did miscount something. I totally miscounted. Declare didn't take the first spade trick. Uh-huh. Well, maybe that makes this line of play a little less obvious than I was originally giving it credit for. It's probably still the right line of play.
It probably is.
Declare has managed to end play south into leading diamonds for him, which is a nice little touch. The king was, of course, in the pocket the whole time. So 7 tricks. Looks like a nice result for East-West here. Not at all obvious how they were going to play this hand if the defense tried to be a little bit more passive. Maybe the defense had no way to be more passive, though. All right, distribution is back. East is 6-4. 12 count. Gets to open a spade. South has a pretty nice hand. 16. Good 6-card club suit. He'll start with 2 clubs, I have to believe. We've seen him earlier make a takeout double with a strong-ish hand, but this hand doesn't feel like is all that much better than a vulnerable against not 2 club overcall.
For me, this hand looks like a hand that wants to aim at 3 no trump with potentially 6 clubs and 2 aces and not needing much more than a club fit and a spade stopper to make game.
Right.
Is the way to do that to double and bid clubs, or is the way to do that to bid 2 clubs? I can see an argument both ways. On this hand, I think you're going to be better off doubling because partner has 7 hearts and 3 clubs, and will eventually insist on playing this hand in hearts if you double.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough problem, for sure. And it does seem as if 4 hearts is going to go down on the actual lie of the cards. Ace, queen of spades, both offside. There's a club loser, so West gets in. But does look like 4 hearts is the place to be. I don't think North is actually pausing to think about what to do. Oh my god, he was. He bid 3 clubs. Wow.
Yeah,
East
he is an impressive
immediately
player. I'm
bids
surprised
4
South didn't. South with
I'm
3 aces and a raising partner might, and an unfavorable, might have doubled 4 spades, figuring they're trying to steal from him.
yeah, I'm surprised that South didn't double 4 spades. Okay, I'm no longer surprised because South has doubled 4 spades.
It does make sense.
Man, that 3 club bid from North, I don't think it would have occurred to a lot of players. But he's, I mean, he's kind of right. It's almost their hand. But maybe that's just because Partners has such a good 16 count over there. Harrison has to be feeling so sick now that this double has hit the table and comes back to him. He knows that he doesn't have a real bid the first time around. They will beat this, though. There's just nothing that South can do other than lead a high club, cash the ace of hearts, and then look at this dummy and figure ace diamonds diamond is the only chance. Harrison does judge to pass. Well done.
All right, so the defense is entitled to only 4 tricks if they can find the rough. Is it going to be obvious to South to try to give us part? Well, I mean, I guess he's going to look at that dummy, and he's going to win the ace of diamonds, and he's going to cash a high club, and he's going to cash the ace of hearts, and he's going to see the king on his left and know there's no future in the heart suit. Oh, I see. It's he's seeing the dummy on his left.
Yeah. So,
but he knows there's no more clubs he's cashing because partner raised clubs.
Yep.
So he has nothing better to do than try to give partner a diamond rough or try to cash the king of diamonds, I guess.
Exactly.
Ace of clubs, he's going to play the ace of hearts.
Yeah, the only pitfall to avoid, I guess, is to play partner for a stiff king of diamonds, but like you could still just bang down the ace and give your partner a diamond rough, even if they have singleton king. So it does seem pretty likely. Ace of clubs, we get a I know a lot of players play like ace for attitude, king for count against 5-level contracts or potentially doubled contracts. I don't know if this is a situation where that would apply for this north-south pair or even if they've discussed it. But either way, the 10 of clubs should kind of clearly convey the message. He switched to a spade.
Well, that's not the path to victory.
Wow.
See, trumps drawn and a hand claimed momentarily.
Yeah. I mean, Declare can definitely knock out the diamond ace and see if the opponents cash the ace of hearts, which they will. Otherwise, both hearts go away, and Declare makes an overtrick. Yeah, so I guess South believed that Declare had long hearts, and he decided to try and pull trumps. He would be playing his partner for something like 2, 5, 4. That's way too many cards. 2, 5, 3, 3, I guess. Shape. Which is possible. Yeah, one of the big issues on this deal, of course, is that North had this concealed 7-card heart suit that he never got to mention. If South knew that his partner had long hearts, it would be a lot easier for him to find the diamond rough defense. It still just seems so natural to me to try ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, though.
I'm really surprised he didn't cash the ace of hearts. It's not like Declare was going to have a ton of hearts. Oh, no, partner never raised hearts. He must have thought Declare had 4 hearts. Or partner never bid hearts.
Yeah.
So it must have been hard to read.
I'm just having a hard time constructing a hand where even when Declare has long hearts, it's correct to pull trumps. It might not cost, but I don't think it ever costs to go ace of diamonds, diamond anyway. I don't know. Well, what? Oh
Wait, what
my
happened?
god. Big news
Wait.
from Vugraph operator. Tokay, so East, made an incorrect claim. I don't even know what that means at that point in the play. How is it possible that...
Wait, when ace of clubs, spade to the queen, he drew the trumps.
Yeah.
What kind of incorrect claim could possibly cause him to lose a third trick?
Also, I am really not a fan of whichever North-South complained about that. Whatever happened. But I understand that some people...
I mean, if he made like a really bad claim, like he said, oh, I could pitch both my hearts on the diamonds.
Okay, but he still gets out for down 1, right? Or not down 1, he still makes it.
I'm trying to figure out, like, even if he said something stupid like that, where he forgot the ace of diamonds was out, when they win the ace of diamonds, there's nothing they can do.
Exactly. I mean, like, sure, maybe Declare could run all of his trumps before playing diamonds or something like that. I mean, it's just...
Right? What he's playing, a spade to the 9, rough a club to your hand, play another trump, pitch the king of hearts. Play it, and even then you're still gonna... You must be like... He must have thought... Maybe he thought the queen jack of clubs were good. What if he said, oh, I'll pitch my hearts on the queen jack of clubs?
Okay, yeah.
That must have been. And then you cross the 9 of spades, play a queen of clubs, planning, pitch your heart, and now you're down 1.
Yeah. Well, Vugraph
if he actually made
tells
that
us
claim...
Down 1, so the table agreed. Meanwhile, on the next board, we have kind of a quiet and calm 1 no trump in the south. West now choosing to lead 4th best from his longest and strongest, the diamond suit. So Declare can score 3 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs is going to be 7 tricks. The defense's spades are even blocked, so they can't actually score 4 spade tricks. Maybe at border match, this hand would be a little bit more interesting. Declare would have to judge whether to take a club finesse or not. But as it is, there's just going to be no difficulty whatsoever. I like what East has done defensively here. Declare wins the opening lead and runs the 9 of hearts, and East ducks. It's kind of obvious looking at this dummy that Declare is going to try and set up some tricks in hearts, so East realizes that taking the king of hearts has no benefit, whereas ducking might mess with Declare's communications a little bit. And he's definitely right about that. Now Declare is in a little bit of a bind. If he takes another heart finesse and East wins and returns a third heart, it's possible that fourth heart in dummy, or potentially a diamond problem, could cause some trouble for Declare. But okay, he does play another heart to the queen this time, which is a bit revealing. Club switch. So is Declare brave enough to put in the jack of clubs? I think the answer is going to be no on this one. He does just go up with the club ace. Still some complications in communication between the north-south hands, though. Now if Declare tries to set up a diamond, the hearts are the only communication between the hands, and so he'll either lose the fourth heart in dummy or the king of clubs.
Yeah, it's actually like he has 7 tricks, but he can't really take them without risk. So he's if the defense wins the ace of diamonds and plays another diamond, then he may have to strand the king of clubs. Now the defense's spades are tangled also. And they are returning a diamond. So
it looks like Declare is going to come out okay, because what he can do is he can cash 2 hearts pitching a club and then exit either a diamond or a spade, and eventually his king of clubs is going to take a trick.
Well, the East pitched a spade. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, the defense couldn't untangle the spades to take 4 spade tricks.
Right.
Now they pitched 2 spades, so things are going to be pretty easy.
Yeah, it was certainly the case that if the 10 and 9 of spades were switched, then the defense could have beaten Declare on this line of play.
I think East is maybe putting his partner on a club honor instead of the queen of spades for the line of play Declare is taken.
Right. Now, Declare could have countered this potential, maybe, by cashing the king of clubs when he was in his hand, setting up the queen for the opposition before going after the diamond trick.
Right, and that was also not without risk, because East could potentially get in with a spade and leave another club through.
Right.
So I don't think he had anything that was completely safe that he could have done.
Definitely not. Well, wait a second. Hold on. How convinced am I of this? He didn't need to take a second heart finesse. He could have effectively given up on the heart finesse and set up his diamond trick immediately. Also not without risk, but would have had some potential for 7 tricks without letting the opponents mess with his communication. But 8 tricks in. Well done. Plus 120. Couple of boards going back and forth the first few. Our first board, 1 no trump, did go down in the other room, as we noted that Declare's line of play over here, nicely picking up the club suit and with the diamond finesse on side, made things easy. Board 2, North-South got to 5 hearts and went down 1.
They're lucky to escape just 5 imps with a bad claim when they were in such a great spot.
Yeah, it's kind of sad for the Lipkin team here that they weren't able to pull 4 spades home. All right, West gets to open a diamond 13 count, balanced. East bids a heart. South can make a takeout double with his ace king 4th of spades if he chooses. It's not always right to do in these spots, because as Michael had kind of mentioned, sometimes we were talking about maybe over precision clubs that you don't want to give away information to the opposition by bidding in between two opponents who've showed hands. But it does feel like a little bit too important to get that ace king fourth of spades in. Don't want to let the opponent steal from you. Especially these guys. We've seen this east-west pair be hyper aggressive. Two clubs looks to me to be some sort of like XYZ type thing. So East is planning to show an invitational hand with hearts. I don't believe even this East player would game force that hand. So maybe a little bit of a missed alert from the Vugraph operator, but it looks like, yeah, two diamonds by West also alerted. Just completing the relay or puppet, whatever you want to call it, to two diamonds. And now East has been able to show some length in hearts with an invitational hand is the idea. Players have different agreements about what 2 hearts versus 3 hearts or something like that in these auctions would show. It is really convenient to be able to show the invite at the 2 level, though. Like when you're opening light, as this East-West partnership does quite frequently, being able to play at the 2 level with like 20 highs is pretty valuable. You don't want to get up to the 3 level with those sorts of hands and just lose 6 imps left and right, or 5 or 6 imps.
So the XYZ auctions are different from 1-0 Trump rebid auctions, because when you respond to one of a major and rebid, a partner responds to one of a major rebid 1-0 Trump, you're in a tight range in both terms of pattern and high card strength, whereas a diamond heart of spade is wide ranging in both terms. Like West could have a 5-4-3-1-17, like a 4-1-5-3-17 count, as well as this sort of balanced hand, which to me makes XYZ, while convenient for invitational hands, often very inconvenient for hands that just want to bid 2 diamonds and give partner another chance to bid if they want to.
Mm-hmm.
Because the ranges are so large, there's a divergence in the expert community about how good XYZ actually is. You'll find people like Aaron Silverstein are very much against XYZ. I lean towards that interpretation, but there's certainly hands where it's convenient to have it, so you can show this type of hand. Meanwhile, they still stop short. I would think you'd want to get to 3-0 Trump on the East-West cards here. You have 8 peelers, and then you just need to like either the club to behave, or them to lead a diamond, or the ace king of spades to be in the same hand.
Yep, and I think it's pretty likely that almost everything is working. The one concern I'd have on an auction like this is that hearts are 4-1, because South made a takeout double. But
yeah, I mean, you could, if things are looking friendly enough, duck the first round of hearts,
right,
to make sure you have at least 5 heart trucks. If you judge that's all you need. Like,
yeah.
Let's say the defense goes ace of spades, king of spades, spade. So you could. Well, then they have 3 spades. If you duck a heart, they have a heart and a diamond. That's 5, and they'll beat you that way.
Yeah.
So maybe you just can't. You 3-2 hearts.
Yeah, it's probably
then
a little bit too difficult.
4 hearts also. 2 spades and a diamond, so you need 3-2 hearts to make 4 hearts also.
Mm-hmm. I mean, without South interfering, 4 hearts and 3-0 Trump both don't look like great contracts, but with the interference, I think getting to 3-0 Trump would be a big win on the East-West cards. So I don't really know what was going on with East and West auction post 2 heart bid. It looks pretty natural to me, but 2-0 Trump feels like a bit of a strange bid from West on a flat 13 with no fitting heart card. And then East pulling 2-no trump to 3 hearts instead of bidding 3-no with solid hearts also seems a little bit strange.
Yeah, I could see, West just passing 2 hearts.
Yeah.
The 2-no trump call, I would think, would show a forward going hand with a couple of hearts in it, a balanced forward going hand. And opposite that, I think East has a clear 3-no over 2-no because their hearts are solid. They have a source of tricks. They only need a little from partner to make 9 tricks if the hearts are running.
Yeah, it looks like our Vugraph operator's having a little bit of trouble keeping up with the pace of play because Declarer definitely didn't rough the winning Queen of Spades in hand. They certainly threw a diamond loser. So we should see a claim for all the rest of the tricks here, is my guess.
Yeah.
There's 10 tricks, plus 170. Potential for swing. I think East-West did well in this room to give themselves a chance to reach the game. But we get another 6-5.
6-5 come alive. And North has a pretty nice hand, too. Funny, they have a 6-5 hand, but their best fit is in their doubleton.
That's true, yeah.
You can make 5 diamonds. Yes, even after club, 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 roughed with a 9 doesn't help them. Tapping dummy doesn't help because you could have the jack of hearts as an entry. So 5 diamonds makes East-West. I'm not sure about 4. 4 hearts probably also makes because hearts behave nicely. North-South don't have an entry because they get overruffed on the 3rd round of clubs. They can't. They have a trump loser and 2 diamonds and 3 hearts. North with 5 card support for his ace king 5th and a side ace king queen can only take 7 tricks with spades as trump.
Are we sure that 2 clubs was the bid that was made? I mean, it looks like it was.
It's not impossible to decide that you're going to try to bid this hand, pattern the hand out. I would think that you're bidding 4 hearts next, which I'm assuming partner's not going to think that's a key card or a splinter. I'd be a little worried. I think starting with 2 spades seems like the practical choice. Maybe down 40 imps, he's decided to do something unusual.
Yeah, that could be as well if the players are already trying to take some swinging actions, as you say. But the disparity between the heart and club suits couldn't be more apparent. I know clubs has a 6th card in it, but you gotta feel like showing both suits at the outset. It would be somewhat more reasonable.
Well, he has to bid his hearts. I'm guessing he may be stuck just bidding 2 hearts.
Probably okay. 2 hearts is, I think, most likely to be forcing here. South never bid. South is still not bidding, huh?
That's not a bad plan to just not bid with the South hand just because that's, it's not that great a hand.
It is a very bad hand and you are unfavorable. But he is giving the opponents a lot of room to explore. I would be fairly nervous as South, the way this auction has gone, that I might have already lost a game swing on this board. So 2 hearts by East, West bids 3 clubs. East is going to have to bid again. East has way too much playing strength to just let this one go. Oh my god, North. The ball was in Harrison's court for a minute, and he might have been thinking of doubling 3 clubs with what looks like 5 quick tricks. So 3 hearts from East. I wonder what West does here. I think I'm somewhat tempted by 3-0.
I try 3-0. You make 3-0. No, you're off ace, king, queen, ace, king. Other than that, you make 3-0.
Yeah. But 3-0 does seem like the practical choice from West. I mean, sure, partner 6-5. But maybe 3-0 gives a little bit of weight to our queen of spades, queen of diamonds. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe we should just like pick a suit and bid a game in it.
This whole everything seems crazy to me, actually.
This entire auction, yeah, maybe. It feels like we've gotten back to the status quo, though. If East had showed hearts in a minor, then West would be in the same boat right about now. Oh my god, Harrison just checks 4 clubs. What a player. 5 clubs! He finally gets to double.
Well, that's a contract North can beat.
Yeah, and he will beat it.
Someone had thought to bid 5 diamonds.
Oh, man. What a deal. I guess as South we lead a diamond. Maybe a forcing defense works. It's definitely between a diamond and a spade. South knows that leading trumps to prevent heart roughs is not going to work out for his side. I think it's hard for the opponents to run in an auction like this. Sure, North doubled for penalties, and East might be feeling a little bit bad about his jack 6th of clubs at this point in time. But, I mean, can East really run to 5 diamonds? Yeah, his partner bid 2 diamonds, but partner doesn't need more than like ace jack 5th for that contract. So you've overstepped a bit. You go down 1 and 5 clubs doubled, but at least you don't make things worse by running to 5 diamonds and getting doubled and going down 3. And sometimes the opponents have made a mistake. East does have a spade void. Maybe North is hoping that his ace of spades is cashing.
It's really possible to go from the frying pan into the fire, right?
Yeah. South does get off to the spade lead.
I know, like, South's been like sweating the lead for all this time, but North has not been sweating the fence.
No.
North can see the path to victory.
North is very confused about what happened at trick 1. I'm sorry, Declare, would you like to check again to see if you have any spades in hand? I think it's possible Declare goes down 2 from here. If Luba continues a second spade, Declare might get worried that clubs could be 4-1 and gets tapped out if he pulls the second trump. So he might end up just running his red suits and South scores the 9 of clubs. Some real potential swings. Board 4 in the other room. Maybe no surprise that East-West stopped in a part score. They've been consistently far less aggressive than the East-West pair in this room. So they get all the way up to 2 hearts on their cards, and they made 9 tricks comfortably. Harrison just playing 4th hand high for fun, dumps the Jack of Diamonds. It can be an effective thing in a lot of these spots where you know declarer might be a little bit afraid of pulling trumps. You can just start, confusing him about the distribution and the other suits. So Harrison's trying to convince declarer that diamonds could be 4-1.
I mean, at some point, it's just going to be like, all right, you got the ace king of clubs. And I guess declarer really doesn't want to play a trump. But I mean, I suppose South could score the 9 of clubs here.
Yeah, South is going to score the 9 of clubs. Declarer probably could have done a little bit better by cashing 2 rounds of diamonds and then starting to run the heart suit. Because if North had ace king 9 of clubs, he was always scoring all 3 trumps. But in
it's
this,
decided North actually has ace king queen 9 of clubs or ace king queen of clubs. It's not entirely clear. He would certainly double with either holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes down a lot of tricks if North has all 3 clubs and he plays another trump here.
I mean, it's not so bad. He'll be minus 500, which is not great, but he could escape for 300 by playing for the 4-1 split. It does look better to me, though. If he was able to be in his hand and start leading the queen and 10 of hearts, then that would pick off the stiff 9 of clubs in South at this point, and he effectively would be never risking 500, but have the chance at minus 100. Which is a lot better than having like a 100 versus 500 coin flip on playing a second trump.
Oh, you came up tails.
Yeah. So South scores the 9 of club. Whoop.
Right. So South must have played the 9 of clubs. There's no way South pitched a heart on this.
Yeah. South played the 9 of clubs for sure. And so I think we'll see a claim for down 2 in just a sec.
South took a trick.
Oh.
10 something
tricks. I don't know. Well, adding that to the result from the other room where North-South got to 3 spades after at the other table, given that North had opened what looks like a precision club, East was unable to show both suits with an overcall, so started out by bidding hearts. North-South found their spade fit and got to the 3 level, but
East with the South with the 11 loser hand, but support decided to support.
Yeah. Okay, East has a strong no trump. South also has a strong no trump.
I like South's hand better.
Yeah, 17 and
better than North's hand.
5-5.
It's all going to be crazy, guys. South probably has some way of showing hearts in a minor, which he may or may not use with this many high card points.
Yeah, if you had a penalty double, would you make it with the South hand?
No. But I suck at bridge.
Well, I think it does tend to be right to bid with your distributional hands, even if you have a ton of values, since the opponents are pretty likely to just escape to your void, and then you just don't know what to do. You're behind at that point in the auction.
I'm not seeing an alert around that double. I mean, it's possible that double is something like a major minor two suitor or something else or something, but it's also possible that double is just a business double.
Yeah. The colors make it a little bit attractive to double for penalty, and you have a good lead, the queen of clubs.
So on this on this deal, you can take seven tricks against no trump by getting north in with a heart to lead a spade through. If you lead a heart uh, and don't do that, if you don't somehow get like force north in with like ace king jack four of hearts, like high card high card high card high card, please play a spade, then declare is going to make it.
Nope. I double.
No.
The diamonds don't run.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah, so one no trump
You
will
have
go
10 of them.
down two, in fact.
Yes,
Actually,
that's a surprise diamonds.
wait a second. One no trump might go down three. Because declare to try and make it might lead the jack of diamonds to the king on the first round, trying to unblock the suit. If they lead a low diamond to the king, they can never run the diamonds. Then they'll only take two diamonds and two clubs.
Well, they'll start with the ace of diamonds, right?
Yeah, I mean, similar. Then they only get two diamonds and two clubs. Well, anyway.
Well,
the penalty...
West, of course, has a seven card suit. Isn't going to be hurry to stick. Try to stay in one no trump double.
Our psychological experiment has fallen apart with West showing his shape.
Now, South has a very sound penalty double of three clubs, but I think double here would be takeout of three clubs. So I expect to see South pass three clubs, assuming that it's going to go three diamonds on his left, and then double three diamonds.
Yeah, now... I was going to say, do you think South might instead just bid three hearts when three diamonds comes back around?
Well, apparently it's a penalty double. For me, a double of one no trump creates a force through two spades, and the next double by either hand is takeout. Now there's no way his partner couldn't double three diamonds, and he's not doubling three diamonds.
Yeah, so I think I like a three heart bid by South.
And I think you're going to make four hearts despite the club rough because the rest of the hand's very friendly and the defense doesn't have any diamonds to cash. If South bids three hearts, North has to decide whether or not he's insanely aggressive and is going to raise based on a fit and 11 losers, sort of like the companion to the South hand on the other board. This one he didn't consider it.
Mm-hmm.
He likes the heart fit and figures that's enough protection to get him to make three hearts.
Right. And if hearts had been 3-1, like if West had added Doubleton club and a singleton heart, then three hearts might just go down. So
yeah, you'd have no entry to the North hand, and you would definitely be going down.
Well,
all right. Well, I need to run off to the washroom. I'll be right back.
West decides to lead the jack of spades, hoping that his queen of hearts is going to do just well enough on his own. He doesn't need to get that club rough in. Maybe a little bit of a strange decision. Obviously, South had showed clubs in this auction with the double of three clubs, presumably for penalties. I mean, we don't exactly know, but looks that way. Other table also gets to three hearts and makes an over trick in it. Somewhat similar auction happened over there. At that table, they got the singleton club lead, were able to score their club rough, but that was the end of tricks for the defense. Declare able to pull trumps, cross to dummy, try the spade finesse, and after the clubs got roughed out, Declare actually had a bunch of club winners to pitch spade losers from dummy. So here, East-West are going to eventually set up a spade trick, but it's going to come at the cost of a club ruff. So 170, push board. And that leaves us 6 boards in, with Luba taking the set by 12 currently, and overall in the match, they're ahead by 46. Sorry, 44, which is still a lot. I think Luba has won every single segment that they've played. I could be wrong about that. They're a four-handed team, and I know that they kind of cruised through both the round of 16 and their quarterfinal matches the past 2 days.
Smoke break.
Yeah, Vugraph operator informs us the players are now taking a smoke break.
Yeah. My cat is opposed to hand washing, so when I go up to the bathroom, she lies down in the sink immediately.
Okay. And do you then?
I'm just wondering if that's a common thing for cats.
With the hands.
I sometimes do. That's what she's hoping, that I'll turn the sink on at a trickle and give her some fresh water to drink.
Okay.
But it does make it awkward to try to wash your hands.
Mm-hmm.
I think South would have liked to choose East for his partner on the last deal. He could make a few clubs.
Yeah, spades actually split, so you could probably make 7 spades as well. Probably not the contract you would want to end up in, but...
Yeah, they don't even let us see the next board while they're smoking.
I know. I guess it's for security. If the Vugraph operator loads the board, players are going to be shuffling about when they come back in. Are you at the tournament, Michael?
So we drove up on Tuesday and played on Wednesday and drove back on Thursday.
Okay.
So I am grateful to Kevin for doing a lot of driving back and forth to Toronto and saving a lot of money on travel for me by doing that. It was a long time in the car, though.
Yeah, I can imagine. I have done that drive before.
You've done that drive to Toronto from
DC, yeah.
Yeah.
Picked up a friend on the way in New York and went all the way up. I was just wondering like how far it might be for the players to go out for their smoke break, because sometimes the event is held on like a second floor convention area and players can just walk down the stairs and go directly outside, but other times you have to like go to an elevator and then navigate a labyrinth through the hotel to get out.
Yeah, we played at the convention center in a large open room that was not set up for screens, and that was up a floor from street level. I am not sure where the screens are being held, but apparently close enough to some sort of balcony that they could smoke and be back within 5 minutes this time. Maybe they just went into the bathroom and smoked, disabled the smoke detectors. I have nothing against them making it convenient for people to smoke, right? That's a benefit if they can like put a smoking area near where players who want to use it can use it. As long as they don't smoke directly on me, go ahead and smoke, knock yourself out.
Well, we're back, and once again, East has a pretty nice hand, 14 count. He's in fourth seat. So I guess two
Okay,
passes
so
to
it's
North, and what is North going to open? A club? A heart?
so. I mean, it's not a bad idea to open that hand type from. I kind of like a heart because if partner raises on three, wherever his doubleton is, I can get a rough in his hand. Four triple three hands are actually one of the better shapes to play a 4-3 fit. It's counterintuitive because four triple three is also a no trump shape, but for 4-3 fits, four triple three is actually a good shape. Um, and I like the preemptive value of hearts. I want the heart lead. I don't want a club lead. So there's a lot of things from, in my opinion, in favor of one heart. Uh,
Yeah, I think it's
and
a reasonable thing to consider. Harrison elects to open a club, maybe a little bit more standard. Spade overcall from East. So,
and another test is how do you feel if your suit is raised? I wouldn't feel super awesome if my club suit got raised, but I wouldn't feel terrible with my hand if partner raised hearts, at least to the two level. All right, so they just make
this
short
is an
work of getting,
auction. Wow. One no from West and just blasts three no from East.
Yeah, I think that's, with all that texture, the opening bid on your right, I like Tokei's decision to just put it in game. Now we'll see if he can make it, but I like the decision to bid it. And they may well just get a club lead, blow up the club suit for the no, North Sun lead.
Yeah, well, this
It's not like
helps
a heart lead
Declare
was
as
good for
well.
the defense either.
So
I
Declare
think just
is,
about anything he did was going to help Declare.
yeah, I mean, Declare is going to be up to his 9 tricks in no time: 4 spades, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and a diamond.
And I think the fight is going to be over the 10th trick, which the defense can score with the king of a fourth trick of the defense can be scored with the king of diamonds. But if they defend passively, let's say it goes heart and a low heart continuation, the defense knocks out the ace of spades. I think the defense can still score 4 tricks.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to manage a 10th trick as Declare. But I also think that it's going to be pretty difficult for East West and the other room to bid this game. They've kind of showed off consistently that they're much more conservative than this partnership, and it's 22 highs, like looking at the hand single dummy, sure, 3 no trump looks like a great spot. The hands fit perfectly together. You have all these 10s and 9s, but it's so hard to evaluate that when you're just sitting looking at your 13 cards.
I mean, if you look at the East hand, I would surely open that hand a strong no trump and not feel even slightly bad about that.
Right.
So that does suggest that, that there could be some routes to getting to game, but North's going to always open. So the question is whether, how it goes afterwards. I could see the auction being duplicated, but that would be a good result for East West to manage that.
Yeah, I agree. We do get the diamond switch, so South gets to win the king. Play the suit back to no avail. And I guess I assumed that there was never going to be a problem for Declare, but now that I'm staring at this, I guess there is a little bit of difficulty. Ooh, we have a result from the other room.
Two clubs doubled by South down to, I guess South raised clubs and someone thought to double it.
No, North-South are playing a weak no trump, so North opened a no trump and East made a penalty double.
I think even playing a weak no trump opposite a passed hand with that deal, I'm very tempted to just bid to just open one heart. You can kind of see what might happen to you if you open a weak no trump. Right?
Yeah. Well, Declare is fortunate on this layout of the cards that 4th round of diamonds has no entry. Otherwise, North could win this, knock out the queen of diamonds, and Take a 5th defensive trick. But as the cards lie, it doesn't look like there's much the defense can do. So that does mean Lipkin is going to pick up a few imps. Unfortunately for them in the other room, they did go minus 500 on their cards, but making 3 no is going to earn them 3 imps back. Still have a lot of work to do, and I hate to say they're running out of boards midway through the 3rd quarter, but it is starting to feel that way a little bit.
It's definitely starting to feel like they just can't maintain any sort of rush ever.
Mm-hmm.
They can sort of get a rush started for a moment, and then it just they lose their momentum.
All right, there should be no trouble anymore. Declare can win the club ace and knock out the king of hearts, maintaining communication to both hands. Or cash all of his spades and try to squeeze himself.
But will he succeed?
This seems a little bit unnecessary, but another spade pitching the 7 of diamonds and then lead the queen of hearts will be plenty good enough to make his game. Yeah, so we do see the claim. 3 imps going to Lipkin. They're going to need some more of those slam swings that we saw in the 1st and 2nd segments. Speaking of, we're very close. We're like a club finesse off of East-West making 6 diamonds here.
Not a bad spot if you're trying to fight for something to take a chance.
Yeah, certainly not.
Work out very badly for their chances of winning the event if they do push towards a slam.
Mm-hmm. Well, first South is going to bid a lot of spades at some point, so let's see how West handles the hand. 4x1, 17. Most players playing standard would open the hand a diamond. That... Okay. I'm... Okay. One time, I was going to say the 1 spade psych on the West cards would not have occurred to me, but... Diamond pass and no trump. So what is South going to do? I mean, 2 spades is a pretty normal bid. 4 spades is a pretty normal bid on the South cards.
Hope that you're on lead against no trump?
Yeah, you are on lead.
I mean, passing 1 no and hoping they just stop there.
You could. You could do that as well. You're not afraid you could miss a game?
Definitely afraid I could miss a game, but maybe you just need to take a chance.
Mm-hmm. In the other room, looks like East-West were unable to find their diamond fit, or maybe they just didn't compete high enough. They did find their diamond fit. Wow. Again, just kind of showing off the massive difference in style between the two East-West partnerships. I really wouldn't be surprised if East-West here got to 6 diamonds, but they only got up to the 3 level in the other room. So South comes in with 2 spades. Certainly his best chance at catching his partner with some values and meandering into a 4-spade game. Like if his partner's hand is ace jack of hearts, 4 spades has some play. Three clubs by West. I believe most players would play the double of 2 spades as takeout.
Well, I mean, 1-0 trump implied club length, right? The East was supposed to have raised diamonds, but instead bid 1-0 trump.
Mm-hmm.
So East is sort of in a bit of a pickle, and I think 4 diamonds is the best thing to do to catch up, and at least get them to game.
I love these guys. Are we stopping in game? Whoa! How did West just pass that?
No, that can't be right.
Okay,
That's
undo. Undo 6 diamonds. Okay, no, undo 5 diamonds. So they do get to 5 diamonds. Now, one question I had is, does this make if the defense just leads trumps at every opportunity?
Well, the hearts can... no, you can't do anything with the hearts. So you need to ruff 2 spades in the West hand.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, but you can't ruff 2 spades in the West hand because North over ruffs. And I'm not sure if this just makes on passive defense.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe North can be squeezed in hearts and clubs. I think that's it. North is squeezed in hearts and clubs is what can happen. But North, if you play a club to the queen, North ducks. But that 6 of clubs is a big card. And you later play a club to the jack and North wins, but they actually can't play a club back. Especially if you unblock the 8 and the 7 along the way. Flip back to break up the communications.
Yeah, okay. So we could have an interesting hand in terms of end positions. Though...
I guess North is discarding after dummies, so can't really be squeezed anyways. Like South has the only spade guard. Could there be a double squeezer on hearts?
I think there's a lot of possibilities that can be very interesting. Because if, as you say, okay, so I actually don't know what Declare is going to do on this low heart switch. Okay, they just fly ace. That was really fast. They definitely could have made it by ducking that heart around to the jack. That would have made things very easy. Declare would have just had a claim. I think that was way too fast for Declare to just fly the ace of hearts. Now Declare knows that a 3rd spade is getting overruffed. So the whole plan of roughing that 3rd round of spade is no longer going to work. Maybe Declare already knew about that. The 6 of spades was a high enough spot card that was led at trick 1 that North had to be leading from shortness. Oddly enough, Harrison had dumped the 8 of hearts on the heart switch, and this gives Declare an opportunity. The 9-6 of hearts spots are quite important. So, you know, if anyone at home is just looking at double dummy, it says 5 diamonds makes. You might be in for a shock when Declare ends up going down 1 on this hand. But there's still a lot of play. I think one of the things that might throw Declare off is that South, the overcaller, doesn't actually have the Club King. But okay, here we go. He's played the King of Diamonds. Looks like he's preparing to pull trumps. I guess not. King of Hearts. Heart rough.
You know, he doesn't know the spades are this way, right? So
he does know spades are this way.
Oh.
So roughing a spade just never works. I mean, I don't know what the alternative is at this point to trying to rough a spade. Obviously, he should probably take a club finesse.
Right. Has a diamond re-entry back to his hand to take it again.
Yeah. Well, an opportunity missed for the Lipkin team here. If Declare had managed to make 5 diamonds. So club to the king. North can return a trump or heart. And Declare can try his best for some sort of squeeze to happen by cashing the 4 of diamonds, but North gets to discard after West. A very interesting hand to look at, double dummy. I would claim that 5 diamonds is cold on any lead. That's it. I've said it. That's my claim. And we'll see if I'm right about that.
Could be true.
I'm not going to check, but someone else can tell me. Either way, 3 imps going the way of Luba for that one. I would much rather have had the position of the Lipkin squad on that board, getting to play 3 spades at one table and 5 diamonds at the other. You have the chance for a pretty big swing in imps going your way. But all right, we're on to board 9. North has a 7-card suit here. Favorable. Gotta believe this is a 3-club opener for most players.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh my god. So East does make a takeout double.
Yeah.
That's how I feel too.
I like my parts. West Mage has been 6 diamonds over that. I don't know. I mean, what West should do over that takeout double, assuming South's not going to pass it. South's probably going to make it easier by jumping in clubs. Then West is going to shrug their shoulders and bid 6 diamonds. Like if it goes 3 clubs, double, 5 clubs, and I'm holding that West hand, and it's like, all right, well, they think we can make a slam, and I think we can make a slam, so slam it is. Slam is not good, but it might well make because the diamond finesse is on side, and once that works, you're going to guess the heart's correct.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think it's that difficult at all to make 6 diamonds on the East-West cards. So this is another big opportunity for Lipkin to pick up some imps. I mean, even if West only bids 5 diamonds, that contract is going to make comfortably, and they'll still pick up a few. Not as many as if they bid the slam. Five diamonds, there it is. North gets off to the king of clubs lead, trying to win the opening lead if possible, and then give as much opportunity as he can to stay on lead in case his partner wants to switch through the dummy. As opposed to just a lot of players would lead whatever their normal count card is in the club suit, whether it's low from an odd number or fourth best or something like that. So how's Declare going to go about this one? I think you probably play a spade to the queen at trick 2. Giving up on the diamond finesse feels a little bit pessimistic to me, but maybe actually you just cash the diamond ace and then take the spade finesse. As long as diamonds are 2-1 and the king of spades is on side, the opponents get unplayed. Yeah, okay. I'm falling back on this is a pretty sensible plan. So now we can strip the spade suit. If an opponent roughs in, that means they're out of spades and they're out of diamonds, so they're going to have to break a round suit for us. And we only lose at most 1 heart trick. And if they never rough in, then we can exit a diamond after stripping the spades. I mean, both plans definitely require the spade king on side, so doesn't seem like a huge error to play a spade at trick 2 instead of just cashing the diamond ace.
Well, I haven't lost any tricks. Well, they're only in 5, right? So, yeah, 5 diamonds is a very conservative call after 5 clubs. You have to expect you had 6-card suit and 2 aces, a good 6-card suit in context. So, yeah, it could work badly, but it's a bit more. But I think you just have to.
I'm surprised Declare has not led the jack of spades. I mean, I thought this was the entire plan of cashing the diamond aces. We're just going to end play them when the king of spades is on side. It's literally just a claim in 5 diamonds. Six diamonds, of course, a little bit harder to read what the best line of play would be, but I don't believe this is the right time for Declare to be thinking.
I agree.
It kind of seems like, you know, you may have been expecting both opponents to follow with low diamonds on this trick. And so hopefully there was a plan that was made at trick 1 about how to proceed from here. Maybe West is just double and triple checking everything. I mean, I kind of suspect that even if Declare doesn't play for this elimination and end play, that he's likely still to make it. Because once North turns up with the Diamond King, pretty unlikely that North also has the King of Hearts to go with his King Queen of Clubs that Declare probably thinks is in his hand from the opening lead. Maybe what's actually happening is the players have already finished playing the hand very quickly, and the Vugraph operator's trying to catch up. That seems a
That
lot
actually
more
would
likely
shock
to
it.
me than Declare has forgotten to make a plan before cashing the Ace of Trumps. Okay, I guess not. There's the Jack of Spades. Spade to the Queen. Great. Ace of Spades. It's about time to hit that claim button. So this will be 3 imps going the way of Lipkin, making back up the 3 imps they just gave away on the previous board.
Yeah, might have been 5 clubs doubled. This one would bid over that. 3 clubs pass, 5 clubs double. I see. It was East double was what put them in the slam. The dark double 3 clubs what put East West in the position to bid slam. And West had the hand for it and didn't, take advantage of it. So that's something that kind of triggers me a little bit when someone puts their neck on the block and takes an aggressive call and their partner doesn't reward them for it. And that's what happened here. East put their neck on the block, took a very aggressive call, doubling 3 clubs, and West didn't reward the partnership for it by following through and bidding slam.
Sure, yeah, maybe it's actually pretty important to even push more aggressively for that as this partnership specifically, because it was working out for them in the first couple of sets on the hands where they did bid these aggressive slams that were missed in the other room, and those will produce large imp swings in their favor, and they need that to get back in the match.
And here they still want a tiny swing, but this could have been, 1370 for the 500 versus instead of the 600.
Yeah.
So
Well, on to board 10, so 6 boards left to go in the set, 21 boards left overall in the match.
I mean, they're not horribly far behind, but 10 more imps on that board for bidding the slam would have made this match actually reasonably tight.
Certainly.
They're 41 behind if we believe the scores.
So East opens a diamond.
I
South
agree with not
probably gonna
overcalling a
pass.
spade.
You think South is going to overcall spade?
I agree with not overcalling a spade.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
See South. It's on my screen. West could have passed one diamond with sort of like, scattered, really bad hand.
Not this West. No chance. But yeah, I agree. The 6 count, 3-card diamond support. So no trump passes out. North having
So if
the
you
best
pass
hand
one
on the
diamond, you'd
table.
probably be defending one no. But having bid one no, you're going to be playing it. And if everyone vulnerable, I think I'd rather be defending it than playing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, North has to find a lead. Looks pretty natural to lead from that heart sequence. Queen, Jack, 10, 4th. So, gotta believe that a heart honor's hitting the table. There's the Jack of Hearts.
Now, I guess by covering, you guarantee yourself a heart trick.
Yeah, you could always cover the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He does cover the first heart.
Player wanted to be in dummy to lead the Jack of clubs, and that's why they tried to grab the first heart trick.
Yeah.
So South, it's natural for South to just shift to a spade and a high one, I guess, and for North to not play the king with the ace Jack doubleton and dummy.
Right.
Like if stuff was the 10 of spades, should go 10 low jack.
Yeah, as you mentioned on a previous board, this one no trump bid after a diamond opener tends to imply clubs. Otherwise, maybe South would switch to clubs here.
So now if South had like queen 10-9, fourth or fifth of spades, you'd want partner to play the king. Maybe you'd shift low from that, but it could be another in a situation where you're allowed to play coded 10s and 9s through the declarer, so shifting to the 10 would show that would either to show the jack on higher and you don't have the jack, or nothing higher, and shifting to the 9 would be what would shift you from queen 10-9.
Yeah, there are quite a few players who have that sort of agreement, obviously, that they play 10 or 9 show 0 or 2 higher in the middle of the hand.
North and North needs to know whether to unblock the king of spades on the next round, but when he wins the queen of clubs, because North can sort of see that the partner's not going to have a lot of entries. He has so many high card points. There's not a lot of room for a whole lot of things in partner's hand.
Right. Whoa! Classic Harrison play.
He won the ace of clubs.
He won the ace of clubs and played back a spade, realizing that he was going to get in with the club queen anyway on the next round of the suit, which he's right about.
Unfortunately, his partner doesn't have a quick entry, but his partner does have a slow enough entry. So when it goes a club and he wins at the queen, cashes the king of spades, and plays a diamond, Declarer's cooked. Declarer can take his 2 club tricks to go with his diamond and heart and 2 spades. That's only 6 tricks.
Well, Declarer doesn't have a heart yet.
Oh, right. Declarer didn't get a heart trick, so that's just 5.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if Harrison might just cash the 10 of hearts before continuing diamonds, or before switching to diamonds, for fear that it might go away. All right, now, obviously Declarer takes the second club hook. Is going to be surprised the queen wins. So Declarer has to pitch a diamond from dummy.
South probably just pitches his club loser.
South is going to follow suit on the
spades. Following suit is even better.
Yeah. So yeah, now Harrison has this minor conundrum of whether to cash the 10 of hearts or not before switching to diamonds.
So he does better to not cash it.
Right.
So if he cashes it, Declarer can win the ace of diamonds and take a heart and 2 clubs and takes for 6 tricks. If he plays a diamond right now, Declarer cannot do that.
Yeah. All right. Well done. He has switched to diamonds. I mean, he correctly worked out he needed his partner to have the diamond king. And Cenk did very well by dumping that 10 of spades earlier. So Harrison now knows the spade count, as well as the fact that his partner has a lot of spade winners. So it looks like a nice result. North-South at the other table did manage to find their spade fit. I guess in a little bit of an unusual manner. North kind of making a card showing double of a spade in their auction on board 10. All right, diamond around to the king. South gets to cash 2 spades, but that will in fact be the end of the tricks for the defense.
I don't think the West hand should be like a mandatory response to a 1 club playing transfer Walsh. If you're going to pass it, that's probably the hand type to pass it on, where you have a little something, so you're not just lining yourself up for them to bid some obvious 3-0, and you have a fit. You're not a hand that wants to play 1-0. I wonder what happens if it was 1 club pass. What North does probably just bids 1-0. You defend it, but I guess similar to defending three spades maybe.
Yeah, well, South will definitely transfer to spades over balancing no trump. All right, board 11, 5 boards to go. So 2 imps going the way of Luba for kind of a nice defense. You know, these part score battles, they do add up over the course of a long match, and I wouldn't say that one side or the other has necessarily come out on top. Although, you know, from the scorecards, it does look like the Luba team is doing a little bit better in every regard. I don't know if I believe the result from the other room on this one. That
Spades down 2.
there's no way, right? That can't be the contract that was reached.
All right, I have to log into Bridgebase on another account so I can watch Vugraph, then click that other table so I can take a look at what the heck happened on board 11 on the other table.
It does seem unlikely that result's going to be duplicated, at least.
So North psyched a 3-card spade suit in response to the precision diamond. The South raised, and then there was no ticket off Crazy Train, so then they wound up playing 3-3 fit.
It wasn't just that. South has a normal 2 club opener in precision, and didn't. I mean, if you're going to be opening a South hand, right? Like,
yeah, you know, I've run into this a few times where the South player where they will open, usually with a 4x1, they will open a precision diamond with a stiff diamond honor, and they don't disclose that. It's not clear the best way to disclose it. It could be one only in certain specific cases in a stiff honor, but I've seen it in action a couple of times now against different pairs, and I feel like disclosure is sometimes inadequate in these situations.
sure, yeah.
So, you know, there must have been some way for North to raise diamonds, even when it's a precision diamond.
I mean, certainly 2 diamonds is natural and forcing for almost every precision pair I know. Well, that's a fun contract.
I don't like banking up 3-card majors in response to one of a minor. It seems to backfire way too often. I understand you're behind, so you're trying to be desperate, but this doesn't. It's not clear this is the hand for it, anyways, because you potentially have 6 diamond tricks in your hand. This hand could be making 3 no trump with 12 opposite 10. Furnish has a weak no trump.
Yeah.
Maybe the hope was that we goes a diamond past a spade past a no trump, and then you just shoot 3 no trump out, and you just thought better of it when partner raised spades.
Although in that case, wouldn't you prefer to have bid your weaker major, 1 heart?
Well, now partner could really bury you.
Yeah. Hopefully they wouldn't opposite a precision opener.
What you have to do is get partner to make a game try and then pass it.
The infamous open a no trump with a club preempt and hope partner bids Stamen.
Oh yeah, it's the what was the pattern that people wanted to open a no trump on was
the 10 of hearts
2,
just
5, 5,
fold
1,
and declare
right?
stop pulling trumps.
Oh, it's 2-1-5-5. That's the pattern that people would psych a no trump on. If partner transfers to spades, you accept it, and if partner bids Stamen or transfers to hearts, you pass it.
Yeah, very illegal nowadays in the ACBL.
So, meanwhile, in this room, they're in a normal contract.
We are having some issues with the play. Be with you momentarily. All right, the 10 of hearts is held.
I mean, it looks like you're not going to have any trouble making 2 hearts east-west, so it's just sort of like You
Yeah,
know,
how many over
North
tricks?
South may gain from there minus 100 and two spades down two, but it's just weird.
Right. It feels like operator might have lost track of the play, so I have to believe that we're going to see a claim coming up soon. I'm I guess I'm not that surprised that okay, there's the claim, 9 tricks. 1 imp to Lipkin. They're chipping away at the lead. They're actually even on the border match score for this set, even though they're 10 imps behind. Balanced hand, opposite balanced hand. That's not what East-West are looking for at this point in the match. Down 42 imps.
Well, sometimes there's still scope for swings on hands like this. Some very innocuous deal can something weird happens at one table, like someone bids a 3-card spade suit and gets raised or something,
Like
and you just never know.
this?
All right, so North is open to club.
I
Okay, North is not open
okay,
to club. East
okay,
is open
two
to club.
passes. East opens a club. That makes more sense.
That makes a
Now,
little more sense.
would you open a club or a diamond with the East hand?
I might duck the question altogether by just passing it.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
feel like I need to open it, and I don't want to open it in club and get the wrong lead. I don't really want to open it in diamond and get partner raising me, so I don't feel like it's a crime to pass that hand in third position.
Fair enough. A club, a heart. Now, oh my
Okay.
god, not
it's
this,
the day of the 3-card spade suit.
not this again.
Well, I can't bid 1 no because my hand is terrible, and I can't rebid 2 clubs. My clubs are terrible, so I guess I'm just bidding a spade. That's all that's left.
Thoughts about passing a heart with the doubleton? You're favorable.
Seems bad too.
Anyway, spade. Now both partnerships for Lipkin have done it.
I think North leads a club, but North might lead a heart too. I don't have it. I don't hate a heart lead.
Yeah, heart can easily work out. You don't need partner to have much in the way of heart honors. Like just Jack Doubleton of hearts would probably be good enough. So heart to the king. And I assume as south you return the suit. Your partner let it, right? Partner could easily have Queen Jack 9 fifth instead of Ace 10 8 fifth. Harrison regretting his life choices now. Because he knows the heart layout. He can't return the suit. It's going to give up a trick. So the heart opening lead basically just helped declare. I mean, with the Jack of Spades in the pocket, Jack of Diamonds in the pocket, looks like Declare was never really going to have much trouble making this. He's now up to 3 diamonds, 2 spades, and a heart. Although, I guess he will need to pick up the diamond suit. Since North-South are going to be able to set up a spade trick, or a long spade. And Declare is going to have to do it pretty quickly. I was thinking he could just passively play on clubs or something at this point, but... Well, he does passively play a club. But now second spade from North. Presumably ducked by South. Is gonna force Declare into guessing diamonds. So what would the shapes be if diamonds are 3-3? North would be 3-5-3-2, and south would be 4-2-3-4. That's probably more likely a priori, but it's obviously going to be very close percentage-wise. I mean, Declare should know the hearts are 5-2, given the carding and the heart suit. Spades look like they're 4-3. Neither opponent overcalled a 5-card spade suit in the auction. So, moment of truth. Diamond to the 10 or diamond to the queen? The thing that playing the queen of diamonds has going for it is you only go down 1 when you're wrong. Playing the 10 of diamonds, you could easily lose the rest of the tricks.
You have to be pretty confident about your read to play the 10 of diamonds here. I'm not sure I would feel that confident about it.
Yeah, it really does look like a priori. It's percentage to play for 3-3 diamonds even. But it's so close that I think the imp odds favor going up with queen, because getting out for down 1 less is valuable. He might have some sort of implied count on the club suit, though, which I think could give... Okay, as I say this, he flies the diamond queen. I wonder if maybe this was findable. If Declarer was certain about the spade count and the heart count, and he knew clubs were 3-3, he would know that North started with a doubleton diamond.
Seems like a tall ask, but I suppose not completely impossible.
Well, either way, Lipkin, their team does end up going down 1 in a no trump. No harm. Ooh, that's a distributional beauty. West has 17 with a 7-card club suit, and East is kind of like filling in a lot of the missing cards.
Well, if West was in first seed, I would think they might even open that 2-note trump. It's just such an awkward hand to bid. But it's going to go 1 spade past 2 spades to West. I don't know what you can do other than just bid 3 clubs. Everything else seems wrong. But you feel like you're underbidding it when you bid 3 clubs, but I'm not sure that anything else is better.
Right, it's worth mentioning that 2 no trump for many players would not be natural by West over a spade past 2 spades. So if West wanted to take a stab at no trump somehow, they would have to bid 3 no. Okay, North actually opens 2 spades, which makes a bit more sense. It is an 8 count. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Harrison open 6-4 in the majors with 8 at the 1 level, but he does decide to go a little bit more traditional. So yeah, now the
Actually,
real
totally,
question is
completely believe two spades. Didn't even occur to me that wasn't what happened.
so as West, do we try three now? If partner has the ace of clubs, we have good play for three no trump.
Yeah, 3-0 is not a terrible bet. It's a bet on basically partner holding the club ace. I don't feel terrible about that.
Yeah, flip the ace of hearts and queen of clubs um, between the hand, and he does try three no. I like the bid. It's gonna work out real badly on this hand. But I think it's a reasonable attempt. Now, I wonder if Harrison is going to do something over 3 now. It's probably a little bit too thin, but a lot of players will play doubling as a preemptor. Won't be like, oh, I'm trying to now penalize the opponents. It's just going to show extra offense. He gave it a look. 3 now has passed out. Choices between a spade and heart opening lead.
Your partner raised spades, so you kind of know that if you lead a spade, you're going to be ready to go. You just need partner to get in once. Mm-hmm. Against that, you may be setting up the ninth trick for him.
Yeah.
Turns out like this could have been really bad to lead the ace of spades, but he's gonna survive it on this lie of the cards.
Oh man, yeah, this could have been a disaster to lead the ace instead of a low one. If West happened to have king jack third of spades, it would have gone very poorly. But he is fortunate, as you say. Ace of spades, queen of spades. South unblocks the 10. I mean, sure. All right, club to the queen and ace, and now north-south get to run the spade suit. Down 2. The question about the 2 spade opener from north, 6-4 in the majors.
Well, bridge is a filthy game. It has everything against it. It's got the side void, it's got bad spots, the ace in your suit, and a side 4-card major. And, it's still probably the right bet.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's just, you're never really going to show that hand all that well, so you may as well start showing something in your hand by opening 2 spades. Like if you pass and then come in 2 spades later, is that better somehow, or is a side heart suit implied or not? We have a 15 count from East. I think most players would open this in no trump. East does as well. 6-card minor. Here's a hand where South might actually think about showing hearts in a minor. It has a singleton. It's a little bit light.
That heart suit, though. Oh my god, that heart.
It's a straight flush.
That it is. Your suit's sort of like, well, I wouldn't mind if I was playing lowball with this suit. Kind of becomes a question whether you should be what you should be doing with it.
Looks like based on that 2-club bid, West is bidding Stamen, so South has decided not to get involved. West will make the no trump invite. Now, this is always an interesting question. I think that general expert standard practice is when you have this long 6-card minor to just accept regardless of your high card count. And that's what East has decided to do here. It's only 15, but you have so much trick taking potential that you either need the opponents to find the wrong opening lead, or maybe you actually just have 9 tricks because the heart finesse is onside.
Believe either.
So yeah, this looks like a nice result for East-West. Again, we could see a little bit of disparity. They might pick up 6 imps here for making 3 no trump when their counterparts in the other room miss out on the game. It's actually amusing if North-South cash 4 rounds of diamonds. Declare has to guess which major suit finesse to take. You'll have to... He can pitch a heart, but then has to decide whether to pitch the queen of hearts or the 8 of spades on the 4th round of diamonds. But on the opening heart... Whoa! Okay. I was about to lose it. Declare led the queen of spades. Yeah, you gotta be happy to just...
Cover, I guess.
Yeah, just to make 3-0 on this one. There's plus 400. 1 board left to play in this segment, then the players will have a short break. Actually, East-West might have a bit of a longer break as they go smoke. And we'll be back with the 4th quarter action. $17 count from South in first seat. Actually, don't know their no trump range. I guess we're about to find... I mean, we probably won't find out. This looks like an upgrade to me into 18 to 19 anyway with a good 5-card suit. All of your honors mostly working. So if South does open a diamond and rebid 2-0, North having 12 is probably a little bit shy of going in search of a slam. Even though 6 no trump is just ice cold on the North-South cards.
Ice cold, huh?
You can even score a beer.
Need any finesse in the spade suit. You can play them from the top. That's 5 times a 3 spades is 8, and a heart is 9, and 2 clubs is 11.
Yeah, and then there's the stiff queen of hearts on side.
You can make 6 no trump on this hand without taking a single finesse.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can just
without a finesse.
Play all of your high cards and collect 12 top tricks.
Bridges is such an easy game some days.
It really is. Ooh, okay. East has decided to come in with a spade. A little bit spicy. Did I call it or did I call it? Board 14. 6 imps going the way of Lipkin. In the other room, they opened a no trump, 14 to 16 on the East cards. And West with the 8 count decided to pass. I wonder what 2 no trump shows from North here. Because it is a 12 count. I mean, maybe North's hand is just invitational, systemically, for these guys. Maybe East-West can take some pointers from their opponents who are trouncing them in the bidding. But yeah, South not wanting to go looking for a slam, despite having upgraded into the 2 no trump rebid range. Happy to settle for 3 now. So what tricks does Declare actually have if we're looking at this single dummy? He's got 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart, and 2 spades, which is 8. If diamonds come home 4-2, he can set up a ninth trick, and that's basically all he needs. And I suppose then he can kind of fall back on, maybe East has honor doubleton of hearts.
So Declare can't tell whether this is from Jack 10 fourth of clubs or from 10 9 third of clubs.
Right.
If this the Rusino lead agreements, he can count on being able to establish a diamond. So 4 diamonds and 2 clubs is 6, and a heart is 7 and 2 clubs is 9.
Yep.
So I think it's very attractive actually to lead a diamond to the ace and a diamond back. And if East plays 2 small diamonds, to actually just put in your spot so that if diamonds were 5-1 on side, you can actually pick it up. So, but since East has Jack 10 third of diamonds, they can't fool you. They can't get you. You would have planned on safety playing the diamonds. You can't even make. You can't even hold yourself by not finessing. This hand is so friendly. Well, you duck the club, which is still gonna be fine.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a possible plan of win the ace of clubs and then go diamond to the king, diamond to the ace. And if diamonds turn out to be 5-1, you're now in the right hand to lead a heart towards the ace-jack third. But looks like Declare has decided to just take almost all of the tricks on this hand. Ducking the club, clubs have split, and diamonds are gonna split. I'm a little confused as to what's going on in the play, but Harrison has now worked on the heart suit before playing on diamonds. But yeah, with everything splitting well, Declare is going to have no trouble. So this will be 11 tricks. Eventually, the defense is going to score that King of Hearts. Wait. Did Declare actually pitch the club? He pitched a club winner. That's okay. He got 11 tricks. I'm sure he's happy. They're probably just ready for the match to be over at this point. They're currently ahead 36 going into the last segment of play. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you back for the fourth quarter of action in this GNTs.
All right. Take care. See you in a little bit.
All right, chat. Let's head over to the other table. Is there any other commentary going on? It looks like no. Just us. I don't even see any text commentators, in fact. But here we are. We are back. So what's going on here? 3-no trump in the south. West leads the queen of spades. Did East bid spades? For once, East-West were more aggressive than their counterparts in the other room. West actually overcalled a heart here on her 6 count. That's kind of insane. It was a precision club, so maybe you want to be a little bit more aggressive. Declare just won the king of spades and dummy? I'm sorry, what? Hello? Completely blocking the spade suit? Kolesnik Grossack is interesting because they're not very slow. Is that true? I don't remember. I tend to think that Adam and Emma are both... What's the PC term that we use? Thoughtful players? Deliberate players? I don't think they're all that quick. Like, Zach Grossack is a pretty quick player. Um, just us. What about just us? Oh, it was not my mouse. It was Michael's mouse. I was not doing any clicking whatsoever. Michael's mouse is coming through for everyone. Justice? Oh no, I don't even know what we're referring to at this point. I said, was there any other commentary? Yeah. Oh no. One imp to Lipkin. So 35 to go. 15 boards. The commentary was me and a clicking mouse. That's true. Yeah, that it does feel like that sometimes. Whew. What's going on in the other match? Schreiber is in control. They're now up by 57. I think they're the team to beat. I know that players will say that, like, people keep telling me that, like, Harrison's a really strong player. He's done some good stuff, but it feels like he does a lot of, like, really weird and bad stuff too. So I'm not convinced by his abilities. Like, he does not seem the same to me as, like, the Zach Grossacs. Zach a little bit older, but it doesn't have the same feel. And Zach, of course, like, makes some mistakes as well, but I believe I'm talking, like, different levels of mistakes. Zach can certainly do well in a Bermuda Bowl. I do not think Harrison has the capability of doing well in a Bermuda Bowl. Maybe he will one day, but not yet. Ah, good. Quarter 1 of 4 is about to start. I do feel like there's probably a way to get better Vugraph operators. I don't know what the deal is with getting Vugraph operators, but there has to be a better way to do it than to get someone who's completely untrained, not give them training, sit them down, give them a simple set of instructions at a game that they've never played before and don't understand at all, and then expect things to go smoothly. Because it seems like that's just not working. And you have to imagine that someone would have figured this out at some point during the past 25 years, or however long Vugraph has been running. But it seems like they haven't. And unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of money in fixing this problem. Like, if this was a real business opportunity to get something set up so that you could do a better job broadcasting, I know there are a ton of people who would be much more capable of doing Vugraph broadcasting than whatever's going on right now. It's really not worth anyone's time because no one cares about bridge broadcasting, for example. Well, I guess we're going to stick with this match. Let's see how far in they are on the other match. They're still on board 13 at the one table, but we're playing different boards. Oh my god, 60. That's a big number. 11, 12, 10, 10, 10. Wasn't there an initiative for an automated Vugraph at some point? I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me if there was. I think that it's probably a good thing to do, but 50% of the live commentators care about it. Facts. Just spitting straight facts. Is this not automated? Do you think a computer would have this many misclicks? Good question, though. No, someone needs to actually be clicking. We're just really beating the dead horse on this joke, aren't we? East-West got all the way up to heart. Well done. Are they playing precision? Brad and Jeff? I guess I can't figure this out from this board. They are playing... Can't figure it out from that board either. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna learn what's going on one day. This looks like precision to me. Because I think Brad would open a club playing 2/1. Aha, there we go. A club. Any plus. Nice alert by our operator. 2 hearts. 12 to 13 balanced or 16 plus. Okay. So Brad and Jeff are playing precision. All right, do we have the 4th quarter of this match? We have quarter 1 of 4. Oh, error, could not join table. $15 boards. Oh, I keep forgetting to put up a prediction. Here we go. Start a prediction. Boom. Okay, I've got one. All right, by match, I mean the last 15 boards. Predict how many errors by Vugraph operator. Vugraph mistake-based prediction? Wait, no, a bunch of people want to... that one. My stream is telling me that I have errors. Is the video bad for anyone else? I am being yelled at by Twitch that my thing is unstable. Hopefully it's not actually a problem. It was buffering a bit. Lovely. I don't know what to do about this. I don't think that there's a solution. Video is what it's always been, but it's buffering a little. That is very unfortunate. I wondered if the reason why viewership number is down, just in general, is that the stream quality is a little bit lower. I mean, it could be a whole variety of things. Maybe people don't care about the GNTs or don't care about the nationals in general, or maybe it's that a lot of my viewer base is actually playing in the nationals. Also possible. But I'm very concerned because I have this like giant red pop-up that's like, well, you can't see it, but it's on my screen. That's like, hey, check to see if your bitrate's okay. I'm like, I don't know how to fix this. It's not like I have a degree in computer science. Perfect on YouTube. Thank you, Rosemary. That's good. At least it's working on one site. Okay, let's head back into this room since it looks like the other table is not starting yet. 5 more imps to Schreiber. Looks like Fendrick is just getting run over a little bit in this match. You know, it's not the same as playing against Gruen Moss or Hampson and Greco. Has a little bit of a different feel to it. Playing against an unpracticed partnership like this, they're not always going to get every defense right. They're not always going to bid to the top spot on every board, but still really good players, and they're probably going to outplay you on most hands. So I imagine the players are on a smoke break in the other match, which is why it's taking a little bit longer for it to get set up. So we're 30 minutes ahead, or sorry, we're 30 minutes delayed, which means in real life the players are already 30 minutes ahead of us. I'll try and pull up the LM pairs qualifiers at the end of the day. We can look at that a little bit. Spade switch from South, which is not going to do any wonders for his side. Declara actually didn't need to cross-ref this hand, although it might look like that from the dummy and the look of that heart duck. So the spade switch just picks up the jack of spades. Does feel a little bit like this north-south pair is just getting outplayed. Again, no surprise. But yeah, Schreiber is going to be hard to beat. You know, Emma and Adam are going to have to step up and start putting on both of their big boy pants. Both of them. I'm sure both of them actually have big boy pants. And they'll need to wear them tomorrow to be competitive with this aggressive precision partnership. All right, let's check back in. Do we have a table up? We do. And I think we're going to follow the same table. So let's get in there. See you in a little bit, chat. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the fourth quarter of action in the GNT Semifinals. Luba up against Lipkin. So coming in, 15 boards to play on our scoreboard. A little bit of an adjustment during the break, but the score stands with Luba being ahead by 38 imps. So Lipkin's going to need to pick up a couple of game swings to climb back into this match, and they have the capability of doing it. We saw this East-West partnership is hyper-aggressive, both in opening the bidding and enforcing game, as well as bidding some slams. And that means that if the cards lie favorably for them, they may well reach, you know, a couple of games and slams that are not reached in the other room. As it is here, South able to get in his lead directing 4-club bid to no avail. East-West just bid to 4 hearts. It looks like this contract has some difficulty, but maybe Declare is going to come out on top. Declare can take a roughing finesse and clubs through South. So I wonder how the play is actually going to go, because Declare must know that clubs are 7-0. Otherwise, North would have definitely let a club on this auction when South came in with 4 clubs. Declare does lead a heart to the ace, and will pull at least one more round of trumps, finding out the bad news in the heart suit. But then does he have the tempo to establish a club discard for his diamond loser? That's the real question. So King of Hearts. Declare probably pulls the 3rd round of trumps, just to avoid any sort of issues with North potentially getting 2 roughs somehow. And now he's got to go after the club suit. And it looks to me like there might be enough time to actually do everything he needs.
All right.
Hey, Michael, welcome back.
Oh, looks like I barely missed anything.
Yeah,
The
although
other match is out of hand.
this is a very exciting first board to start things off. I think there's a lot of possibilities for both the auction as well as the play.
All right, let me see what I can see here.
Now, that Queen of Diamonds switch from South might have been the best try on his hand, but this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier. He was always going to be able to do it, utilizing his entries to dummy to take that roughing hook and clubs, but now with South continuing the 9 of diamonds, it's just going to get covered and all the diamonds set up.
I'm stuck on the King of Clubs. Has the card been played after? Okay, there's the 9 of diamonds. I felt like there was a couple of times in the previous broadcast where I was on a different trick than you, so I'm wondering if.
No, I was just speculating that this was how the defense was going to go.
I don't think Declare ducked the 10. Oh, I see. North ducked the 10.
Yeah, now it's just all over. 10 of Hearts is going to take the last trick for the defense, so well done by Declare. I mean, not that difficult of a hand to play, but oh my god, Luba picks up 5 anyway on this board because the other room got to 4 clubs doubled and went down 4 for 800.
South lurked. A heart passed 2 clubs, passed. 2 hearts passed 3 hearts. Well, now I'm getting involved with 4 clubs.
It was the same auction in this room. It's just here, Hendelman decided to bid 4 hearts directly, thinking that his hand was minimum. In the other room, Emma Klesnik elected to pass, especially given that her partner game forced with 2 clubs, where he might actually have a club suit over there. And Adam was able to double. All right, here we go. 1 heart opener on the 9 count. I mean, if you're going to be this aggressive, you may as well continue piling the pressure on, and they definitely do need some swings.
Oh, I don't hate 1 heart. It's a pretty good hand for trick taking. It's just, not a good hand for 3 now.
Certainly.
If you have a fit, a suit. And so South could double this, or South could bid 2 clubs. I'm kind of a doubler here because I think the spades are too important to lose by bidding 2 clubs.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll worry about the 2 diamond call once it happens. All right. Okay. Well, 2 clubs it is. So North is going to cube it, or maybe North should just bid 2 no trump here. Like, the goal of that two club overcall is to find three no's, and North has a heart stopper and a club fit. All that is positive for 3-no, and that 2-no bid basically, if partner's not passing it, they should be building it back to three clubs usually.
Sure.
That's to show a fit. So North did bid 2-no, and South could just double three hearts now. I think North won't respect that, but I think you have all those quick tricks, and you're not sure whether to make bid 3-no or not. But three hearts double doesn't rate to make. North, obviously, with five clubs, won't pass three hearts double, but I think I would hit it with South hand.
Interesting. I guess I was kind of leaning the other way, that if partner has a heart stopper, maybe the king of clubs is in the pocket, and we could just be, we have 8 tricks off the top then, and partner hasn't even turned up with much outside of the heart suit.
Right, but on the other hand, I only have 5 clubs and I have quick tricks on the outside. Partner's still allowed to bid 3-no over three hearts double. It's not like doubling three hearts shows a hand that's unwilling to play 3-no. It's just a hand that's also willing to play three hearts doubled.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Well, so South has a lot of good options. Well, South does bid 3 now.
You just simplified it, bid 3-no, and that's probably where you were heading anyways. So this is down on a heart lead. Ace of diamonds is still enough time, because even with a heart, 2 diamonds is 3, and 4 spades is 7. Club is 8. You still need the club finesse. Or you need to knock out the club. Like if he switches to a club, you pop the ace and play the queen, then lose 5 heart tricks.
Yeah, it does definitely look like Declare just doesn't have quite enough to make this. I was going to say I like the Queen of Hearts play from West. Just kind of clarify what's going on in that suit to partner, in case that becomes important.
I don't think Declare can really do much better than just taking a club finesse. You could try running all your, the Queen Jack of Spades. Can't even unblock the spades to run them. Because if 10 shows up, I guess you could overtake.
Yeah, it does look like just try the club hook here. And I mean, you've seen both East and West be fairly aggressive. Harrison knows at this point that East has turned up with the Diamond Ace and Heart Ace Jack. So that's probably already enough for an opening bid for them. And doesn't need the Club King, but he does need the Club King in East to make the contract. I mean, playing a club to the ace has to be so anti-percentage here.
Well, you can overtake the Queen of Spades now when the 10 popped up, and run the spades and diamonds before playing a club, but he's still gonna go down 2 when he takes the club finesse.
Well, if he does that, he might go down 3, right? Because he'll... No, I guess it would just be down 2. Cashes the king, queen of diamonds, gets him up to 7. But yeah, I was just thinking this sets up the 5th spade in West's hand, so now it's...
Well, he has a count on the hand now. I mean, seen East show up with 5 diamonds and 5 hearts and 2 spades, so he knows he has only 1 club. So he should hold it down 1 by playing the ace of clubs now.
Yeah, as long as he does trust his count. Ace of clubs looks like the right play, so maybe he'll pick up 2 imps for his trouble. Ooh. Okay. So we got info from someone that the Fendrick team has actually withdrawn after the third quarter.
And they were pretty far behind. So, I mean, right now it's shaping up to be Las Vegas versus New England in the finals, unless this match turns around.
Right.
The Lipkin team is from the New York City area. Luba team is from the Boston area. Fendrick, I'm not sure, I'm trying to remember where Fendrick was from. Schreiber was from the Vegas area. Maybe he's just double checking his count.
Yeah, I think so. And it's very possible he missed a diamond pitch from East.
I don't think it's likely East opened a 4-card hard suit. So if he and I would think that the reason to do this would be to pick up the trick here. But yeah, it's easy to miss a pitch, especially you're tired at the end of a long match or playing four-handed. It's been known to happen. You remember they don't follow suit. You don't necessarily remember what they didn't follow suit with.
Certainly. But he probably has seen East not pitch a heart. That would be something you would keep track of. Like if your opponent that has set up their heart tricks starts pitching hearts, then you'll pay attention to that. So as long as he has that counted out, he knows East is down to 4 hearts left and not the king of clubs. Well, he decides to take the club hook. That is going to be down an extra and pushing with the other table. He's not going to feel too bad until he loses the match by 1.
Well, they have a little ways to go. So this is still a board on the floor and 13 boards to go.
Right.
So 12 opposite 15. Ought to be able to just claim 3-0 with that many high card points, right? It might not be that easy.
Yeah, these hands don't fit all that well, but when you have a 5-card suit, that does tend to be an excellent source of tricks.
So if you play this hand in spades, you can pitch a heart on the third diamond, and spades break, so you lose a spade, a heart, and you have to guess the club jack. If you play the hand in no trump, I think it's basically going to be idiot proof. At some point, you can just duck a spade when West plays the queen jack. East never gets on lead, and you'll have plenty of time to establish that they can't attack anything profitably. So you can take 4 spades and 3 diamonds and a heart and a club without breathing hard.
Right. Yeah, now I guess first question, South pretty likely to open his 12 count. It is 4-3-3, and we talked about how bad those hand shapes are throughout the day, but with 12, I think everyone just shrugs and opens.
Yeah, and this isn't even that bad a 12 count. And there are 12 counts that I would seriously consider passing, depending on the state of the match, but not this one. I have 3 controls. I'm not a 10. I'm not embarrassed by it. I don't like that it's 4-3-3. It's not a great one, but it's not a terrible one. And how should it go? If you open a club, West might overcall a heart at favorable, but really should pass. Okay.
Well, this East-West partnership doesn't like passing. So West comes in with a heart.
North so East-West are a little high here at 1 heart.
Yeah, just a tad. It's hard to go after them, though.
I think North-South can make about 9 tricks and hearts.
So spade by North, promising 5. South will maybe unhappily raise to 2 spades.
And North could try to get 3-0 back in the picture by doing something like bidding 3 hearts here, and then South bids 3-0, North could pass it.
Yeah. I could see that.
I think that's the way to back into 3-0, is just to bid 3 hearts and pass 3-0 if partner bids it. Now, for people who put serious 3-0 or frivolous 3-0 in all of their auctions after a suit is agreed, they can't. I don't like those agreements in competition, especially. So, but I tend to only play those after like one of major pass, whatever your forcing raise is, or limit raise. So he just simplified it with 4 spades, and this is not cold. This may require him to find the jack of clubs if he doesn't get any additional help. Now, West may be forced. Well, if you let East in with the 10 of spades, that's not good for you.
No. But I think Declare is going to duck a spade to West. As you mentioned, that Queen Jack Doubleton is a little bit too hard to get out of the way.
Yeah, so it was like it goes a spade to the 10 and king. And if you, let's say, Declare plays a spade to the king and a spade and sees the Queen Jack, you just duck it.
Right.
Knows West can't really do anything. If they Declare cashes 3 rounds of diamonds pitching a heart from the king, like wins the king of hearts, plays 3 rounds of diamonds pitching a heart, then plays king of spade, and ducks that. West's on lead in a position where, yeah, he has to do something helpful for Declare. A diamond makes the club loser, diamond or club makes the club loser go away, and the ace of hearts sets up the queen to let the club loser go away.
Right.
So that line of play, which is hardly a ridiculous line of play, will make it easy.
Yeah, now I'm wondering kind of the order of operations on this, because you would also really like to pick off Queen Doubleton of spades with West, if possible.
So you think you play a spade to the king immediately to make it harder for West to jettison the queen, then play 3 rounds of diamonds, and then play a second spade?
Well, I'm kind of thinking that maybe, yeah, actually, this is a little bit more along the lines that I'm thinking. Now we pick off every Queen Doubleton with... Okay, never mind.
Well, the thing is, like, well, now, I mean, if the only spade left of the south hand is the king, then West could afford to play the 13th, the 4th round of diamonds, because the rough and discard can't be roughed in the shorthand without promoting the 10 of spades. You know, East isn't exactly getting in anytime soon with the 10 of spades.
Yeah, that's true.
Declare's got to do something, right?
You do make a
Declare
good point.
Cash the ace jack of diamonds, and then what? Declare's on lead. He doesn't want to play a heart. He doesn't want to play a club. He doesn't want to play a spade. But he's got to do one of those things.
Yeah, it looks like Declare has kind of like mistimed this, or not really done something helpful to his cause, as you say.
So he knows now that, I mean, if he can believe the spot card from the opening lead, and that West has a Doubleton spade, that West started life with 2-4 and has chosen to overcall a heart with the Queen Jack Doubleton of spades, he can be fairly certain that West holds the ace of clubs. So what does that tell him? He also knows that West has club length, because they're 2-4, either they're 2-4-3-4 or they're 2-4-4-3 most likely. But that doesn't tell him anything about the location of the jack of clubs. I don't think the jack of clubs matters for whether West has overcalled one heart or not. And in a sense, if we know that West was dealt the ace of clubs and 2 other ones, and East was dealt 3 clubs, it's sort of 3-2 that East holds the jack. If we don't think that would be a relevant card in the decision to overcall one heart.
Right.
On the 4-back.
Now, I mean, there's an entirely other factor to consider, which is like we can't afford to let East in before we can cash 3 rounds of clubs and 3 rounds of diamonds. Otherwise, East will be able to rough in with their good 10 of spades and put a heart through, and then we're just down. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess he could pitch a club on this trick, right?
What he needs to do to make it from here is pitch a heart and play a club to the 9. Then he can play 3 rounds of clubs, and if West ducks, then Declare just scores 3 club tricks, which obviously he can't do. Otherwise, West gets end played into...
This feels like this should have been an opportunity for the for the Lipkin team to make up some ground with a red game swing by betting to 3-no trump. But we see the result is already in from the other table.
Yeah.
And they had the auction themselves. And after opening the South hand a weak no trump and transferring, North bid 3-no, and South with the 4-3-3 hand pulled it back to 4 spades, which feels like a peculiar choice to me and a losing one on the actual deal. And an opportunity sort of has passed them by.
Mm-hmm.
I think Declare is going to go down here in 4 spades. But we'll see if he does. The 10 of clubs is a very odd play.
I like it. Harrison has I think
if Hendelman covers this, that's just awesome.
Yeah. He's not going to cover, but I think Harrison is just leading this to the king. I think that's his plan.
Well, Hendelman is like in the tank now.
Yeah, and maybe this is going to give something away. This is why it's really important on defense to actually be prepared for what you're going to do. You know, like, you want to be thinking. You can't just sit there and wait for it to be your turn to play and then start thinking. Really important to not give anything away with the tempo. So West should have been thinking, oh my God, he covers the 10 with the jack. I don't think Harrison was running that. I think he was playing the 10 to the king.
Oh, absolutely, he was playing the 10 to the king. Well, that now it's 10 imps the other way, or 12 imps the other way.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Well done by Harrison, finding that play to put pressure on West. My strategy often to that end is when I'm sitting there and Declare's in the tank and I've got the time, I'm always doing this, actually. I'm just trying to think, what play could Declare make that would give me the hardest problem? Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking, like, what if Declare leads away from, their honor cluster and dummy? Do I pop up with my honor trying to win the trick, or whatever play I think would be the hardest play? I try to think about what I'm going to do if Declare actually makes that play,
right?
So that I can at least hope to play in tempo if it actually happens.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it doesn't. On a good day, Declare is not making the play that gives me the most problems, like, repeatedly.
Yes.
Every once in a while you play one of these sessions where it's like, bam, 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 they're hitting you in the head, making the hardest play every single board.
Yeah, you made a mistake sitting down against Brad Moss and Joe Grew, and then it just happens on every hand. Yeah. But no, I think that was just a little bit of laziness by West to not be thinking ahead of time, like, what am I going to do if Declare leads a club? What am I going to do if Declare leads a heart? And West was not prepared for the 10 of clubs play, then kind of paused for too long and decided he just needed to cover it.
He decided he gave away the show and gave it up. All right, so North-South have a nice big fit here. Heart finesse is on side. This looks like a slams on one of 2 finesses.
Yeah, it's an excellent slam, but it's 14 opposite 12. They do have a 10-card spade fit.
I see they found it in the other room. I wonder if they started with their 10-12 no trump that's or 11-14 no trump that's sometimes 10. They did start with a no trump. And then there was some sort of artificial transfer. I guess North transferred to their suit. South jumped and North jumped. The North hand is pretty good opposite of fit.
It is definitely good opposite of fit, although North doesn't know about the 10-card fit in the other room. But one thing that North has going for them is when West comes in over a no trump showing hearts and a minor, North figures the ace queen of hearts are now excellent cards, and the club void is also an excellent card. And so North was very excited. In this room, West had the option of coming in 2 spades, hearts and a minor, but elects not to at this vulnerability.
Interestingly, over 1 no trump showing hearts and a minor, you can do that at the 2 level, but over 1 spade, you're forcing your partnership to the 3 level.
Yeah.
It actually is a problem over 1 spade, to the point that I toyed around for a while with using 1 spade, 1 no trump to show 5 or more hearts with a 4-card or longer minor to ease some of these auctions. But then you lose the strong no trump overcall, which is a high price to pay.
Yeah, so one thing that can happen, which I think is going to... Okay, North decides to start with 2 no trump. If North had started with a 4 club splinter, South would have been so unhappy with the
Yeah.
hand, and they might have been able to. They might have just signed off in four spades. But
I think North's worth another try even after that. I sometimes I liked a void splinter is different from a splinter too. So
mm-hmm.
in some of my partnerships, my most regular ones, we use one of the jump shifts is either a weak raise 1-3 or a void splinter in any suit. So we would have been able to bid one spade past three diamonds. It's either a weak one spade, three spades raise, or a void splinter somewhere. And then you'd show it in diamonds if you wanted to show it that way. The sense is just it's just very good though. I mean, it's pretty much a slam drive after one spade. So even though partner has a lot of their hand wasted in clubs, slam is still very good.
Yeah, now
North
I'm
has
not.
signed off the second club.
Ooh.
I mean, North has to make another move here, I think.
I'd have no idea what North has showed so far, so I can't tell
I
you.
think North made a some sort of forcing raise in perhaps a limit raiser better in spades.
Mm-hmm.
And if they use it as a limit raiser better in spades, South's three diamond bid might have been something like either a game try opposite the limit raise or it might have been accepting a limit raise but slam negative. I think 3-0 was some sort of serious slam or some sort of slam try.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was frivolous. But I'm just guessing. For all I know, North was able to actually show the club shortness at 3-0.
Yeah, so 3-0, four spades, South signed off, and North does make another try, five clubs. So South will definitely bid five diamonds here. I think Harrison's just going to content himself with five hearts at that point and leave the decision up to partner.
If I'm North and my partner has done anything, I think you have to bid slam. I mean, partner would have to sign off again with five clubs. If partner bid five diamonds, I'm going to bid slam.
Okay.
So you can kind of predict that it'll be something like in the worst case scenario on, we're missing the king of spades and the king of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe partner has a third heart, I guess, would make it a lot worse. Partner need to have only two clubs though, because otherwise they have doubled in diamond. And in this room, it would have been a 12-inch swing to Lipkin instead of a 12-inch swing to Luba.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lipkin is not out of it, even though it currently says they're down 55 on the scoreboard.
Oh, this is going to be 11 imps in.
Yep. They're going to need a whole lot more where that came from, though, to make up the deficit.
Yeah. They certainly can't afford too many more boards on the floor.
I am certainly curious about the meanings of three diamonds and 3-0 in the auction. Hard to say where North-South didn't manage to connect the dots here. But
yeah, I'm very curious about the meaning of three diamonds. He's only in 5, so I would expect him to actually play a spade to the ace to try to fade a diamond rough. Like, you'd feel pretty stupid winning the diamond in hand, taking a spade finesse, losing a diamond rough on the way back, and then having the heart finesse be offside too.
Yeah, he can afford to do that because he will then have a pitch for the heart loser. But yeah, it's... So it kind of seems safer to take the spade finesse because then when spades are 2-1, you're kind of safe.
Harrison's like, what? You had the ace of diamonds? How did you not bid 5 diamonds? I'm sure he's not saying that. He's probably thinking that right now.
Yeah. All right, so he does...
I was just hoping for diamond rough to come back.
Mm-hmm. He does take the spade hook. A spade gets returned.
So I think he's going to play king of diamonds, diamond to the queen to check. Oh, that doesn't help. Oh, yeah, it does help him. King of diamonds, diamond to the queen in case the diamonds are. I guess he could play a diamond to the 9.
I think he's just going to play a diamond to the 9 after that opening lead.
Yeah, play a diamond to the 9 and just make it that way.
Yeah.
I forgot. I don't know.
Nope. Well,
not doing that. Well, this works too.
Yeah, either way, the King of Hearts is on side, so.
To be honest, you're sitting there in 5 spades. You're just tossing cards. When your contract's cold, you're not really like worrying too much about whether or not you're making what line of play is slightly better for a 12th trick that isn't really helping you.
Very true.
He was kind of hoping the heart finesse was hoping the heart finesse was going to lose, but it's not to be. So he's claiming 12 tricks and 11 imps the other way, and the match is back to being a little closer.
Yeah, still 44.
North has 10, South has 10. That's not enough for game. Except when it is. 3 clubs by West. I think we're going to see it at the state of the match. And I think it goes 3 clubs all pass down a bunch.
Well, I'll tell you what the other table didn't do. They didn't open 3 clubs on the West hand.
No. Hendelman did not. I guess it's just not in him to open 3 clubs there. I would also consider opening 2 hearts in third seat with the East hand in the state of the match. It's like a heavy preempt can be just as effective as a light preempt, or more so. Push the opponents up too high. I can imagine it goes like check, 2 hearts. Maybe South makes an aggressive double. North gets their side to 4 spades, and they just go down.
Yeah. Well, a heart, a no trump. 2 diamonds from East.
Mm-hmm. Assume 2 hearts from West.
Mm-hmm.
West could bid 3 clubs still, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, not with such weak clubs. I like the 2 heart rebid from West.
There are a lot of cases where you do want to prefer to bid your own 6-card suit to taking a preference to partners, but usually a little more texture than this. And here the King, Queen of Diamonds are known to be really good cards for partners, so I think I would rather let partner know there's some sort of heart fit, because my game prospects aren't terrible. If partner wants to bid again.
Mm-hmm. Well, South is thinking about balancing 2 spades, I guess. Decides against it. I tend to be a big advocate of let's try not to compete for part scores at imps. Sometimes you just like win 1 or something or push the board, and sometimes you go minus 800 and lose 12. So
they made 2 spades north-south in the other room, which looks like you're generally going to make 2 spades north-south, maybe even 3. And I think that they have excellent play for 2 hearts east-west here.
Mm-hmm.
So we could see another 5 or 6 imps going to Lipkin.
Yeah. Is there anything the defense can do to kind of make Declarer's life difficult? The diamonds are splitting 3-3. The ace of clubs is on side.
I think North's shifting to a trump.
Yeah.
And I don't see any reason why East would finesse. So I think East wins that and probably plays a club up. Try to establish a trick with the King of Clubs. South's going to pop the ace of clubs. And if he plays the second trump, he's going to pick up his partner's jack. So South's not going to have great choices when he wins the ace of clubs. diamond doesn't look super attractive either. Maybe just continue a club.
Yeah, so as predicted.
There's no rush to play the second trump, right?
Club
Declare hasn't.
continuation. I do like South continuing clubs here. I mean, it now looks like it might be productive for North-South to try and tap declare now that they can't prevent the spade going away.
I mean, it's either East has Jack and a club and has done something weird and led the 2 of clubs, or partner has the Jack left. And either way, I think like the 3 of clubs is fine.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
Okay, the King of Spades. Well, I mean, Declare didn't really have a useful pitch anyways on the.
Yeah, I mean, now Declare does get to pitch the long diamond.
Right, which was probably a winner.
So one more heart and one more diamond for the defense. 2 hearts making 2. And
so
that'll be
6 imps.
Yeah, 6 imps.
So that actually brings the set to a tie, which is a lot better for Lipkin than it was looking at for 3 boards.
Very true.
Like they could have been up 24 though on this set right now, and then we'd be looking at a very different match.
Absolutely, but they still have a lot of work to do.
So back to just the 38. Boards, amps and 10 boards to go. It's not impossible.
Oh,
and this
boy.
Board looks like tackle.
Well, North probably thinks he has the longest solid suit at the table. But he does not.
Yeah, North has the king high straight flush, loses to the ace high straight flush.
So, presumably a 3 heart bid from North.
Could be a 4 heart bid, but I mean not red on white. It's just our normal 3 heart bid. You got to play fairways and greens a little.
Whoa, 2 hearts.
Whoa. 2 hearts seems very low.
What has North done with Harrison Luva?
It feels like North was just looking to do something weird, and open 2 hearts instead of 3.
Which doesn't feel like the right way to play when you're ahead by 40 imps in a match.
It really doesn't, because you're not afraid of being doubled in 3 hearts when your spots are king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 7, 6. I mean, they just can't double you. So you're double proof. They'd have to be like psychic to know when to go for a penalty. Probably making a slam if they could get enough of a penalty when you have 6 natural heart tricks in your hand.
Yeah.
And I guess probably be loaded in clubs, which partner sort of is. The 3 diamonds a little pushy with the West hand, but I understand it.
We saw East earlier in the day make a pretty aggressive takeout double. So, I think this one's pretty normal over a 2 heart opener. I was wondering if East would double a 3 heart opening bid with his hand. It's 14. 3 diamonds, pass.
It's hard to let it go with 8 solid clubs, but there are some warning signs here.
Yeah. Again, I mean, like, what are you hoping for as South, right? You're not making 5 clubs.
Well, South did well to let it go, because I think if he bid 4 clubs, there's a fair chance that one of them would have taken a shot at it.
Absolutely.
And that could have been 8 imps away, since they forgot to double it at the other table.
Yeah, and I mean, as it is, 3 diamonds is probably going to make, but it's...
The other table went 3 hearts double, redouble. The redouble must have been like a puppet to 3 spades to
Wait a
Big
second. Is
non-suitors.
3 diamonds going to make? Hold on. I
Oh, right.
completely forgot about the matching voids in the north-south hand. Also, Harrison led the 6 of hearts at trick 1.
I guess he wanted he wanted a partner on lead.
Yep.
So I think it goes high club and a low club for North to rough, so the North can start playing hearts, playing a couple hearts through Queen of Diamonds.
I mean, I'm guessing South is just going to play a bunch of high clubs because.
Well, I guess you play 3 high clubs, yeah. Question whether you want North to rough the second club. I mean, this could be down 2.
Now, do you have an agreement about which club honor South should play to show an odd versus an even number of clubs here?
No.
Okay, that was a fair answer. Because that would be
You do
useful
have
right
4
now.
different cards you can play. I know that I could make partner rough, and I could give partner the option of whether or not to rough.
Yep.
And so I wonder if like low odd standard count has been happening.
Yeah, because North kind of needs
North
to
is
know
controls
whether he should be roughing this trick to play hearts or whether he can pitch 2 more spades and then get a spade rough, for example. But as declarer.
Yeah, just try to get the kids off the street as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. All right, diamond to the ace, diamond back, so North gets to cash 2 more diamonds and a heart. They beat this 2 tricks.
Sexy lead by Harrison.
Yeah, the King of Hearts would have worked out just fine, but the 6 of Hearts
South would have worked out just up to clubs all on his own.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, just because he could have done something else that would work the same doesn't mean his lead wasn't sexy.
Was it actually the same if Declare works out to run it around to the 8? Is it a problem?
Oh, there's like 0 chance Declare's gonna. I mean, he only opened 2. Also,
I know,
he
he only opened 2 hearts as well.
Declare is just thinking, all right, well, I got to lose a heart and 2 clubs, and as long as diamonds break, I'm fine. That would have been basically my analysis of this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Although
Seems reasonable to me. Well, with both contracts going down 2, 7 imps for Luba. Their lead has jumped up to 45. I wonder if East-West are asking for a smoke break after that.
They're smoking all right. 9 boards and 45 imps. It's 5 imps a board now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
7 imps out was brutal. But really, I want to point out, really well judged by Jank to let it go in 3 diamonds with 8 solid clubs. That was a really great call by him to let it go there when he probably could easily have been 8 imps the other way if he did 1 more for the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because you can't fall in love with 150 honors in your suit and a bunch of tricks. You gotta look at the vulnerability, think about the way the auctions played out. This is a hand that, as you say, lots of warning signs going off with your partner preempts and hearts opposite your void. So all partner's heart cards are going to be useless. Even if partner had ace king 6th of hearts over there, you would still lose the same 5 tricks off the top, 3 spades and the ace king of diamonds. So he did really well and earned his side a nice 7 imp swing.
Yeah, they're clearly on a smoke break since we're in the. I hope they're on a smoke break because otherwise we're back in the Toronto, Toronto vortex.
So 9 boards, 45 imps. A tall task to make the comeback, But I mean, things can definitely change after one of these breaks. I have certainly been in matches where it felt like things were going great for one side or the other, and then, one of the pairs that might have had a little bit of unfavorable results on a few boards calls for a break, comes back refreshed, and starts rattling off game after game after game.
So my guess is they're actually all hanging out together, having a smoke, but I could be wrong about that.
You think all four of them are smokers?
I don't think Harrison's a smoker, but I'm not 100% sure about that. I think the other three probably are. I don't know Handelman at all. I'm pretty sure East and South smoke. So East and South are probably out together because that's what you do when you smoke. You're social with the other smokers.
Yep.
There's like, there's a social network out there with smoking, which is why people, one of the reasons that it was popular for so long is that it's a social activity as well. It's sort of like, it's hard for people who even are not particularly religious to stop going to churches because there's a big social aspect to any sort of communal experience.
I mean, I know that I played with partners who smoked in the past, so yeah, if Harrison, despite being a non-smoker, you just kind of like wander around with your partner and while you're playing the set, and so if your partner goes out to smoke, you go out with them and then just chat. So I think you're probably right if all four of them might be easily outside hanging out chatting about something or other. I don't know how familiar East West and North South are to each other, but
I feel like it's sometimes I'll go see a local band play and people will be hanging outside and smoking, and then at some point someone says, "Hey, don't you think you guys are supposed to play another set of music?" I'm just too busy being social. Or, oh yeah, we were here to play a concert.
That happens a lot of the times if you're out at a bar and they stop off to grab a drink and then they start chatting up the ladies and then they just forget that they were there to actually play. That happens all the time.
Well, I'll probably be here doing Vugraph rather than going out and seeing local music this weekend, but I'm all prepared with a tie-dye shirt to go see someone, but
is there a festival or something in town, or
there's just like really good local music in the Philadelphia area all the time. There's quite a few bands I like, and a lot of summertime's great because they're just all playing and there's a lot of outdoor shows. It's just like maybe just like 100 or 200 people show up, and a new hand shows up too, so we can start talking about something else.
Nice. Well, we got 10 count for East. This is actually like a good hand. If East was going to be opening all of that other garbage earlier in the match, this better be a one club opener.
Yeah, it's a 4-control hand with a suit that's not hopeless. Now, he did pass it, which is probably good for him because the lie of the cards here is not particularly friendly for East West. As far as you can't bring in that club suit for 4 tricks.
No.
Which is what you probably need to make to have any hope of making a game.
Or 1 no trump for that matter. Yes, you're correct.
Well, if you open that hand a club, you're going to be in 3
you're
no
gonna be
trump.
in 3 now, yeah, before you know it.
Now, over a diamond, you kind of have a very normal, assuming North passes. North might not pass.
I think North just overcalls a no trump. He has 15.
He does have diamonds well stopped, and East does have a very sound double of 1 no trump. And I think South will bid 2 spades. And West should hit it, I guess, in the state of the match. He sure doesn't want to hear his partner bidding. If that happens, East West start life with 2 spades, a diamond, two clubs and a heart for down one. I don't know how much scope they have for down two, but that's still a better result than they would get if they're declared, because I don't think East West are making anything above two spades.
No, and in fact, in the other room, they got to three clubs in the West. I'm sorry, what?
West. West opened a balanced club because they played transfer Walsh. North bid a no trump, East doubled. South transferred to spades. West hit it, and East decided to run and not risk two spades doubled as a game. So it's a similar auction, I think, other than there was ambiguity about West's minor suit lengths when they opened the transfer Walsh club, which could be as short as two, maybe even one, the 4-4-4-1 hand. I don't know, but if they would probably open a diamond with that. But I in a weak no trump range, I'll open a club with that pattern. That means East doesn't know. If partner has four clubs and two diamonds, you probably don't want to defend two spades doubled. You'd probably rather play three clubs. But if partner has four diamonds and two clubs, you do want to defend. And so it can make competitive decisions. There's a price, that's the price for that ambiguous minor is that you in competition you may have to do a little bit more fancy footwork. South's readable must be something. Be like a one suiter or something.
Yeah, it's probably a single suited major or something. I was also going to bring up the fact that Adam Grossack sitting over there and seeing the double two spades knows that he's up 40 imps in this match, and he just wants to avoid giving out a huge penalty to the opposition. Yeah. So he's happy.
He wants the boards on the floor, right? Yeah. He's board on the floor. He's in favor of boards on the floor, so wants to decrease the variance at every opportunity. It's unclear that he had a good way of doing that there. Mm-hmm. But I suppose playing, they have three clubs undouble down two is minus 200. So, if East West choose to defend two spades doubled or undoubled here, they go plus. Then that's more than what they need per board. 250 is 6 imps.
Yeah, and also, as you mentioned, it's a little bit easier for East to choose to defend on this hand because he knows that his partner opened a natural diamond as opposed to a potentially ambiguous club.
So the spade suit combination is actually a really cool one. Mm-hmm. If you assumed infinite entries to the north and south hands, and one that almost no one knows.
Oh, I am well aware. During it was a while ago, but I think during one of the robot NABCs, where the field is a little bit random, I had this combination in a 6 no trump contract, needing to play it for 4 tricks, and of course I led the queen on the first round, and it was king jack third on my on the wrong side for me. And the entire field was in 6 no trump making 6, and I was in 6 no trump down 1, and it felt terrible. But
I had a hand like that a ton of time ago against Joel Woldridge, where he just found a safety play that in an imp contract that in the imp pairs where the entire field missed it. So there it's so the suit combination. You start with a queen, it picks up all doubleton jacks, and it picks up king third or king and 1 or onside, and it gives you the most possible cases. But it's very anti-intuitive to lead the queen towards the doubleton ace.
Yep.
So it's one apparently I know and
Well, I actually learned this from Fred Gittleman because he posted an article about it, probably in the year 2000 or something.
That's how I learned it too, I think.
Yeah. Same and he used to have a great blog about it, Deal of the Week.
And when I saw that, I was like, well, that's a cool suit combination. I'm going to remember it. And it's come up a couple of times in the intervening decades, and it has worked for me every time I've done it. So, So Rob, I've been a little luckier than you in my execution of this suit combination.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to pick it up.
Right.
Well, they're also in three clubs east, huh?
Yeah, they had a similar auction. This time West decided not to go after a penalty of two spades.
I think someone is supposed to double it. I think West is really supposed to double two spades with the King Jack fourth and the side eight and the ace quick tricks on the side. Just trust their partner to have a good hand to double one now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So, three clubs it is at both tables. And after the Singleton Diamond lead, looks like Declare is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's got three tricks in, and he has another club trick for 4, another diamond trick for 5, and a heart trick for 6. And I suppose he can build a spade trick for 7, and that would be push it down 2. I don't really see him coming close to making this. I think South just shifts to a heart here, and that's really bad for North, for Declare.
Yeah. Certainly the heart switch by South. I mean, even a spade switch by South is going to cause too many problems. But 8 of hearts to the 9, and presumably North's 10 to start setting up those heart tricks.
Yeah, so this is one of these cases where you don't play the ace here because you want by playing low you can set up all your winners. You play the ace, then what are you going to do for an encore? Mm-hmm. Right, you're on lead. I suppose you could play the queen of diamonds here, but you'd rather just like let the hearts suit be set up your ace queen of hearts.
Right.
And I guess North is thinking about winning the ace of hearts to play the queen of diamonds.
It seems a little strange. He has a count on the diamond suit given the opening lead, so he knows if he plays back the queen of diamonds, I mean, it's going to set up a trick, but it's not like his partner can ruff profitably on the trick. He does fly the ace of hearts.
Maybe, I mean, I guess he's not. So Declare can win the king of diamonds and play another diamond at him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he plays the third diamond, and Declare, I guess, could pitch a spade, leaving North on lead. Then North could play ace of spades, and then North's just stuck either leading a spade into the king jack or leading a heart away from the queen.
I mean, that's less effective than Declare guessing the spade suit himself, but...
Let's see, this is the third defensive trick.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if they are allowed to score the ace of spades and the jack of diamonds and the 10 of clubs, that's down 2.
Yep. Yeah, so Declare will just ruff the jack of diamonds if it comes back here, which I have to imagine it will.
Yeah, it has to. And then South could just overruff it and put another heart through, I guess.
Yeah, which might not be obvious to South given the way the first round of hearts went, but it kind of doesn't matter. South can also overruff and put a spade through.
Put a spade through, yeah. And East is a passed hand, as shown up with the ace king of clubs, probably can't have the ace of spades, so it has to have the king of hearts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, South is going to be a little bit worried that he blew an extra under trick if his partner isn't holding the 10 of hearts. But he does switch to spades, which looks pretty natural. So spade to the jack and ace, spade return. And eventually Harrison will score his heart queen. So the same down 2 as in the other room. Another missed opportunity for Lipkin to pick up some imps.
Kind of like rooting for them just to make the match closer, not necessarily to win, just to make it interesting.
Yeah, now I will say that with the way that Schreiber seemed to kind of clean up in their match, and especially with the powerhouse hitters that they have on that team, Moss, Hampson, I forget who we decided between Hampson and Greco was there, Bobby Levin, Roger Lee. Um, they it feels like the Luba team is going to need to shore up some of these weaknesses by tomorrow if they want to, have a real fighting chance of bringing home the title.
Well, I mean, they're by no means a favorite team, but they're a bunch of young players who, feel like that the world is their oyster, and they're going to play with some flair, and they're going to play with heart, and we'll see. I think they've got. I'm not going to prepare to count them out at all. I think it's going to be an interesting match to watch. Schreiber does not have much experience in late rounds of events like this, so we'll see if he maintains his concentration. Billy's really good at handling a client, so I expect that Billy will do a good job of keeping him in the boat and getting good results with him. So, but we'll see.
Well, this board has gotten pretty exciting. In the other room, I don't even know how to describe what happened over there. North-South just bid to four clubs. And now I think East-West are going to end up in four spades double.
To three spades. Okay, so what happened in the other room, West opened a spade, went double, and East bid three spades, which I'm guessing they used the agreement that's a mixed raise, which is a sort of becoming a more common agreement to jump to three with the mixed hand, because its frequency is greater than that of a preemptive raise.
Mm-hmm.
Although it says weak if I want to click on it. And South made a takeout double, and North, I guess North guessed wrong and guessed their cheapest four-card suit, or the four-card suit where they could see the jack, and they wound up in 4-3 clubs instead of the 4-4 diamonds. North would have liked to bid 3-0 to ask partner to pick the minor, but that's not what 3-0 means.
No.
I wonder, though, if over 4 clubs, South might have just continued 4 diamonds, figuring like to cater to this, figuring that his partner will pull to 4 hearts if they don't have 4 diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, although it feels like North-South are in pretty big trouble once they come into the auction over 3 spades. I mean, 3 spades was making?
Well, 4 spades, I don't think so. It looks to me like 4 spades doubled is going to be in a lot of pain. Even if you pick up the spades, you're off, 2 diamonds and 2 hearts, and I guess you're just off those tricks for sure.
Yeah, and
but
I
you
think
have,
that's it.
You have to pick up the spades.
So yeah, 3 spades doubled was making, which meant North-South did have to run from that contract in the other room.
Well, this was an easier decision for North what to do after 1 spade double, 4 spades double, than it was for North in the other room after 1 spade double, 3 spades double.
Certainly.
Sometimes you give them enough rope to hang themselves, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like the match is out of reach, but these boards are going in the wrong direction for Team Lipkin if they wanted to have a chance to get back into this match. So South gets in with the Jack of Diamonds. I wonder if South is going to continue clubs, or if South is going to switch to like the Jack of Hearts, or maybe even a low heart.
I think you switched to a heart. The question is which heart. Certainly don't want to show the 10 of hearts. You also don't want partner like continuing the suit from ace queen 9.
Yeah. So
the
he
6 of hearts seems okay.
Goes with the 6. Kind of along your lines of thought. So heart 10 queen.
Now North may still read the 6 of hearts as top of a double 10.
Yeah, not that it really matters at this point. It's all going to be about
North can just play another
seat.
diamond and let you play the next heart yourself. Oh wait, yeah, this is four spades double best. I was in the other room for a second in my head.
I think it makes sense to take the restricted choice play in spades. Declare can lead a low spade to the king, and then hook on the way back, playing north for singleton honor. Yeah, so north does cash the heart ace.
I think he should play 3 round hearts in case his partner can run off it. But he didn't blow anything by doing that, so that's fine. So now declares has nothing to do but play on trumps. I mean, he can play another diamond first, but I think at this point he's doesn't want to lose a trump promotion on something, so he's going to have to play a spade himself now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
As long as spades aren't 4-0. I mean, he can run off a diamond even if spades are 4-0. So he's playing a diamond himself. It's not going to cost him here.
I think he's just hoping to get a little bit of a better read on the high card points. There doesn't seem to be much harm in letting North win this and play the 13th heart.
I think defense is probably just going to play another diamond after this and tap the dummy. Or club. It's kind of all the same. And now we're down to the brass tacks here, Declare.
There's the king of spades, the jack falls, and we'll declare play a spade to the 9. I think so.
I think it does. I think it's clear to do that. Or the 7.
He does. All right, so 200.
I think it was an error by North to not pair 7s on this trick, though. I mean, he had 2 other 7s, and 7s were called for.
You think he could have afforded to play one of them?
I think so. All right, so that was 11 imps to Luba. Wow.
Yeah.
304 clubs down 3 and 204 spades doubled down 1. The Michael Jordan board. I mean, it looks like sort of a, like not that much to the hand. It's like it should be a part score battle, or East-West can make about 2 or 3 spades, and North-South can make not much of anything. Maybe 3 diamonds.
Yeah, now this board could be exciting, although maybe it just peters out into some sort of part score. But the other table got to 4 clubs down 1 in the South, and I wonder if they got there in all of one bid. No.
Okay, well, I mean, East's opening. I also could think like at this state of the match, just opening 4 spades with the East hand.
Or
wouldn't
no
be
trump.
the end of the world. Or 1 no trump, yeah. Looks like you might actually make 4 spades on if the defense leads the Queen of Hearts too early. You just win, draw trumps, and knock out the heart and lose a heart and 2 clubs, and the diamond goes away on the 4th heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, 2 rounds of clubs from South and the Queen of Hearts switch, and it's all over. Although, after seeing the dummy, I don't think South is going to be that eager to switch to the Heart Queen.
Yeah, I think, I can imagine cases where you're going to, where the defense could go wrong, but I don't think they would here. Excuse me. And it looks like they're going to stop in 3 spades, which is fine for them. I mean, it's not like 3 spades is even cold. And
no.
You could easily go down. I guess, let's say it goes club, diamond switch. Or if it goes club, and East roughs it. Now, if it goes club, and East roughs it, then Declare can make by banging down the ace of hearts.
Well, with spades 2-2, you have 2 entries to take 2 heart hooks. You can lose 2 clubs, a heart, and a diamond.
Right, but if you were on 4, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you just...
More than that, you need... Although king, queen, third of hearts on side, you can make that way by crossing the nine of spades and leading the jack of hearts.
Yeah. So three spades might make with an overtrick. There's no difference in the score, though. It'll just be 3 umps either way for Lipkin, who will cross the 100 mark in the match. So they've actually scored considerably well, but just was not enough to overcome.
Yeah, and 150 imps is about average over a course of 60 boards to score. So it looks like Luba's played some, hasn't given up as much.
Right.
I think it's supposed to be about 2.5 imps a board.
2 rounds of clubs, a diamond switch. Declarer doesn't know that 9 of spades is an entry to the west hand, otherwise he would kind of happily accept this diamond switch to set up an extra trick.
As it is, sort of like he feels like his entries are tangled. Or it's going to play back a diamond, blowing up what he thinks is the entry to dummy. But then spades break, so he's fine. I suppose North could try to give his partner a heart rough. East did double. His chance hearts are 5-4-4 on the table.
Mm-hmm.
There's no room in the East hand to have enough diamonds for partner to have a singleton.
It does seem pretty unlikely, doesn't it? So a heart does come back. I think this is going to make Declare a little bit happier because now he has that ace of diamonds. What if South plays another diamond now?
That's kind of interesting. If Declare takes another heart finesse, he's down.
Yeah, on a diamond continuation, isn't Declare just going to fly the ace and take a heart hook?
He could.
Ooh. I might have been a bit too fast to call 3 umps for Lipkin. Now, South doesn't know that this is Declare's problem, so South might just continue the queen of clubs, But yeah, he does play back a diamond.
I don't Declare one it in his hand. He's going to cash the ace king of spades.
Wow.
Hope that he gets the 9 of spades. All right, well, Declare did fine. I guess he wins if the jack of spades is singleton or doubleton, or the king of hearts is doubleton. With this line of play.
Yep.
But he had a chance to go wrong. It was a nice defense by Jenkin Harrison to give Declare a chance to go down that we didn't even spot.
Certainly. So it is 3 umps ultimately. Okay, well, these are the boards that they're looking for, East-West, to get back into the match. They need these distributional monsters.
Yeah, if you're behind by a ton, you pick up a 6-5 hand or a 7-card suit, and they're both on this one. You think like, oh, thank God, maybe an action board, and red on white's not going to stop me from bidding.
So North gets to open a heart. I don't think even this East player is going to overcall 3 diamonds, but I'll hold my breath.
I tell you what, if you're looking for a bid that could work that's not going to be made at the other table, it's 3 diamonds.
Yep.
But, boy, I mean, it goes against all your training to bid 3 diamonds on a hand like that.
It really does.
And you'd probably wind up in 3 diamonds doubled if you did, which would be a very unpleasant spot. 4 trump tricks and 2 clubs and 2 hearts, maybe. It's 2 diamonds can make north-south, despite the 7-1 break.
Yeah, so I was wondering if South was going to trot out the same 3 no trump bid that they did earlier. Wow, West
The
didn't
2
even
0 bid
bid.
must include some pretty sketchy hands if it includes 8 count with 4 card support. That's not a limit raise. That's at most like a mixed. Okay, I don't know. West has
Okay,
bid.
West
So,
does come
and
in.
yeah, you have to bid 3 spades here, and I assume that doubles penalty.
So 3 spades
You
double
got to direct your
pass.
leads.
South has to sit this. He has 3 trumps.
Yeah. And if you already showed partner that he has 4 hearts, and his partner says, let's defend 3 spades doubled anyways, I don't see why you would overrule him when you have 3 trumps.
Yeah, it's like, do you have extra defense if you have the king of hearts in addition? No, but that would give you your bid in the first place. So I think you should be quite happy that you have 3 spades on this auction. Now, I mean, with that said, could we see a little bit of the same sort of hedging that Adam Grossack was doing in the other room
Over
and
the
not defend
variance.
a doubled part score? Maybe. Maybe. I do wonder, though, is West going to run to 4 clubs or not? If this double passes around.
There's something to be said for hoping the opponents have screwed up and leaving in 3 spades doubled, or that your twisty hand will make it hard for them to beat you.
Yep.
On the other hand, there's something to be said for if they want to defend 3 spades doubled at the state of the match, maybe they're right.
West does float it. Honestly, maybe due to the fact that South thought for so long. I wonder if West is going to get very upset at his right-hand opponent for thinking so long with 3 trumps. But this is going to be a massacre. 2 clubs, a club rough, a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades, and that's just off the top. It looks possible to promote a 3rd spade trick if South gets in at the right time to continue playing diamonds. So how many down is that? That's like 5? It's down 4 if they get all of their tricks, I think.
It's a mess, that's for sure.
Yeah. Maybe it's not possible to get it down 4 anymore, but I mean, either way, like 800 is going to be a huge result for Luba when in the other room, the Lipkin teammates ended up in 4 hearts. They made an overtrick, but certainly not good enough to compete with a vulnerable doubled part score going down multiple tricks here. So I never want to call it until it's more than 24 imps aboard. But it's looking like...
Close.
Yeah, we're getting almost to that point. Club rough. A diamond comes through. And unfortunately, South can never get in again to play yet another diamond through, promoting an extra trump trick for North. So West gets to rough with the 9. North can rough with the 10. Or discard. Either or. And...
Meanwhile, North-South have already taken 5 tricks, and they have 2 more trump tricks coming, so it's not a bad result for North-South.
No.
It's 800.
Alright, heart gets roughed. Now declarer can just go ace of spades, queen of spades, eventually roughing that king of hearts back to hand to pull the last trump, and the clubs are all good. Looks like they could have escaped for down fewer and 4 clubs doubled if they managed to end up there. But it's also not a very pretty contract. And maybe that's not even true. Maybe ace king of clubs and a third club is going to pose too many problems for declarer as well.
We're going to have some trouble.
But 8 imps go in the way of Luba. They're up by 61 now with 5 boards to play.
It looks like the defense, some lines of defense might have beaten it at 800, but 1100, but they'll take the 808 imps.
Yeah, it's just way too hard to get all of the trump promotions that they need. But doable. Certainly double dummy, you can manage it. Board 26, we got another flat one. It looks like South has a big hand with spades and hearts. North has a little bit of spade support. I think they're going to be well on their way to 4 spades.
And slam is poor but not hopeless. If the heart finesse is on side, you can play 3 rounds of hearts pitching a diamond and then rough a diamond in the north hand.
Yep. And rough a heart.
Yeah, you need both diamond and a heart. One of those could be roughed high. I've been in worse slams than that, but I don't. I mean, I think like, and South just bidding 4 spades seems pretty reasonable rather than fishing around for a slam. West could lead the king of hearts and make the play go really fast.
I mean, it's not that crazy of a lead. You
got to lead something, and nothing's very attractive. So sometimes when nothing's very attractive, is you make an aggressive lead. You can figure, well, the king of hearts needs, what does King of hearts need to win? You need partner at the ace of hearts. That's 3 tricks for the defense, and then we just need one other.
King of clubs, yeah, some club
finesse. A slow club trick or a slow diamond trick.
Yeah, I think the king of hearts makes a lot of sense as an opening lead. Gamble would not have paid off here.
Certainly, yeah, would never do it at match points. That's such a huge gamble. But for me, I only start thinking about those things, that type of lead, in situations where nothing is attractive. Like diamond honor from Queen Jack 4-3 could so easily just blow up in your face. It blows up in your face on this hand, right? Mm-hmm. Queen of diamonds declares no diamond losers. Club lead from King 4th could easily blow up in your face, but it would be safe on this time.
Yeah.
This time your safe leads are black suits, but it's just random. Because they didn't tell you. They didn't give you any information between 2 spades and 4 spades to tell you what to lead. And this match is really out of hand now at 61 imps with 5 boards to play.
For sure. I think West might have just kind of shrugged and said, well, I have a lot of defensive assets. Maybe they're slow tricks. Let's pull trumps and hope that, I can score 1 trick in each suit and partner has a trick over there somewhere. And
I think East-West sort of know at this point that the set's not been going particularly well for them, and they started down a bunch.
Yep.
And so I think they suspect they're dead. You don't want to just give up in those positions, but
Shank has decided to match point this hand a little bit. I mean, obviously he could have just pulled trumps and tried the heart finesse and accepted 10 tricks, but he's hoping to pull 2 rounds of trumps and then pitch a diamond loser on that 3rd heart and then rough a diamond.
He's sort of playing with the house's money, right? I don't think he's in any danger of going down by doing this, so
probably not.
It's well, especially now once the spades break. So even if a heart gets roughed, it's an exchange for roughing a diamond and dummy.
Right. Yep. The other table did manage 11 tricks. I wonder if that's because they got a diamond opening lead. That seems, or maybe a heart opening lead. They did get a diamond opening lead.
So Queen Jack 4-3.
Mm-hmm. I do like a heart lead as opposed to a diamond. It just needs so much less to go right for your side. If you're going to play partner for one big card, I would rather have it be the Ace of Hearts, where it scores me 2 extra tricks, the Ace of Hearts and a ruff, as opposed to a diamond lead, where it just scores me 1 extra trick.
Yeah, it's not a percentage bet to play partner for a specific card, but you get odds, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get to beat the game when partner has that one specific card.
Yeah. That's what Imps is all about. You got to come up with a layout where you can make your contract, come out with a layout where you can beat the opponent's contract, and sometimes you have to do that at trick 0 on opening lead.
I'm glancing off to my other screen where they're playing boards we haven't seen yet, and I'm seeing like a lot of fine print where the BBO has reduced the size of the cards in order to get them to fit in the hand diagram mode.
Uh-huh.
So we do have some long suits coming up on some of these hands.
Ooh,
okay. Attention to what it actually
is, look at that. 8-card club suit. You think South
Another
is going to open?
Flush.
3 clubs, maybe.
Flush. You have the straight flush, you have 3 6s after that. So let's see. South is... I don't know what South's going to open.
3 clubs feels like the normal opener, but...
Yeah, it doesn't get past 3 now. If you play Namats, then 4 clubs isn't even an option, but there's a good case for 4 clubs if you play it as natural. Just not worry about the occasional 3-0 that you miss.
Sure.
Partner needs a lot of help in the club suit for it to run.
Yeah, I do wonder, but he does try 3 clubs. We get a 3 heart overcall from West. It's a 12 count, singleton king in the opponent's club suit.
It is a 6-4 though, so... But he doesn't have the straight flush. Maybe he has a 9 of diamonds mixed in with his hearts and he thinks he's got a straight flush.
Yeah, now I am confused as to how 4 hearts made in the other room. I'm gonna have a little gander, a little peek over at the other table and see which one of these tricks really went away, because North-South can get a spade ruff. So it kind of feels like no matter how North-South defend, they're either going to get a spade ruff or they're going to cash the first 4 tricks.
So how do you screw it up? North's on lead. You start by leading the ace of clubs and setting up a diamond pitch. And then not wanting to shift to the king of diamonds.
Oh.
But then you would shift ace of spades and a spade. It'd be fine.
Yeah,
I've always been a call.
The defense in the other room was less than stellar. North just decided to go passively and collect his 3 defensive tricks, the ace of clubs, ace of spades, and king of diamonds, and he got them. Unfortunately, the match point result of minus 420 was not good on this board.
And the spades got picked up also. Singleton 9 of spades. South shifted to it once he was out of trumps, which made it certain that North wasn't going to score his spade jack.
Well, Harrison is on a completely different plan of attack here. He leads the ace of spades at trick 1 against 4 hearts, which seems somewhat reasonable. And I think after this 9 of spades, especially with the 2 from Declarer, he's going to be pretty confident in giving partner spade ruff here. Low spade, asking for a club back. Suit preference. This is just going to go down multiple tricks quickly.
Well, now this match is kind of turning into a bit of a bloodbath at this point.
Yeah, 4 boards to go, and this is going to be another game swing going the way of Luba.
Jackson switched like the 9 of clubs or something.
Yeah. I mean, he could cash the diamond ace before switching to clubs. I would be a little bit worried that partner has king doubleton of clubs and declare a stiff ace.
I mean, I think that'd be fine. Presumably, partner has the ace of clubs for signaling, but partner might have ace king third of clubs, in which case they did raise the suit. Declare might not have any clubs at all.
Yep.
Maybe I think that's what Jank is worried about, that partner that declare has a club void, since he has that surprise 8th club.
Yep.
And so he probably will switch the ace of diamonds. North will encourage diamonds because he has the king of that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I like the ace of diamonds switch. North plays the 5.
You can see that's the lowest one, so I think he's going to continue a diamond here. No, continue to a club.
All right. Club to the king and ace.
We're going to see. I thought maybe North was going to play the king of diamonds first, but
yeah, jack of spades gets the message across. Yeah. Please play back a diamond. So spade ruff, diamond to the king. Declare is finally going to ask, hey, are you guys done yet? He does have a high cross ruff at this point.
Yeah, they picked him clean. There's no meat left on that skeleton.
But 3 down.
Versus nice making idea.
I mean, again, I think this kind of goes back to this possibility that Harrison was just thinking about where he was getting his 4th trick. And he realized, hey, partner's preempted. Oftentimes that means partner has shortness somewhere. Where is it likely to be? The spade suit. I have 5 of them. Maybe I can give partner 2 spade ruffs. Ace of spades, spade ruff, club to the ace of spade ruff. That's 4 defensive tricks. Don't even need the king of diamonds to score.
Way to beat it. All you need.
Yeah.
All you need from partner is singleton spade.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, their side took 16 tricks with hearts as trump.
Yeah. So good gamble pays off on defense there for Harrison, and they pick up another big swing. 3 boards to go, and it is 71 imps, so it's not out of reach yet.
72 is the max. 3 boards.
They could still come back and make 72 imps.
And it's going to take some redoubled contracts on a lot of revokes.
Yeah. So club opener by North. East comes in with a spade overcall. South probably expects this to be a psych at this point, given that he's looking at ace queen jack 4th.
I think South spits 2 no trump here, gets his hand across, and North bids 3 no trump. South doesn't want to start any adventures right now.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. So 2 no from South.
It's interesting, I think, though, that despite the fact this match has been kind of almost in garbage time for the last 45 minutes, that there have actually been quite a number of good plays and interesting positions that have come up that the players on the leading team seem to have handled better than the trailing team, which is why they've been extending their lead, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like the hands have been dull, for sure. It's been an exciting match to watch. But tomorrow is going to be the main event, at least until the spin gold starts in a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think there's Vugraph on Monday in the spin gold.
There's not.
It's on Tuesday, which is a shame because there's probably some good match on Monday that would be worth watching. There's so many good teams entering these events nowadays that some match, between a 40 seed and a 20 something seed, where that 40 seed is underseeded, could be very, very good bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And interesting to watch. I'm a little sad that there's not going to be Vugraph, but it will give me Monday to go out for sushi or something.
Well, in this hand, Declare appears to have 5 clubs and 3 spades, and the ace of hearts is going to be a easy 9 tricks at least.
He can safely take a heart finesse since or try to establish a diamond trick, I suppose. Either way.
Yeah.
So he's going for the diamond trick. All right, well, I think he can establish a heart trick now.
Either or, yes.
I wonder if it's okay just like let a heart into the ace queen, just like get the hand over with.
Yeah, that's possible.
And Declare could try to get certain positions now. I think he can play another diamond safely right now. And if he doesn't play the jack, I mean, well, all the heart situation,
I think
can't
he's
play
just
another heart.
continuing the jack of hearts here. I mean,
Playing his partner for the 9.
Yeah.
And I think it be like a lot of tricks for north-south now. Do they lose there? Because it's like, I guess East isn't squeezed because West has the king of diamonds. I was thinking if he leaves the jack of hearts, Declare actually can run all the clubs and the hearts ending in cash the hearts and run the clubs ending in dummy, and come down to the ace, queen, jack of spades, and the jack of diamonds.
There's the jack of hearts continuation. The 9 pops up, and I mean everyone's staring at that good 8 of hearts and dummy. So. Could you have guessed Declare was taking 3 heart tricks on this deal?
No. So he can claim on like a potential diamond spade squeeze against East, which he knows is going to fail because East can't have the ace king queen of diamonds.
I think he's just playing a spade to the queen right now. There's no risk. Even if it loses and West cashes the diamond king, he still has the rest.
All right. Well, and he knows from the auction the spade king's on side. Oh, wait. Yeah. 11 tricks were claimed. That's 1 trick too many. Isn't that 1 too many?
No, the spade hook won, and all the defense got was 2 diamonds. A diamond went away.
No, but Declare just didn't have enough tricks. Declare had 3 spades.
3 spades, 3 hearts, and 5 clubs.
Oh, and 5 clubs. Yeah, I was telling you earlier that math is hard. This is another one that was fine print in the hand diagram mode.
Wow. We get another 7-5 from South.
They're opposing 8-card suits, East-West.
Okay, North did not open 5 diamonds.
No. East opened 5 diamonds. It would be funny if North had opened a spade, but no. The spades are 8-5-0-0. And East-West could have a competitive auction amongst themselves. I mean, that's just the hand I'm going to have when partner opens 5 diamonds, right? I know partner's got a spade void when they open 5 diamonds, but I still have a diamond and ace king, a stiff, so they can't take 2 hearts, and pitches, like 1 or 2 pitches on the ace king of spades. What do you need to make 6 diamonds? I think I'm bidding 6 diamonds here.
6 diamonds seems like a pretty reasonable attempt from West. I mean, East doesn't need to have just ace king 10 8th. Ace king jack 8th would be more than enough to give them play. Queen of diamonds could fall in 2 rounds, so
we're thinking that South with the 7-5 is overcalled 5 hearts over 5 diamonds, despite the dearth of high card points. And I would definitely 6
oh my
spades,
god,
wow.
6 spades. That's not the suit.
I think that's tone deaf. Partner's spade void from the 5 diamond from the auction. I think you bid 5 diamonds here. Partner has 8 solid diamonds. You're going to make this. North has a sound double.
Yes. Wow. All right. Redouble. I mean, it's not going to matter.
I wonder if this is just like East-West don't even, like they know they've lost the match at this point and are just kind of tossing cards around.
Sure. What happened in the other room to get to 5 hearts doubled? East opened 4 diamonds over there, which is, I think, the more down the middle bid with an 8-card suit. 4 heart overcall by South, 4 spades by West. All seems reasonable. Double by North. East passes, and South decided not to sit for the double of 4 spades. looks
Sure, I
like
mean,
a
he wants
good
to double six
decision.
spades. Why do you want to double four spades? You can double six spades.
Yeah.
He's not beating four spades.
I know. And so eventually North South got to five hearts. That got doubled by East and did quietly sail down a trick.
West can make slam with North or South. I don't know. It'll have two aces with South. Almost make slam with East.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you just have to lay down the heart ace and hope that it cashes as North. So this is going to be down
That's sort
one.
of the dummy West's terms. He's got to. Yeah, he's just got to lose a spade and a heart.
Yep. So 2 rounds of hearts roughed. Ace of spades. Deuce. Show out. Show out. Not going to make dummy very happy. But Declare does have all the spade tricks.
The partner that the West has 8 spades.
Yeah.
Enough control that North can't do anything about it. Now that North has to follow to 2 diamonds, so North can get in and shift to a diamond, but Declare can cash both of them.
Right. It's just not enough. North probably should shift to diamond in case Declare's clubs are less strong. Maybe not. I guess North has a count on the hand, so Declarer is definitely 8-1, probably 1-3.
South pitched the 6 of clubs. I kind of like the queen of clubs pitch, just let partner know what's going on in the club suit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's likely to cost you. Like, it's not like Declare's going to be able to lead clubs multiple times to his hand. But I think also, like, he doesn't care that much because he's won the match and he's just playing for the next cigarette break.
Right. Yeah.
Which will be a long cigarette break.
All right, North does switch to a club, so Declare gets to win.
Declare should be claiming.
Mm-hmm. Pulls the last 2 trumps and then pitches a club on the second diamond. So 1 down.
An exciting shape, but and it's still wound up being a sizable. 200 and 200 winds up being 9 amps.
Yeah.
A couple of double 1-trick sets. Got doubled in 4 spades, so he was afraid to put 5 spades over 5 hearts in the other room. She was. It's like, I already got doubled in 4 spades. Why should I? Maybe I shouldn't bid 5.
Ooh,
okay,
and another one. Man, there were opportunities for big swings.
There were a lot of opportunities, and they all were taken advantage of by the Luba team.
Yes. So the match looks like it's well out of hand now. 81 imps. They've been on a tear in this last half of the final quarter. 11 count. What is East going to open?
The Lipkin team doesn't have to lose the 18.
How do we show spades naturally as South after our right-hand opponent opens 1 spade?
Maybe East will open a heart for the lead, and then South will open 4 spades.
I would love to see that. No, East opens a spade.
It's the normal thing.
Okay, South has to know that this is a psych, right? Like...
So the other room, North bid 2 spades here, and South passed it. But I think maybe I would bid 4 spades over 2 spades.
As a South? Oh,
we just saw an 8-5-1-1. If you had the 9 of spades, it'd be a much better bid.
I think that is one of the main problems with the bid, right?
Yeah, I mean, if well, let's say lead a diamond, you win, you win the queen. The ace king of clubs pitching to pitch a heart, but East roughs it. If East roughs it, he kind of blows a trump trip, right? You pitch, lose a spade, two diamonds, and the rough. South also passed two spades. Or West's like
West wasn't having any of it. Three diamonds feels like a weird choice as opposed to two now, but um,
East is not happy because spades are on his left, hearts are on his right, and there's no fit anywhere. He's like, well, at least we have eight diamonds. But I think the South might just put three spades here, or does he crack three diamonds? North was not a passed hand. Passing two spades is ballsy because your side could easily have a game. The partner's unlimited when they bid two spades there.
yeah, certainly. Although
That's right. I kind of like bidding four spades there because maybe I'll make it, but I'm also not passing in a situation where we have a grand slam.
imagine if South bids three spades now. How silly is East gonna feel? South is just counting to make sure that he's ahead more than giving up minus, 510 or whatever. 470 would have affected his scorecard. Okay, he decides not to double three diamonds.
You must have occurred to him that one spade might have been fake.
I'm sure it did, yes. All right, as basically everyone would have done, Harrison leads the club sequence, gets the bad news.
I think he switches to a spade here, yeah.
He's also going to get some more bad news on this trick.
But Declare has to do something. Declare may get overruffed in a club and then have a spade come back.
Yeah.
Declare's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, I wonder about roughing a club with the 10 of diamonds.
Something's up on this hand.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you play clubs to be 5-2, not 6-1.
Harrison didn't even cover the 4 of clubs. Well, maybe he did. That could be a Vugraph error. I would believe that.
I don't think South has anything better to do than lead the ace of spades, but they could lead a low spade also.
Okay, he switches to a heart. I was curious about this possibility.
I think I could cover the heart to put them in dummy, but I guess not. He overtook it anyways.
I think his plan is hopefully his partner has the stiff king of diamonds and can get in with this trick and then give him a heart rough, which would be down one.
Yeah. Plus whatever club tricks they're entitled to.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you cash the ace of diamonds, the ace of spades. West can just pitch on the ace of spades.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. The defense takes no more club tricks, so
the defense is entitled to just the two aces from this position.
Yep. But still two down. That means two
spades.
Could
rough the ace of spades, and the queen 10 of clubs are equal against the king, too. But but then you have a second club to lose.
Yeah, you have to lose the second club as long as Harrison doesn't fly king of clubs on the first round.
And Harrison's probably counting the hand out.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not required to count the hand out when you're up by 80 imps with the board to go.
Certainly not. And it looks like they are going to lose an imp on this board if 3 diamonds does go out down 2 undoubled.
I have to think that if they didn't think they were ahead by a million imps, the auction would have been different.
I don't know. This is a wild one. I mean, East has a real
Jack is
one
spending
spade
a long
opener.
time. I'm surprised he hasn't just cashed the ace of diamonds and the ace of spades. He doesn't have anything else to do. I think the hand is over, and we just haven't seen it entered. There's no way Jank is thinking in this position.
I agree with that. There's no way that he's thinking in this position. So I think the match probably is over. You're correct. Well, game
All right.
time
Well,
tomorrow.
thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
And yeah, same time tomorrow.
Same time
And I'm
tomorrow, we
excited
will
to
see the
see all that.
finals. So
Yeah, and should be a good match. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to doing more with you. Always a pleasure.
oh my god, the
Oh,
ace of diamonds came.
Was he really thinking?
There's no way he was thinking and then cashed the diamond ace, right? Like zero
Maybe he
chance.
didn't realize he was on lead.
Okay,
I was
maybe.
like, oh, is it my lead?
Yeah, maybe that makes more sense.
I don't know.
Oh, Declare
Handelman-
made the mistake.
Oh,
They
rough.
roughed the ace of spades. The hand was an open book.
Yeah. Let's see if Harrison remembers to dock the queen of
To
clubs.
duck the queen of clubs, yeah.
It's like I think it's sort of gratifying to see sloppy play at the end of a long match when it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's like he did not. He ducked the king of clubs.
He ducked the king
Yeah,
of clubs.
okay,
So
didn't screw it up.
pushes the board.
Got all
Well
the games.
done. So Luba up against Schreiber tomorrow are our 2 teams. Luba been playing 4-handed the whole way through, and Schreiber has 6, I believe, on their team. So maybe a little bit better rested for some of their players. But that is the finals of the GNT. Thank you, Michael. Thanks for tuning in, spectators. And we will all catch you tomorrow at, what is it, 9 a.m. local time?
Is it really that early?
Is it 10 a.m. local time? I'm on the East Coast, so I don't know what time zone.
Yeah, me too. I think. Oh well, Toronto I think is in Eastern time.
Oh, Toronto's in Eastern? Yeah, so it's going to be 10 a.m. local time, Eastern, in the U.S. and Canada. So take care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll see
All right,
you all
thanks a
next
lot.
time.
Take care.
All right, chat. Well, I'm sorry for everyone who was on Twitch earlier and supposedly the sound just like broke and died and everything, which is very disappointing. I don't know why that happened. I honestly have no idea what the deal is with that. Glad that it's back working now. Hopefully that won't continue to be an issue. But I have been having some difficulties with the internet at the place that I'm staying, and there's really nothing I can do about it because it's not my place, it's my friend's place. So unfortunately, I'm just going to have to cave in and accept whatever I get in my little closet here with a bunch of paintings in the background. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'm glad that the YouTube stream went better, even though it's a little bit more delayed over there. Did we have a redoubled contract in this segment of play? I'm going to quickly look through the results because we did have our prediction up. No, we did not. We had a lot of doubled contracts, but nothing got redoubled. So congrats for non-believers over there. Oh, I promised that we were going to take a look at the LM pairs. So let's go ahead and do that now. See who managed to qualify to the final. I think there are 78 pairs that qualified. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hello? Excuse me, on ACBL Live, there's an event called the Jonathan Steinberg Bracketed Round Robin Teams. Does anyone realize who Jonathan Steinberg is? Like, yes? No? Is this okay for the ACBL to be, like, sponsoring this guy? He gets his name on a thing? My God. I would not touch that event. Okay, there's some sort of weird NABC plus open pairs. No one cares about that. Von Zedwitz Life Master pairs. Here we go. Qualifiers. All right. They are crushing it. Israel, man, they're the top 2 qualifiers once again. So they were kind of towards the top of the standings after day 1. They were first and second going into the second set, and looks like they managed to, they're actually really close in terms of match points after day 1. But Dror Padone playing with Yinghao Liu, which I'm guessing is a sponsor, they're leading the field going into the final day. Huge result for them. Ami Zamir and Oren Toledano, also from Israel, in second. Megstroth and Berkowitz. So Carrie Sanborn and maybe husband, Steven Sanborn, I don't know who that is, up there in third. That's a big result for them. The French pair up in fifth. Edgton and Wibley up in sixth. Rimstedt and Mahmoud in seventh. These are some popular names to North Americans, I think. Alexander Ornstein and Bruce Rogoff. Klukovsky in ninth. Smirnov and Jamie Thompson in 10th. Steve Rain and Matthew Weingarten. Look at them. They queued. Way to go. It's always a big result to queue for day 3 of any 3-day pair game, so congrats to them. David Gold and Marty Fleischer sitting down here in 14th. Yeah, there's lots of good Australian and New Zealanders that are doing well in this event. I know that I saw Hans and the guy that Hans plays with. I don't remember who. I don't remember who it was, but they were on here earlier. I think they're on the list that's like scrolling across the screen. Kalita is down here in 18th. They queued. Tom Carmichael and Alex Kolesnik are up on the list. Congrats to them. Brogland playing with his sponsor in 22nd. Kaplan and Granger made it through. Greco Weinstein, Herd Demui. Dan Corbell playing with the same sponsor that he had, although a little bit of a different... Wait, I don't know if Corbell was playing with Bailey in the open trials. He was playing with Zia, right? Never mind. Quick Google search gives no controversy results for Jonathan Steinberg. Well, it all gets swept under the rug, right? I mean, he's the photographer. How could that ever cause a scandal? Taking pictures of lots of little children at bridge events. Nothing could go wrong there. Medalla and Nystrom in 29th. There, found it. Andy Hung. We got there. Andy Hung and Sartaj Hans in 36th. Aaron and Avery Silvenstein. Did I say Silvenstein? Silverstein. Aaron and Avery Silverstein. Dad and daughter. Queued in 37th. Drew Cavalier. Andy's great. He's got hands. I get it. Kind of. Marusha Gold. David Gold's wife, I think. Cran and Allison Hunt. So I'm not up to the lore on these things. I know that Cran and Allison dated off and on back in the day. Are they like an item now? I have no idea. Or do they just play together sometimes? Because it feels like a weird partnership. But anyway, they're on the list. Soren Bilda, which I think is Dennis's mother, if I recall correctly. But either way, it's one of Dennis's family members is up there. Greg Hinsey and Jason Feldman to I would say like mid-level American pros. Anam Teba and Oscar Neeson. Interesting. Unusual partnership there. Josh Don and Jan Jansma. Kevin Dwyer has qualified for day 3 with his sponsor. Aaron Jones has qualified for day 3 with his sponsor. Ooh, Dana, my girl, has queued with Franco Baseggio. No sponsor there. Steph! Steph is queued for day 3, I assume with a sponsor. But I don't know who that is. Brian Platnick and Danny Sprung made it. Bob Hammond made it. Alex Perlin made it. Ooh. Now, I saw like a bunch of different Ron Smiths on here earlier. There's like multiple. Hold on. I can show you the other one because they were on the list. There. Here's another Ron Smith. So I actually don't know which one of these is our boy Ron Smith and which one of them is not our boy Ron Smith. So I'm scared of texting him and being like, congratulations. And he's like, we didn't make it. I guess I could ask. Gulberg Unga. What's Gulberg Unga? Tim van de Pavard playing with Selena Pepic. So they've been playing together a lot. I have no idea. I mean, are they dating? It kind of feels like they might be dating. That seems like what's going on. Well, those are the 78 qualifiers. So I'll try and update the scoreboard as we get to tomorrow so that people are aware of what's going on in the other main event that is currently happening. But there you have it. That was day 1. We've been live for almost 11 hours. I really hope that this issue with the internet, it looks like it's fine now. But it looks like we were having issues earlier in the stream. I'm going to go back and take a look at the VOD and see what the problem is. Hopefully it's not actually on my end and that there was just some sort of like Twitch flicker that caused the sound to cut out for a little bit. But as long as YouTube is working, I'm happy to put up the stream on both places. The developers of Cubids, these players just missed the cut, or these players missed the cut by, wow, yeah, it's close to 1 match point. These guys were less than half a match point out of qualifying. Feels pretty bad. We had actually quite a few relatively strong players that didn't make it. Pepsi, McAllister, the sponsor, playing with Sofia Baldiz, who I guess is actually going to my college, which is where I met John, in fact, when I used to play with him. But she recently won the European Women's Pairs with, I think, her mother. Wilenkin and Ginasar did not make it. You know, there's a lot of Nickel and Katz did not make it. It's really hard to make day 3 of these 3-day pair games consistently. Joe Grew playing with the sponsor did not make it. Tough crowd. Peter Gill did not make it playing with a sponsor. Yeah, really tough event. Anywho, that is going to wrap up stream for today. So my plan, as usual, is to be back a little bit early again tomorrow. We'll probably start off with the deal of the week to get things rolling, and then we'll get into another 4 rounds as Michael, I believe, is going to join me for commentary for the finals of the GNTs. Then, as mentioned, Monday will be a day off, and starting up on Tuesday this week, at least Tuesday my time, we'll be getting into the round of 32, I believe, for the Spin Gold, the big main event. And we'll try and get brackets up. I'll try and be more diligent about putting up predictions for all of the segments. But thanks for hanging out, y'all. It's been fun. I'll be back again tomorrow, once again, around 9:30 or 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, hopefully having already eaten breakfast, which I'd managed to do today. And hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. I will try and look into the technical issues, but I'm honestly not sure I can do much about it. Hopefully it'll be fixed on its own. But take care, have a good day, and I will